Talking about my nigga, I got it. I got it. Bitch, what's the problem? Fuck you talking about? Nigga, I got 'em. Need I remind 'em? They must have forgotten. Fuck this bitch up from the top to the bottom. Kill 'em all till they decay and they rotten. Whip shit I can't pronounce, just know it's foreign. Spaceship outside in the fiber is carbon while making them sick again. Bitch, go ahead, vomit. Bitch, what's the problem? Fuck you talking about? Nigga, I got 'em. Me taking L's and talking so uncommon. They should hide they shit before my niggas rob 'em. You better off dead or probably playing possum. And stay on the ground cause there's no better option than fuck up this bitch with another concoction. Clear out the block with a blast from the shotgun. Bitch, what's the problem? Fuck you talking about, my nigga? I got 'em. Clown niggas from miles away, we still spot 'em. And fuck around and end up on the milk carton. Nigga wondering who shot 'em. Grave located on pussy nigga garden. Pop niggas up, now watch how I'ma rock 'em. My chopper break up, now watch how they gon' cop 'em. My mop to click up on top of how I flop 'em. Get got in your gut no matter how I drop 'em. Plot against us, don't watch how we just stop 'em. What we supposed to do? Nigga from the bottom. Plant the money tree and get the money when it blossom. How the fuck is they gon' stop 'em? Cloud thirsty niggas on the Grammy block 'em. Pull up and watch the way the bitches flock 'em. Flacco! Waka flacca! Most you niggas really caca. And get the passing me my vodka. And bitch, you know I keep the chopper. And every single time I pop up. And Papa make the ratchet pop up. Papa make the ratchet pop up. Think you niggas could fuck with my clique and say, oh no, no. How could he be better? Nigga could be never, oh no, no. Fuck the building, the promoter screaming out, oh no, no. Until they shut us down and got every hood feeling like, oh no, no. Bitch, what's the problem? Fuck you talking about? Nigga, I got 'em. Watch how I rock 'em and I sock 'em. Outer space rated how I Mr. Spock 'em. Then copy your plan and fuck it up like Saddam. Batmobile whipping, pulling up to Gotham. Chamomile sipping, counting blood with Blackman. Gotta chill, bitches, now I beg your pardon. Bitch, what's the problem? How we fuck shit up, my nigga? I got 'em. Y'all niggas know that what we do is awesome. You better off leaving purchase you a coffin. You gon' thank me in the morning. You know I keep shooting the gun barrel scorching. Lay you to rest and spin the wheel of fortune. Do shit that keep all of you niggas talking. Come to the east.
All right, what's happening? Welcome back to yet another episode of the City Light Podcast. I am your host, Willie Will. What is going on? I hope everyone is well today. Shout out to everybody that's stopping in the building early, that's going ahead and joining us. Make sure that you are liking, sharing, and subscribing. And if you'd like to support the show, you can do so by means of Cash App and or Super Chat. The Cash App is pinned at the top along with the StreamYard link, and the Super Chat button is at the bottom in your right-hand side of the chat. If you don't know where it is, then I just pointed it out to you so you can easily be able to find it. Now, with that being said, it's a few things I want to talk about, man, because I've been paying attention to what's been going on in these YouTube streets as far as the community is concerned and all this, that, and the other. Let me just holler at y'all. Tootie Bug, hey, what's going on? You said you're currently driving out and about. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for just stopping by. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Now, with that being said, let me holler at y'all just for a second, right? And today is a panel show. Y'all gonna get about a good maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 hours of content today because we're gonna be discussing some shit. So I went ahead and I tagged quite a few content creators who I follow and who I watch that have been discussing this case in particular. And, you know, people from our space, they have been really driving the nail home into the coffin of the community when it talks about this particular case. And they try to compare it and contrast it to the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And I'm just here to let you know right now, y'all might as well just go ahead and just leave that alone. But since you want to do it, then I have to give you, the justice search of just letting you know that there is no comparison and contrast between the two because they may have similarities and differences at the most, but they're nothing alike. And it really irritates me how a lot of people within the Black community are specifically trying to turn this into a race war when it really doesn't need to be. Even when you hear from the father of Austin Metcalf, he himself has said that he wished that people would not try to turn this into a whole race war thing. But that's what people like to do. I don't know why. I don't really understand the whole degree behind it. I don't know if it's for grifting purposes or whatnot. But when I listen to it, I can tell you that it comes down to A lot of people are trying to get a whole bunch of crazy clicks, views, or make money off it. Listen, my main concern about this whole entire thing is people need to stop making it into something that it's not. Almond says, "Good. I thought I was the only one that doesn't see them similarities." Yeah, listen. When it comes down to it, I can just tell people this much, right? Stop trying to make something that it's not. But since people want to make something that it's not, then today is the perfect day for education. So make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Support the stream, and we're gonna get into this thing. But anyway, let me first start off with the statement from Austin Metcalf's father.
The sad part about it is he died in his brother's arms. They were twins, identical twins, and his brother was holding on to him, trying to make it stop bleeding, and he died in his brother's arms. And I rushed up there, and I saw him on the gurney, and I could tell. They said he wasn't breathing. I could see all the blood. I saw where the wound was.
Understandably still in shock, Jeff Metcalf says a precious memory was made just this past weekend when he took his twin boys hunting. That's where Austin got his first hog. Well, this morning at around 10, he rushed here to Kirkendall Stadium where the Memorial High School student athlete suffered a fatal stab wound during this track and field meet. Frisco police say a fight broke out between two students when one stabbed the other. More than 100 student athletes were participating in this meet. Fortunately, they were safely evacuated. Police arrested the suspect. He is 17-year-old Karmelo Anthony of Frisco. He is now charged with murder. Some students, unfortunately, witnessed this deadly encounter and have been interviewed by police. Despite life-saving efforts, the 16-year-old victim died at the hospital. Austin, his father shares, was born 2 minutes before his twin brother Hunter, the two inseparable, as you can imagine. Austin is being remembered as an outstanding student at Memorial High, his football team's MVP, and a young man of faith. His father grappling with loss and forgiveness.
I'm not trying to judge, but what kind of parents did this child have? What was he taught? He brought a knife to a track meet, and he murdered my son by stabbing him in the heart. The guy was in the wrong place. They asked him to move, and he bowed up. This is murder. I don't know. I know they have someone in custody.
Yeah, we do.
And you know what? I already forgive this person. Already. God takes care of things. God's going to take care of me. God's going to take care of my family.
The victim's father says these two teens did not know each other before today. We do need to stress that police have not said what they believe led up to this deadly encounter.
Now, given that this is prior to, the police report that came out, or from, the witness statements and all the police report and all this, that, and the other, that was taken prior to, all of that coming out. But still, since all of this information has come out, a lot of people have, but the police report has been out for a while, and I still see people pushing the same old lies. They don't care about the truth. Exactly, Studio Mansion. And that's why I am doing this show today. And I have opened up the panel. Anyone and everyone can join. Bring whatever grievances that you want, as long as you just leave the emotion at the door. I say that simply for everyone to understand exactly what it is that I'm doing here. I'm not here to deal with the emotional grievances of what a lot of people have to say. What's going on, Mr. DJ Music? Appreciate you stopping by. So the thing is, let's only deal with the facts. The facts is what's surrounding why everybody keep on trying to put this whole narrative. Well, there's a difference between him and Kyle Rittenhouse. Well, there's a lot of similarities, but there's a lot of differences as well, right? So that's why I put this picture up on the screen. Kyle Rittenhouse and Karmelo Anthony, right? In a town he wasn't a resident of, he was protesting. At a track meet he was supposed to be at. Great, there's a difference. Similarity, was 17 carrying a gun, federally outlawed until he was 18 years of age. Well, here's the problem with that. According to the law in that state, he was able to be in possession of that gun as long as there was someone old enough or the owner of that gun was there with him. And also, he wasn't there to hunt or shoot people. A lot of people keep on making that misinformation argument, but whatever. So for Carmelo Anthony, at age 17, he was carrying a knife. Now, a lot of people are saying, well, what was the length of the knife? And, oh, it should be perfectly fine. Listen, when it comes down to it, exactly, KP from KC5. Facts and on facts only. We only dealing with the facts. Hey, baby, what's going on? Yes, just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts. That's all that we are sticking to. So let me just go ahead and continue. Was attacked. Here, let me. Can I can't do it like that. Was attacked after warning attackers he would shoot. Okay. Carmelo Anthony was attacked after warning attackers he would defend himself. All right. Kyle Rittenhouse killed 2, injured 1. Carmelo Anthony killed 1. And then everybody's trying to bring up this whole thing about the GoFundMe or the Give Sing Go thing about who's raising money for who. Well, let me tell you right now. Let me pull this down so I can make this. Well, let me read this first, and then I'll make my statement. Raised $586,000 and $586,940 from conservatives for legal defense. Conservatives want legal defense fund shut down or legally garnished. Well, let me just go ahead and let you know right now. There was a statement that was put out from the Gives and Go. Gives and Go statement. Carmelo Anthony. All right. So the Gives and Go, where is that statement at? Where they pretty much, just to give you a synopsis, the whole entire thing, they say that it will not be shut down. Pretty much they're going to allow any donations that's coming in to support Carmelo. I can't find the exact statement. Where is that statement at? Tim Pool had it. Anyway, I won't. The main thing is this, right? What I'm noticing is that it was a lot of people, and I don't want to make this a race thing. I'm just covering the facts. It's a lot of Democratic Freedom of Information Act. Appreciate you. Thank you, Def Note. It's a lot of people who was going against the whole Kyle Rittenhouse GoFundMe because they say that he was out there shooting and killing black people. As a matter of fact, if I'm 90%, 80% of mainstream media, hell, 80% of social media was against Kyle Rittenhouse because the narrative was being painted that he was out there shooting black people. And the thing was, we all come to find out that wasn't true. Masru, what's going on? I see you in the back. What's up, Masru?
Good afternoon, Uncle. How are you?
I'm doing good. What's going on?
So, is this the whole thing with Kyle Rittenhouse airing out apparently 2 pedophiles?
No. This is really just me tackling the whole race relations and justice on trial and how a lot of black people are saying that Carmelo Anthony is being treated differently because he's a black man, and Kyle Rittenhouse is treated with fluff gloves because he's white. And my thing is, they was trying to compare and contrast the 2 cases and saying that they're pretty much similar cases, and they're not. They absolutely have nothing to do with it.
Absolutely not.
Right. But let me get back to it really quick. There it is. All right, so let me first give a synopsis for each of the cases. All right. Carmelo Anthony, 17-year-old black student from Chicago, was charged with first-degree murder following the fatal stabbing at Wendell Phillips Academy High School on September 24th. According to reports, Anthony and the victim, a 15-year-old student, had a history of tension. Prosecutors alleged Anthony initiated the altercation by confronting the victim, escalating to physical violence. Anthony's defense claims self-defense, arguing he felt threatened after being punched and feared for his life, citing the victim's aggressive behavior and a prior threat involving a gun, which we all know that not to be true. But let me just go ahead and just give you a quick synopsis on why it is that a lot of people think that that's true. So, of course, mainstream media had to go and dig up all of their claws to figure out, well, why is there being guns introduced to this whole entire thing? Well, I can tell you why. Because what they did was they went and they dug up old pictures and they decided, and I'm going to just show this on the screen very briefly. They decided that the best thing to do was to, portray both of these men in negative aspects. And when I say both of these men, you would think I'm talking about Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. Well, that's not true. What I'm talking about is how it is that they found the picture of Carmelo Anthony holding a damn gun.
Not just any gun, but an AK-74, baby.
47.
No, you don't see the stock. You
Oh
know,
wait, that is a 74. My bad. Yeah, it is an AK. All right, cool. So there's Karmelo. Oh, he's such. They're trying to paint him out as a negative person because he took a picture holding a gun. Well, they did the same thing about Kyle Rittenhouse, right? We
but he
bring this
looks.
to the front.
I'm sorry, but I gotta say this, but
Mhm.
Kyle looks cooler. The way this man looks
It's
like
not
he's in a
about
Call of
wait,
Duty
hold
game.
on. It's not about looking cool. It's about the narrative, right? That's the thing that we're attacking. Kyle Rittenhouse holding a gun. It's no different from Austin Metcalf and his brother holding a gun, which is no different from Carmelo Anthony holding a gun, right? But oh wow, we didn't see that one. Yeah. So it's just a picture of him holding a gun. Now, when this picture was taken, how old was he? I don't know. But I can tell you this though, America needs to stop. And specifically, black people need to stop with this whole bullshit of, oh, well, he was this and he was that. The two did not know each other until the day, unlike what the media put out. Exactly, Mr. DJ Music. Thank you. Now
Yeah,
this is what I'm talking about. Getting
the
to the
media
fact.
is trying to spin a narrative that these two had a prior history when in
They didn't.
reality they didn't have a prior history. This
Well,
was
why do you think I played the video from what his father said at the very beginning of the show?
oh,
Like
I
his
just got
father
in.
said. No, you're good. Like his father said. They did not know each other. The media is out here trying to spin every narrative that they could to try to circumvent emotional people, especially within the black community, because they want this to be a race thing, and
Yeah,
it's
they
not.
want to make it a race war.
Yeah, it's not. It's completely not a race thing. But
It
you
was
know
all
what?
over. It was all over
Mhm.
Twitter that during the white guy who died from the stabbing, right? His funeral. A whole bunch of black people on Twitter were like, "El Bozo, rest in piss. You won't be missed," and all this stuff, and like they were making fun of him, being like, "Oh, white people have no more power. If we black people unite together, we can take out all the white people and take over America." And blah 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 blah. And I'm like, this is really proving the standard that anytime you try to reason, I'm not saying you, Unc, but just in general, right? Every time you try to reason with a black person, the first thing they do is jump to violence.
Of course, of course. But watch this. Robert W. Appreciate you for joining the stream. He says, "Why couldn't the twins be thugs? I mean, they don't look like thugs to me. They look like they're just holding rifles. Does that make them a thug just because you're holding a gun?
But these guys are wearing military camo and stuff, so they're
They're
like military.
hunting. They're hunters. Look. Wait, hold on. Is this the picture? Yeah, this is the picture right here. Let me pull this picture up. Hold on 1 second. Let me go back. They're hunting. That's what they do. They hunt. Right here. This is the picture I want. All right, cool. There we go. And share this tab. That's a picture of him, and it looks like his father. They hunt. Is that a problem for them to hold? Okay, so they can't hold guns. All right, cool, great.
Apparently, white people can't hold guns, but black people can. Make it make sense.
Robert W says, does it make Karmelo one as he has been called? Who called him a thug? That's my question. Who called Carmelo Anthony a thug? That's what I want. And by the way, just to let everybody know, the link is pinned. If you want to join the show, you're more than anyone is, as long as we're being respectful, anyone is welcome to join the show. But who is painting Carmelo Anthony as a thug? That's my question. Would it be because of this picture? Let me see. Is it because of this picture? This one right here? Is it because of this picture? Oh, okay, cool. Is this what? Because this is not what makes him a thug, right? If you really knew what a thug was, most thugs don't move in public eye. Most thugs they move in silence. Real niggas move in silence. Gangsters move in silence. Thugs, they don't move it. Young niggas and stupid niggas, they move in the loud. They move in the public.
Yep, YNs, man. Only YNs do this shit.
But anyway, let me get back to it, right? So I read the synopsis of the Carmelo Anthony case, right? But now I've got to read the synopsis of the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Kyle Rittenhouse, 17-year-old white teenager from Antioch, Illinois, was charged with multiple counts, including first-degree intentional homicide after shooting 3 men, killing 2. Joseph Rosenbaum, 36 years old, and Anthony Hubert, 26, and a wounding 1, Gage Grauskowitz, that fool. During protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin on August 25th, 2020, the protests followed the police shooting of Jacob Blake, a black man, which sparked nationwide unrest over racial injustice. Rittenhouse, armed with an AR-15 style rifle, claimed he was in Kenosha to protect business and provide medical aid. He argued self-defense, stating Rosenbaum chased him and lunged for his rifle. Huber struck him with a skateboard, and Grauskowitz pointed a pistol at him. Mind you, all three of these men who are white have been on. We all seen the trial. We all watched the case. They were on video. He got hit with a skateboard. Rosenbaum, was it Rosenbaum? Yeah, Rosenbaum was the one that went to grab the rifle from him at the gas station, right? White guy.
And then he got his arm almost blown off. A chunk of his arm got blasted off.
That's Grauskowitz. Grauskowitz got his arm blown off. Remember, we're only sticking with the facts. So Huber is the one that had hit him with the skateboard. That's when let me go in chronological order. Rosenbaum is the one that had seen him early in the day, and he said, I'm going to take that gun from you. I'm going to kill you. Later on in the night, when he was at the gas station, that's when Rosenbaum was chasing him around the parking lot. He went and he lunged for his gun. Now, for 25 people that's watching right now, let me ask you a question. If you have your firearm on you and someone approaches and tells you, I'm going to take that gun from you and I'm going to kill you, and then later on in the night, this person is now lunging for your gun after making threats to you, let me ask you in the chat, put a 1 if you would use your rifle or your gun to defend yourself, or put a 2 if you would just go ahead and let them take the gun. That's my question to y'all. And again, this is not about race. I'm just asking y'all, the jury, as opinions. If you are okay with someone snatching your gun from you after telling you they're going to take your gun and kill you with it, would you let them take your gun? 1, if no, you would not let them take your gun. You would shoot in self-defense. Or 2, you would just let them have the gun and hope that they wouldn't do what it is that they said that they would go do. Right.
So, chat, let me ask you a question real quick to follow up. Would you, 1, let them fuck around, or 2, would you let them find out?
In more ways than one. All right, cool. So after you get done dealing with that, right, then we get to the part where he was being chased down the street by a whole entire protest of people, black people included, since everybody wants to make this the race thing, which is not. But the truth is that when all of these people were chasing Kyle Rittenhouse down the street, he got tricked. And then here comes Huber ass with a damn skateboard. He went and he swung that skateboard, hitting him in the head, all right? After he got hit in the head, then he used his rifle. Now, let me ask y'all in the chat a question again. You get hit in the head with a skateboard and you have a rifle. Are you defending yourself in a crowd of people who is chasing you and trying to hunt you down? 1, yes, you would shoot. And then 2, no, you wouldn't shoot. That's my question to y'all. And then we get to number 3, Mr. Grauskowitz, that idiot. Grauskowitz asks, he's walking up to Kyle on video. Grauskowitz ass is walking up to Kyle Rittenhouse with a pistol in hand. If I had my gun if my gun wasn't in the safe where it's actually supposed to be, because legally that's where your gun's supposed to be. If my gun wasn't in the safe, I would be holding my gun in my hand right now. I'll use my vape as a prop. I'm walking up to you with my gun in my hand after you just let off about 2 to 3 rounds at a person who just struck you, and then another person tried to drop kick you in your damn head. I'm approaching you with my gun in my hand. I have my hands raised. My question is to you, Maser, am I a threat?
Sorry, repeat that. I was messaging.
I'm approaching you while you're sitting in the sitting position and you have your rifle aimed at me. And I have my hands up with my gun in my hand. Am I a threat to you?
Yes.
I'm not a threat to you.
No. If you're coming up to me, gun in your hand,
my hands raised with my gun.
But you're approaching towards me.
Mm-hmm.
You're a threat.
No, I'm not.
Because how am I gonna know if I put my rifle down that you're not just gonna bring your rifle down the bear, and I won't have the time to get my rifle up.
I got that. But like I said, leave emotions out the door. Let's only deal with the facts. Legally, I am not a threat. My gun is raised.
No, but that's what he did, though. Because remember, on the thing, he walked towards him with his hands up, and then he brought the pistol down the bear, and that's when Kyle had the quick draw.
You're missing key factors, and I'm glad that you're doing this. He had his hands up. Kyle Rittenhouse had his gun aimed at him, and he lowered his gun. When he lowered his gun, Rosenbaum then pointed his gun at Rittenhouse. So
But that's what I said, though.
No, you missed steps. You said that with my hands in the air that I'm still a threat. Legally, I am not a threat. My hands is in the air.
Yeah, by law, legally, you're right. But
right. So stop right there. No, stop right there. We're only dealing with my hands in the air. I haven't moved on to me aiming the pistol at you. I'm only dealing with the hands in the air part. If my hands is in the air and and the gun is like this and my hands in the air, am I a threat to you?
Not yet. Not at
Legally,
that
you're correct. No. I am not a threat to you. So your barrel should not be pointed at me. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Got you. Now, you lower the barrel of your rifle and I do this. Am I a threat to you now?
Yeah, but then it would already be too late for me to get my barrel up because you have your gun trained on me.
Thankfully for Kyle Rittenhouse, he was a better shot and he had training. When he went to aim that gun at Rosenbaum, guess what Kyle Rittenhouse did? He upped his rifle, putting the barrel on the target, which is the threat. And he shot him in the muscle. He could have shot him in the head, could have shot him in the chest, but he shot him in the arm, which, mind you, an arm is way smaller than center mass. Let me just tell you right now. So Kyle Rittenhouse was a great shot. He only shot those he intended to shoot who was threatening his life because everyone was trying to take his rifle away from him. This is why Kyle Rittenhouse got off. Death Note says, military says, yes, I drop him after yelling for him not to close distance, and he continues or points in my direction. Correct. The rules of engagement is different for everyone. But when you are a concealed carry or a weapons carrier in the United States, depending on where you live, then those rules apply. And when you are in that state, whatever jurisdiction you are in, you fall up under the laws of that state and or jurisdiction. This is why I'm glad that I'm doing this right now.
And also,
I can educate the people.
Also, to follow up on Death Note's point, if we were in like an entire crew of people, right? I wouldn't just go crazy because you guys have years worth more of experience than I do when it comes to firearms. My first thing I would ask you, right, is what is the rule of engagement? And if you turn to me and say weapons free, then it's weapons free.
Correct.
No holds barred.
But we're not dealing with whataboutisms. We're only dealing with facts. So I appreciate you bringing that, but let's leave whataboutisms out the door. I understand examples can be given.
But let me ask you this in terms of Kyle's thing, though. If in that situation, if it wasn't just those three dummies going after, but it was an entire mob of people, wouldn't it be weapons free? Wouldn't it be weapons free at that point?
It's not about weapons free. He would have been legally justified to shoot anyone who threatened him. Just because I'm running at you does not mean that you're a threat. Did you attack me? So here, I'll give you an example, right? Because I wanted to stay away from this, but you keep bringing the shit up. So if you're on the street and you're being chased by 10 people and I'm one of the people that is chasing you, am I a threat?
Yeah, if you're chasing me with the intent to do bodily harm or to like try and kill me, I would see you as a threat. Yeah.
Do you know my intent?
No, not.
Okay, great. So would you use that argument in court? Well, I assumed, because assumptions make an ass out of you and me. Right. Yep. So I assumed that Will was a threat, so I just shot him. You're going to jail. Let me just let you know right now, you're going to jail. Now, if me and a crowd of 9 other people are chasing you and we're saying we are going to kill you, do you know my intent now?
Yeah, because you said it.
Okay, cool. And then we get to you and we start attacking you and you start firing. Are you legally within your rights to defend your life?
Yes, because at that point it's weapons free.
That's the difference, right? So when it comes down to this is why I'm glad that we're doing this kind of a little bit because we're straying away from the topic. The thing is, this is where people get this whole comparison and contrast, which, you know what? I'll take it back. That was great that you just did that because that's what a lot of people in the Black community is doing right now while they're trying to push this whole race relations thing, right? A lot of people are saying that, oh, it was him. He's bigger than Anthony. Oh, it was him and his brother and all this, that, and the other. We don't know the true facts and the details of the case because there is no footage of the case. And unless I could be wrong, that there is footage of the case because we're in 2025 and everyone has a camera everywhere. Now, we don't have that footage. All we have is witness testimony, Anthony's testimony, and that's it, right? So with that, The only thing that we can go off of is what it is that we've been given so far, which is the facts of the case. Anthony said that after they tried to move him from the tent, he said that if you touch me, something gonna happen. If you punch me, something gonna happen, right? So, Death Note says, you are a threat, but it depends on your state. Some have a duty to retreat, others do not. I am a CCL and FFL carrier, me as well. So that duty to retreat thing, I'm glad you brought that up, but we're going to get to that. So, where do I stop it? Right here. Video evidence and witness testimony supported his account of immediate threats on November 19, 2021. A jury acquitted Rittenhouse on all charges, finding his actions met Wisconsin's self-defense criteria. The case polarized public opinion, with some viewing Rittenhouse as a vigilante and others as a defender of gun rights. Well, I can tell you right now, as a Second Amendment believer, I can tell you right now that when it comes down to the Rittenhouse case, I'm glad that he did everything that he was supposed to do to defend his life. Because I would ask anybody that's watching right now, if Kyle Rittenhouse was your son and he was being chased by an angry mom with intentions to kill him, what would you want your son to do? That's my question to you.
If Kyle Rittenhouse was my kid and he was in that situation, I would have told him straight up, son, weapons free. Someone gets within like 2-3 feet of you, air him out.
Now, here's the thing. When you are carrying a firearm, you do understand that that firearm is not there just to kill people. That firearm is there to defend your life or someone else's life. We have to make that distinction very clear, because a lot of people saying that he brought that firearm there to do that. Well, the same can be said about Karmelo Anthony, that he brought that knife to the school just so he could stab someone.
And also, how did he get the weapon by security?
Well, no, let me clear that. Like, that's why I said that, so I can clear that up. It wasn't at a school; it was at a stadium. It was literally at like a track and field. So it wasn't within inside of a school building. It was just on school grounds, is from what I'm understanding. But anywho, what the hell was I about to say? That's what I was about to say. So, Marcus, what's going on? Appreciate you stopping by. Make sure y'all support the platform by hitting the Cash App and or the Super Chat. And again, the link is open for anyone to join. So, now we got to get to the age and self-defense claims. Again, I'm attacking these point by point that all of the people in the community is trying to make this something that is not. So both Anthony and Rittenhouse were 17 at the time of their incidents, which is true, making them minors navigating serious criminal charges. Both claim self-defense, asserting that they acted out of fear for their lives. Anthony cited the victim's physical aggression and prior threats, while Rittenhouse pointed to immediate physical threats from his attackers. That, to me, is what is really the determining factor in this. And also when it comes down to proportionality. But I'm going to get to that in a second. Hey, Black Beauty, what's going on? So, Anthony and Rittenhouse both claimed that their incidents was based on self-defense. The only difference was Anthony cited that physical aggression and prior threats, it's what led to him to have the incident that he had. Rittenhouse dealt with only the immediate. This is why I'm doing this again. What's going on, Ghost? So, immediate threats to you, immediate threat to your life, right? If I threaten you now, Masaru, and then later on I approach you and I do something to you and you do something in retaliation to me doing something right then and there, that is immediate or imminent threat. If I say I'm going to kill you 4 hours ago and then you see me 4 hours later, then you shoot me, is that immediate threat?
Not entirely, until you advance on me.
Sweet. So, Death Note saying school grounds have the same strength. Breaking the law and instigating means self-defense falls flat. Just like if you're drunk and you delete someone lawfully with a concealed weapon. Exactly. So now we get to the outcomes. Each case resulted in death. Anthony stabbing killed one person and Rittenhouse shooting killed two and injured one. Public media scrutiny. This is what I wanted to get to. Because
also, wait, before you get to that point, didn't he also drop the knife? From what I heard, from what reports said, he ran after the stabbing and he ditched the weapon. Yes. And then later, when the cops found him, he said, "Oh, I was using self-defense."
Yes.
So if it was self-defense,
wait. We got to deal with the facts. As soon as the school resource officer approached him, he said, "It was me. I did it. I told him not to put his hands on me." So he was claiming self-defense from jump, right? That's the facts. I don't want to go deal with the whatabouts.
So he didn't run and drop the weapon?
So no, after everything was said, after he stabbed him, he ran. Whether he threw, dropped, or the knife just was stuck in him and they removed it, I don't know. But from what I understand, that the knife was found up under some bleachers. and wasn't near the incident. But anyway, what's going on, Riaz? What's happening? So, did you have any more to your question or no?
No, that was it. I was just
All right,
wondering
cool.
because I heard that he dropped the weapon at some point, or he took off, like he ran after the stabbing, and then he ditched the weapon. Is what I heard.
Gotcha. So both cases attracted significant attention. Hold on one second. Welcome to the stage, Omni. What's going on, my G?
What's good? What's good, gentlemen? How are
What's
y'all
up, Omni?
today?
Yeah, tackling this whole the community ties, trying to turn something into nothing that it don't need to be. But we got to talk about it. We have to talk.
I mean, yeah, I know it's
Stupid, isn't it?
the same community that has the colloquialism "run up, get done up." I don't understand. I don't understand why is this a thing?
I don't know.
I really don't. You run up on me, especially if it's a group of you. It was him and somebody else, right? Two of y'all, you get what you get.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You get what you get.
It's the literal definition or the literal summarization of the hashtag FAFO. Fuck around and find out. Death Note says self-defense can't work in the commission of a crime. Thank you, Death Note. See, this is what happens when people who are educated or at least have an understanding of what the law is. They can remove themselves from the emotion and they can just deal with the facts. So let's get to the context of the tension. Both incidents occurred in emotionally charged environments. Anthony's took place amid a personal dispute in a school setting, while Rittenhouse's unfolded during volatile protests over racial injustice, which, by the way, to hell with you, Black Lives Matter. Anyone that supports Black Lives Matter, you need to go do a deep dive and research on why it is that you are supporting them and how it is that they're every day getting found out for all of their falsity and their refusal of accountability. But
also, Black Lives Matter is a scam, so yeah.
Black Lives Matter have been a scam, just like that person in government got found out to be their evidence was their DNA evidence was on a noose that they planted in a damn death drawer to say that someone tried to racially threaten them with lynching. But okay, and
but none of that matters because it has black in the title.
All right, so
that's why we supported Black Panther so heavy. It had black, and I'm done.
Pretty much. This incident was localized interpersonal conflict in the school cafeteria rooted in a specific dispute over seating, which is also not true. Kills, what's going on? It involved no broader political or social movement. This is dealing with Anthony, which is true. But unfortunately, because people like to attach themselves to shit that has absolutely nothing to do with them and they try to make it into a whole entire race war, people like to do this dumb shit because they are grifting. They are hoping for likes, shares, subscribes, and payola. But here, at the Say Like podcast, I'm not here to grift unless I'm going to tell you I'm grift. Like if I want to tell you that I'm going to grift, then I'll tell you that I'm going to grift. But right now I can only deal in the facts because too many people are emotionally charged up with their racial bullshit and their own biases because they just want to see a black man get off because they believe that, oh, well, if the white man got off, then the black man should get off, which is bullshit. Did you read the law? Did you follow the case notes? If you didn't, then don't talk to me. I don't want to hear about whataboutisms, especially when it comes to proportionality, which we're going to cover. Anyway. Rittenhouse. The shootings occurred during large-scale protests tied to racial injustice, specifically the Blake shooting, making it a national flashpoint. Rittenhouse traveled across state lines, inserting himself into a chaotic, politicalized situation, which is also wrong. Rittenhouse did not go to Kenosha just so that he could be a part of something that had nothing to do with him. He was contracted to defend a building and a parking lot, if I'm not mistaken. What Black Lives Matter then tried to do was they tried to make everything into this whole race war thing, and they try to play, oh, well, we as black people, we're just so victimized. Well, I can just tell you that we're not, because like as someone told me, if Karmelo Anthony is to be found guilty, then the first thing that black people should do is tear up America. When that's going to solve what?
That the white supremacy, that with whites gone, black people can rule America, right? So,
what do you mean?
Because I've within the last 48 hours, I've seen a whole bunch of black people online always saying like, "Oh, white supremacy, we got to get rid of white supremacy. The whites are suppressing us, holding us back, blah 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 blah." But then when they start burning down cities and stuff, they want to make themselves the victim, right?
I guess I don't know. I never took a part of a building burning or a parking lot burning just because I was mad at something that happened on social media or mainstream media. And trust and believe me, TikTok, I'm looking at you with a side eye. You played a big part in all of those protests.
Honestly, TikTok needs to be deleted. Like,
well, I'm on TikTok streaming right now,
oh,
so watch my.
except for you.
Okay. Shout out to all the TikTok subscribers on the Cellulite podcast.
Greatly
Y'all,
appreciate you.
like I say with my, I tell my audience on YouTube, I have the best subscribers in YouTube. So Cellulite has the best subscribers on TikTok.
Greatly appreciate you, big homie. Greatly appreciate
I'll give him $10 or you're banned.
Listen,
compensation for the conversation. Dope. No, I'm
dope donations for dope discussions, or dope discussions you deserve dope donations, however that goes. Something like that. All right, let me play y'all a little bit of something because I got this from the Timcast or the Tim Pool show that he does. This is them discussing the Anthony case, right? Let's play this.
There was I think they have a photo of the tent actually in this article. We can use that because that matters. Here's the
a lot of people saying, "Oh, well, this happened in the school. This happened." No, there's a tent right there. That is the photo of the tent. That's where it happened at. This is where all of this took place. All of this happened up under that tent. And a lot of people say, "Oh, well, it was heavy raining." Well, I haven't seen a video of the rain. Yeah, I did see a video that someone took sitting to the left of that tent. Ken is catching heat. Well, Tim can catch whatever you want. I'm just going to use his content just for AC the Ball says, "Hey, Sale, happy Saturday. Rittenhouse went there totally by choice. He wasn't contracted by anyone to be there." Wrong again. He was contracted to be there. AC the Ball again. This is why we have to deal in the facts and not with the emotional side of it. But I don't disappreciate your comment. Used car lot, Rittenhouse friends, family business that paid a group to defend it. So now that we have that under control, let's continue.
It's Kai Kindle Stadium in Frisco, Texas. Here's a tent. You can see it's cordoned off. So apparently there was an argument between Karmelo Anthony, who was from a rival school, who was there, and there were a bunch of kids from this town or whatever.
Oh, Alman says, my understanding is the rain started after the stabbing. So then, Omni, Masaru, chat. Let me ask you, why was he under that tent?
Causing drama, causing issues. Because again, they just said in the goddamn thing, they're from rival schools. They have beef. If the schools have beef, the students have beef. So of course they're gonna want to cause issues and drama.
You talking about the kid that did the stabbing?
Yeah.
He was under the tent. I think he knew it was up and he was trying to avoid trouble. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? Because if you want to get active, you be out in the open. If you're really trying to goat somebody into doing something to you, I wouldn't be under anything. Or maybe he was just prepping for the rain. Either one of those.
Let me tell you something right now. My high school, right? I'm not going to say the name of my high school. Well, I already said it before, so I don't care. My high school, Kettering High School, we had rivals, right? Our biggest rival was Finney, right? Whenever Finney and Kettering ended up on the same field, oh, you knew it was some traction. It had to be police there because, listen, 9 times out of 10 is going to be a fight, right? That's what happened at high schools. That's what happened in colleges. How many hell? Have y'all never been to a Michigan versus Michigan State game? Have y'all never been to an Alabama LSU game? Have y'all never been to the rival game? If you've never been to a rival game, you don't know what be happening in those stands.
Louisville versus the Wildcats.
Come on now.
Yeah. The Wildcats fans burn couches and cars.
My school, Chinguzi Secondary versus there was a school right down the street from ours, or a high school that was right down the street from our high school. That was our rival. Those were our rivals, and every time they stepped up into our turf, there was beef.
Right. And also, Kills, thank you for reeling me back. He says, how do you know 100% he was a problem? Let's deal with the facts that we're paying. You're absolutely right. So let's leave all of the whataboutisms and the emotionals on the wayside. Let's only deal with the facts, because what we do know is that he was under that tent. Why he was under that tent, we don't know. But anyway, let's continue.
And they got into an altercation. They told him he wasn't supposed to be there. Apparently, they had words. Karmelo Anthony pulled a knife out from his bag and said, "Touch me and see what happens." Witnesses said either he was touched or grabbed. They were different witness accounts, but that Austin Metcalf did put hands on Karmelo, who then stabbed him once in the chest before running away. According to police, Karmelo Anthony, when he got apprehended or turned himself in, however the story goes. I mean, different accounts. He asked if Austin was going to be okay and said it was self-defense. He said he grabbed me and I said self-defense. The family is arguing it was self-defense. It's strange to me that with this story, the right is adamant that this kid just killed another kid and he should go to prison forever. And I'm like, we don't even know what happened. Like, you've got witness testimony that sounds like a fight happened at a school. Then I've heard the argument.
Death Note says they missing facts based on a police interview. You're absolutely correct, and I want to go to that Karmelo Anthony PDF report.
So let me get this straight, because I didn't know that little tidbit of it. Right?
Take your time.
So he pulled out the knife.
Well, let's
and said,
touch me and fuck around and find out.
No. Wait. Let him finish his question.
Proceeded to touch this individual.
Well, let's see. Right, we have to actually get to what was said. Let's get to the statement. Right.
I got you.
Because we have to. Because that way we won't be dealing with aboutisms. So let me get to the actual statement. Right, where is it? I approached like a real male. See it? Nope, not right there. Not right there. I'm looking for the initial one. I immediately left, went across the field. The individual that was pointing out the black suspect is at the point. There was a chain link fence. Okay, the suspect during the time. All right, cool. So right here. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, "I was protecting myself." It should be noted that I had not questioned him about the incident when he made that comment. I asked him if he had any weapons, and he said no. I patted him down for weapons while we were walking along the fence, and I did not locate any on his person. Jay Biller, what's going on? Jay Biller says so many people are out of order with all of the wording. Yes, they are. But this is why we have to cover the facts. This is why I see all of these channels doing all these black inspirations about how it is that we should be fighting back against the system, and how the man once again has his thumb down and his foot down on the neck of black people. That's because they are trying to emotionally drum up people in the hopes that they will support them with money. My thing is, would you rather support an emotional standpoint, or do you want to support a factual standpoint? And that's another reason why I'm attacking this as well. Because too many people are crowdfunding emotional support. My thing is to hit with your emotions. What does the law say? But anyway, we're going to get there. Alma says, I still want to know how being scared, staying in front of a person you scared of while digging in the bag for your knife makes sense to folks. Well, Texas is a no duty to retreat or flee state. So technically, he did not have to run. Now, the question is, if you really did fear for your life, why didn't you just run? But if I'm Karmelo Anthony's defense attorney, I would say, well, legally, he doesn't have to. He does not have to run, right? We have to understand that point as well. But anyway, let me get back to it. So I instructed the male to walk on a fence, which he complied towards an area where there was an opening in the fence. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see this? Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll make this big screen. That way everybody can see. That led off the track. While walking him off the track, the suspect also said he put hands on me. I then detained the suspect in handcuffed behind his back, and had him sit down on the ground. Officer A. Ricci had arrived on the scene. I concluded another pat down of his person and then searched this person after he gave me consent. No weapons were located. While the suspect sat on the ground, I advised that I had the alleged suspect. The suspect then responds and says, I'm not alleged, I did it. Next, Officer Ricky and I walked the suspect to the patrol vehicle number 2412. This is Officer Ricky's patrol vehicle, which was on the north side gate of the Kendall Stadium. That's what I'm going to call it. As we were walking to the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said he put his hands on me. I told him not to. I did not question the suspect about the incident while he was escorted to the patrol vehicle. I searched his person once again and had him sit in the backseat area, driver's side, on patrol vehicle. While the suspect was in the back seat, I noticed fresh blood on his finger. I verbally acknowledged that I saw blood out loud so that it would be captured on my body-worn camera. It should also be noted that the suspect asked me, is he going to be okay while he was in the back seat? I then identified the suspect. He provided his name and date of birth verbally as Karmelo Anthony, black male, with a date of birth of redacted, which I ran through FPD dispatch. Officer J. Hancock arrived on scene and remained with me and the suspect at this point. Karmelo was then checked via eSchool database for FISD students to also confirm his identity. The identifying information he provided matched the individual I had in custody. Next, I was advised by Sergeant Holland to transport The subject to the Frisco PD jail, Officer Hancock and I transported him to FPD jail. Again, I did not question Karmelo about the incident. Upon arriving at the Frisco jail, Karmelo was escorted inside an intake. Jail staff changed him out into a jail attire. I remained with jail staff the entire time that he was changed over. The clothes that Karmelo was wearing. All right, this is just pretty much giving a description as to everything that happened with that officer. Now we have to get to the police report, which actually gives context. Anthony, I did not know. I replied to him. I didn't know what happened. What's going to put in emergency communication receiving. Black male wearing gray. Subject was possibly wearing gray. Second person on visitor. So, okay, cool. So, Frisco Police Department Emergency Communications were receiving an emergency call regarding an athlete that was stabbed. Malcolm D, what's going on? The originally unknown assailant was a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants and also had a goatee and short hair. The subject was possibly wearing Centennial High School. Centennial is a high school that Anthony went to. Attire, as it was believed he was a student there for the sporting event. This had all taken place on the visitor side of the stadium. And as we've seen from the video here, bam, that is the visitor side. And when it comes to the visitors, who was visiting the high school? The Warriors. All right. Now that we got that, good. Great. At around the same time, school resource officer Cortez arrived on scene and began assisting the victim, trainers, and other parties. Officer Cortez also advised on the radio that he also had the suspect. Sergeant Oatis was working the 50s sector as a sergeant. He was in full Frisco Police Department uniform with distinct patches. Yeah, this is just pretty much saying that he had everything on to identify him as a police officer. At around the time, Officer Cortez, please see the other officers involved narratives for their state's involvement. All right, on to the visitors' bleachers. All right, cool. Sergeant Oatis walked up to the visitors' bleachers and observed the victim being treated by Frisco Fire Department personnel and other athletic trainers. The weather began to turn and it began to, okay, so thank you, Almond Eyes. Where's your comment at? Bam. Almond Eyes says, my understanding is the rain started after the stabbing. So, Masaru and Ami, what do we now know to be true? Was it raining before the stabbing or did it start raining after the stabbing?
After.
It started raining after.
Okay, so for everybody in the chat, I need everyone to put a 1 if you understand that the rain started after the stabbing. Can we all put a 1? It's 39 people watching. Can we all put a 1 in the chat? So where we can understand that the rain started after the stabbing. He calls us on unalive. He should have been cool and not aggressive towards other humans. Just my thoughts. I understand that.
He shouldn't have pulled up to the place with a knife.
Hey, we're going to get to that. I just need everyone in the chat to understand that it started raining after the stabbing had occurred. Because, and I'm going to come on screen for this one, because what a lot of people are saying is it was raining, so he was under the tent. Bullshit. It was not raining to the point where he needed to be under the damn tent. So now, question to you. Why was Anthony under that tent? That's a question that I'll let y'all deliberate on. But again, we're not dealing with the emotional opinions. We're only dealing with the facts. But we all do have an understanding now that I wish we could wait till all the info was out. Well, here's the thing, Jay Villa. I want to wait until all the info is out. But you know what is happening, Jay Villa? This is what's happening. Black people on social media, and I'm saying social media because this is happening over all different platforms. Black people over social media who are too invested into their emotions, what they're doing is they're now cherry picking, and they're picking the outcasts of those who don't just fall with the go with the law and get along program. Just because I'm black, I have to believe that this black man should get off because a white man did. Bullshit. My thing is the facts. I was told that it's toxic masculinity because I don't want to believe that it was raining, and I should understand why he was under that tent. No, what I do know is that after the stabbing had occurred, the rain had happened. Do we understand now? Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah. I understand. What's the significance of it, though? I don't.
The significance of the rain is to get you to understand that emotionally and considerably, it would make reason for him to be under the tent, even though I want everyone to understand, in a field full of people, how many people can fit under this goddamn tent? How many people can fit under this fucking tent?
Not many at all.
Cool. So now that we got that out the way, to that lady whose show I was on, and that other lady came up there, not to the lady because she was cool, but to that other lady that came up there and tried to paint this whole toxic masculinity narrative because I didn't want to believe that he was under a tent just because it's raining. Bullshit. And to hell with you. Kiss my ass.
Okay. That makes sense. Gotcha.
And now, wait. It's not just about her because I've seen other people, I've seen other content creators go all over social media. Well, it was raining. He needed to be under the tent. Okay, cool. What about everybody else? What about the people who were sitting at the very top of the bleachers? Can y'all see my mouse on screen? I don't believe y'all can. What about the people? Yeah, y'all can. What about the people who were sitting up here? Can they fit under the tent? What about the whole entire team? Can the whole entire track team plus the coaches and the cheerleaders and everyone in attendance, can they all fit under that tent? If you can, you're a bad motherfucker. Let me tell you right now, you're bad. But this is what happens when you deal with people's emotions instead of dealing with the facts.
I get it. They all can fit under the tent if they all go into Doctor Strange's parallel mirror world. They can all be under the tent.
Get on my nerves, and I hate you. I literally do hate you.
The Eye of Agamotto.
Studio Mansion says he was just trying to protect his phone. Okay, cool. I can get that. I can get he was trying to protect his phone.
Man, but the simplest scenario in the world. Them niggas ran up on him and he stabbed one of them. It's like I don't.
Next thing, all they hear, the moon haunts you.
He just
Ghost says those tents were not originally in the bleachers, or were they originally downfield on the track team? No, I wish I could find that video. Did I send it to myself? Because someone took a video moments before all of this happened. Let me see if I sent it to myself. Hold on. Where is my Facebook profile? There's right here. All right, cool. Let me see the StreamYard link. That's that. Nope, I didn't send it to myself. All right.
So I'm with you on this because this is the type of shit that the half-stepping hoteps be doing. I've been calling them half-stepping hoteps for years because they come up with extravagant what if scenario. They need to write for Marvel's what if because they be extrapolating ideas of what they think when nobody but the people involved were there on the scene at the time. So we really don't know. But it's easy to surmise. He was sitting on the ops stuff. He was on that side. They was trying to get him up out the section where the bully him, punk the kid, whatever. He was like, yo, run up, get done up. And they decided to run up anyway. That seems like a very simple thing to deal with. I don't think it's like super complicated, but people love complicating shit. For absolutely no reason. It's as simple as it is or as difficult as you want to make it. And they want to make it difficult.
Well, you know what irritates me? This is what irritates me because something like this can come out and people would dismiss it because it does not fit the black narrative, right? Watch this.
Mm-hmm.
There's video, there are several different videos that they verified.
Did the Anthony family obtain their attorneys through NextGen or did they obtain them independently?
The initial attorneys were obtained through our advocacy. Yes, correct. Of course, you know that one of the attorneys, Kim T. Cole, is the general counsel of our organization. And I believe they are adding more people to, when we got the case, it's about ensuring that the families have representation. We know that over the weekend, the courts, which is normal protocol, appointed an attorney. That is done by, I want people to know that's done by the courts. That's not done by the family. The gentleman and there's nothing he did wrong, the gentleman that presented himself as the attorney, at that time when he made those statements, he were the attorney of record. Until Monday morning, when the new attorneys was able to notify the courts that they were the attorneys of record hired and retained by Mr. Karmelo Anthony. That's when they go. And I know there was a lot of confusion as to who did the family hire and all those different types of things. And so for now, y'all, that's an ongoing process.
So what do we
Hold on 1 second and welcome to the stage, my G. Death Note, what's going on, dog?
What's going on, man? I decided to go ahead and pull up.
It's irritating you that much?
Yeah, a little bit, man. The blackity
Yo,
blacks,
Death
man.
Note, I got a
They
question for
kill
you.
me. Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Death Note, I got a
What's
question for you.
what's your question?
What's the rules of engagement?
What's the rules of engagement as far as what?
Just in general. It's a joke. Weapons free. Come on. It's a joke. Come on.
Okay, so I didn't want to do this, but bounties are now open.
God damn it.
Bounties are now open on Masaru. If anyone
Well,
wants to
no,
pay
me
the
why?
you got to hit the cash app. All right, but anyway, really quick. Genesis says, Sale, did you hear the testimony of the witnesses whose daughters were under the same tent? No, I did not, but if you got a link, I would love to hear that. But what I do want to play for you is this, because, I always like to shill out my own content. Let's see if y'all heard this.
Breaking news. A witness in the Karmelo Anthony murder case came forward to make a statement, and we missed a lot about the whole incident. At the time of the incident, there should have been many students around. Let's listen to what he said.
It was raining. It got rained out like crazy bad. Everybody trying to get back to their cars or get in, places where they, wouldn't get all extra wet. Dude was sitting up under the tent, right? He was on his phone, right? My daughters was up under the same goddamn tent. Yeah.
My bad, Genesis. If this is the video you talk about, yeah, this is it. Then yeah, I already posted this video. I posted this on my shorts. But let's
I
continue.
thought I heard this before. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity. So I'm watching everything going on around it because I'm there for my children. So dude walks up, McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent and walked over there.
Quick question. What color is Metcalf's uniform? Is that black and yellow?
Black and yellow, black and yellow.
All right, cool. What color is this tent right here? Is that black and yellow?
Yep.
Okay. Definitely. Let me ask you a question. When you play school sports and you wear blue and black, or you wear yellow and green, or black and purple, if the tent for your sports team was black and purple, would you be up under the black and purple tent?
Yeah, you be under the tent with the people that you know.
Okay. And why is that? Why is it that you would be up under the tent of the same school colors of your uniform?
Because especially when it's a rival team, shit. When I was playing football, you know what I'm saying? Shoot, tensions fly, man. You start throwing fisticuffs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, cool. So it would make sense why Metcalf is up under that tent, right?
If he was wearing the same colors.
Yeah. Cool. So now that we got
that's what I'm
that,
saying.
yeah. Now that we got that understanding, this video right here, at least what this guy is saying, emotionally driven. I can tell you why it's emotional. Man, I don't even know why he was up under that tent. Well, it's the same goddamn school colors. What are we talking about? It's the same fucking colors as the goddamn tent, as the uniform that he's wearing. So I understand why he is under the. Or, you know what? No, I can use facts and understand why he is under that tent. I heard Karmelo wasn't even an athlete. Well, we're going to get to that, Jay Villa. We got to get past all the whataboutism and all the emotional aspects. Let's finish listening to this video.
They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude.
So they intentionally went over there to this kid. Now, if I'm wearing black and green and your school colors is black and yellow, and I'm up under your team tent, what are you gonna do? Imagine we a rival school. What you gonna do?
Hey, nigga, why you in my tent? Why you in my team's tent? Why are you here? Get to stepping. Get to step.
The simple answer is
objection, speculation.
There you go. So the simple thing is, the understanding is, hey, bro, go over there to your tent. You got your own tent. Why are you up under a rival team's tent? Cool. Now we got that out the way. Let's continue.
He was sitting there on his phone, just trying to get dry. You feel me?
Trying to get dry from what? Again, another lie pointed out, as we see here in this police report. Where is it? Right here. Bam. It didn't start raining until after the stabbing. So what was he running from? There was no rain out there yet.
He was running because he knows he was cooked.
It was his telepathy. Like, he's related to Miss Cleo. You know what I'm saying? So he knew, he knew that it was gonna rain. And so he already felt the water, because that's what happens with the mediums. They actually feel it in real life. So he had a vision like That's So Raven when she be doing the thing with her face.
I can look into the future.
Y'all Negroes get on my nerves. I hate y'all. Y'all get on my nerves.
One thing went from another. They grabbed this man and they tried to punch on dude. Dude went in his bag and what they went to try to jump this dude and punch on this dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah. It wasn't just one, it was both of them, bro. Austin, the dude that got unalive, and his brother physically went over there to intentionally. It's not to the point that he brought a knife. For one, it wasn't on school property. The school is at least 5 to 10 miles away. It was community track meet, bruh. It wasn't a school track meet.
Breaking news.
Okay, sweet. So now we got his witness testimony. Great. Let's go back to the police report. The weather began to turn and it began to heavily downpour rain at this time. Some of the FISD staff moved the memorial tent to cover the victim and the FFD personnel. Alma says this guy is lying. We know he is, but it's media like that. It's media like that and interviews like that that drives emotion that people want to use to try to push a narrative that, oh, the black community is just so undermined and underprivileged and all this, that, and the other, when the black community is degenerative as hell anyway. Let's continue. Where was I at? The weather began to turn. Sergeant Otis began using his city-issued phone to snap crime scene photos to preserve as much of the scene as possible due to the weather and the large gathering of people that were involved in the incident. Other officers began to set up crime scene tape. The officers on scene were informed that the knife that was used was tossed and was still believed to be somewhere close. Eventually, one of the eyewitnesses said they remember seeing it on the bleacher still. Officer Schultz was able to locate the knife. It was located between rows 9 and 10 near seat 30, closest to the aisle. Partially open, the rain began to come down again heavily, and it was determined that instead of moving the knife, the officers would cover it with a large blue tarp. Sergeant Oates assisted in preserving the immediate crime scene as much as possible, while the other personnel tended to the victim, eventually transported him at around the same time. Officer Wetzel had the crime scene logged and began logging individuals on the call to the best of his abilities. Lieutenant Crawford and Pemberton relieved Sergeant Oates of the scene. Sergeant Oates went back to the police department. He re-downloaded the photos. I wanted to get to the part where they actually talk about what happened. Grabbed his back. Here we are, right here. Austin and the suspect, who was later identified as Karmelo Anthony, was from Centennial High School and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. So now that we have this, I want to ask everyone in the chat. Karmelo Anthony was from Centennial High School and he was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Put a 1 in the chat if you understand that. Genesis says, where's the testimony from the kids from the tent I was under as well? Trust me, I got all of them. They all up in this one PDF. So Austin had told Anthony, Austin is the Caucasian young man. Anthony is the black young man. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under the team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under the team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin. Now, I need everyone to lock in for 4 seconds. And gentlemen on the panel, I need y'all to lock in for like 4 seconds. The media has told y'all that he was touched and then he reached into his bag. Witness statement says that he reached into his bag first and then said, touch me and see what happens. Are we locked in?
Facts, yeah.
Yeah, I got something, but I don't want to blow what you about to say. So I got some stuff on that.
Okay, cool. So Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony was pulled out what blank redacted recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest, and then he ran away. Austin began grabbing his chest and telling everyone to get help. Redacted advised he did not know Anthony's name, but stated another Memorial track member, redacted, was friends with Anthony and he could identify Anthony. So now I think I know why Anthony was up under that memorial tent. Based on a witness statement, it would seem to me that Anthony, who went to Centennial, had a friend who went to Memorial, and that's probably why he was up under the tent. But I want to leave what about this out the way. Go ahead, Def Note, what you got?
Well, that was the exact point that I was going to bring up was the fact that um, he instigated it by sticking his hand in his bag and saying, "Touch me and find out." They touched him, and he didn't do anything. And then from there, he said, "Okay, well, punch me and see what happens." To my understanding, based off of all the reports, not just this one, he didn't punch him. He like shoved him,
Yeah.
and after shoving him, that's when he pulled out the weapon and went toward his chest.
Yes.
So so yeah, that the whole thing, like I said, there's a whole bunch of facts in this thing that just don't add up for self defense, and it depends on who owns this actual track field. I know that it's a few miles down the road and stuff like that, but it's not uncommon for schools to own property that's not co-located with the school. If that track area is owned by the school, then it still counts as school grounds, which means that it falls under the same rules where you can't have a weapon. Obviously, there was no need for him to have a weapon because if you think about it, from the inner city, I grew up in the middle of the hood. From the inner city, if you go to any kind of function, track meet, prom, whatever the case may be, you got metal detectors and you getting wanded at the door. If you're in a well-to-do area where violence is a lot lower, they don't check like that. So no understanding on my part that hey, he's going there thinking that he was gonna have violence happen at that place, except
Hey,
for the
gentlemen,
violence that he was gonna
I
cause.
need y'all to hold the conversation. I got to step away for 1 second. So just keep the people entertained. Hold the conversation for a second.
Yeah,
All
like
right.
he shouldn't have been there to begin with. Regardless if his friend was a part of, even if his friend was there, he shouldn't have been there, knowing that both the schools have a rivalry, and the fact that he instigated it by saying "touch me and see what happens" when he shouldn't have been there. Period, is all kinds of suspect.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're gonna try to make this a racially motivated thing, like Sel said. But the problem is that when you look at the facts don't add up. I mean, listen, I sound like Uncle Ruckus, no relation. I
No
sound like
relation.
Uncle Ruckus when I say, you know, what I'm saying the fact that he went over there, he put himself in a position where this could happen. Like anybody else on any other team, if you're in any other school, any school, especially schools with a rivalry, you just don't go over there. Not unless you're trying to start some stuff. You just don't do it.
Yep, and he went over there, killed someone, and then as soon as he did it, he just took off, ran away because he knew that there was going to be consequences for his actions, and he didn't want to deal with it. So he took off and ran. And then when he got caught later, he admitted to it. So he fucked himself. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah, and then taking the actual weapon and relocating it to a whole nother area is like, come on. There's so many things that just there's too many holes for him to get self defense. I do believe that because of public outcry, they might be able to get it downgraded to manslaughter. But as more facts come out, then they're definitely going to leave the current charge that he has. I can't say what it is because that N word, you know what I'm saying, causes problems. But um, the first degree is likely what it's going to stick because it shows intent. Where he messed up is that when he stuck his hand in the bag and got hands on it, and he said, "Touch me and see what happens." Even from that, just doing that action now shows intent that he intended to do something. And so after he was touched, he also didn't do anything. As soon as he was shoved, that's when he did something. The intent was shown. And so they're going to have a hard time. They're trying to do self defense because obviously they're trying to get public outcry. And this is one of the reasons why I say that in 6 months' time, they're going to, because it's so local and it's such a smaller community, they're going to file for a change of venue to try to get to another place that's a little bit more favorable to see if they can get charges downgraded or possibly get some other plea going where it's going to be a lot more lenient. So 6 months time, 6 months to a year, they're going to go ahead and do a filing for a change of venue. Then they're going to go through it and they're still going to find them guilty because based on the facts, on the face of everything, it sucks. It sucks to say it, but this is one of those things that's a little bit more cut and dry as the facts come out.
Most definitely. Also, welcome to the stage, KB from KC5, and also Mr. Cash App. I got your Cash App. Appreciate you for supporting the show. Y'all be like Mr. Cash Out and support the show by hitting the Cash App or hit the super chat. Also, DJ Wish Doctor's in the chat. What's going on, DJ? Hope all is well with you, my G. First Best GG is in the chat as well. Which says, this is a horrible tragedy. At worst, that anyone would try to make this about race. Yes, everyone is trying to make it about race, but that's why we talk.
Hang on. Let me stop you right there real quick, right? This wasn't a tragedy. This was premeditated. He walked up into the goddamn tent when he shouldn't have been there, and he had a knife in the backpack. Why the fuck would you have a knife in the backpack if you knew that you were going to try and make yourself the victim? It was premeditated. Come on. He stabbed the dude and then took off because he knew there was consequences for his actions. That's why he ran. If he wasn't scared and stayed, then he could have played the self-defense argument. But the moment he ran, he was cooked. So he's done.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So
Also,
I don't. Listen, I have a. Oh, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Do your thing.
I have a disagreement with that, right? And so think about it. If you're in a place where everybody's against you, even if you go to somebody else's house, right? Just to take it out of this situation so that people can relate to it. Even if you go to somebody's house, right? And you have a problem with one person in that house, and it's all their family there. Listen, if I punch you in the face, I'm not staying there while all the rest of the people may be closing in on me or anything like that. I'm moving. I'm moving out. So yeah, I can say that after the fact, he probably was scared or whatever the case may be, but it still doesn't explain the fact that he took the weapon, ran, and essentially nearly stashed it. Well, depending on what story you hear, because one story says that it was just found laying there, and another story said that it was found underneath or whatever the case may be, like as if it was thrown underneath the bleachers. So I believe that one of the police reports came out and saying that they found it laying on the bleachers away from the student, which is like he pulled it and ran with it and dropped it as he was running. But again, a lot of the stuff as far as the running, that's not what's going to get him in trouble really, or cause additional charges or make the jury less lenient. What's going to really do it is the circumstances that led up to it.
Absolutely correct. And also, we don't know the length of the blade because I just did a little bit of research. Frisco, well, first let me walk down how I just did this research. I would say most school sporting events will not allow the carry of weapons, and that includes knives. Most are also location based or location restriction based. In other words, you cannot have a blade that is longer than 5.5 inches. But in this case, as you can see, you don't need a blade that's longer than what, 3 inches, or however many inches, anything up under 5, you can still do damage, right? But how long you gonna be on? So I'm gonna hit the link. I'll be on to about a good, like maybe like 4 o'clock, something like that. I might be on to like 4 o'clock. But yeah, KP from KC5 came up here. What's going on, KP?
What's up? Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, this is one of those situations that should have never happened. I see this situation very similar to a sports fan going under another sports fan's tent at a football game. Like that's kind of what I see this like. And the reason I say that is because if you ever been to like a NFL game, people are very tribal about their teams, and it can get violent really fast. Even if you're not intending on doing anything, but to go into somebody's tent, they said it was raining, so I could see that if it was raining, but to also have a knife, that puts you in a different space when you have a knife, and the first thing you say is touch me and see what happens. You're done. There's no way I don't see him doing a lot of time behind this. He's gonna do a lot of time behind this.
He's gonna do life for murder.
Well, hold on, wait. We have, and I'm glad that KP came up here. So, who is this? I don't know who that is. We have to stick with the facts. The facts is, according to the police report and according to witness statements, it didn't start raining until after the stabbing happened. But we do understand from a witness report that Karmelo Anthony was either visiting or sitting with someone that was under the memorial tent, because as the witness statement has said, that they didn't know who he was until someone who was wearing a memorial school uniform identified him as Karmelo Anthony. So they had some type of relation. They knew who he was. So that's probably why he was up under that tent. But again, I don't want to stick to whataboutisms or emotional factors. I only want to stick to the facts of the case. But I understand why it is that you came with that point. But I appreciate that. Can we get back to the police report for just a second, right? So we all understand that from this witness statement here, that they said that he didn't go, that he went to the bag prior to the whole touching and all of that and the other. It says Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons inside of his bag. And Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what seemed, or what redacted recalls as, a black knife. So Austin grabbed him, and that's when he pulled the knife, because he already had, well, according to this witness, he already had the bag in his hand.
And
So
he
when
told him
Austin
twice, "Don't touch me."
Yeah, he told him twice. Well, he told him once, don't touch me. Then he said, punch me and see what happens. But from what this witness is saying is that Austin went to grab Anthony, or he did grab him, and then he came up out the bag. Basically, he had it ready. He had it in stage one already, right? So he pulled the bag, he pulled out from the bag with the knife, stabbed him, and then ran. But anyway, let me just go back to this. Austin began grabbing his chest and telling everyone to get help. Redacted advised he did not know Anthony's name, but stated another Memorial track member, Redacted, was friends with Anthony, and he could identify Anthony. Redacted described Anthony as a black male, skinny with possibly a goatee, short, puffy hair, and wearing a Centennial High School clothing. This concludes my contact with Redacted. I then was instructed to start a crime log. I retrieved a crime scene log from my patrol vehicle and began to start logging the crime scene. I was later relieved by Officer Schultz, who took over the crime scene log, and I cleared the scene. So he grabbed him, so he caused his own unalive. Well, listen, I'm with the fuck around and find out rule. But Kills, let me ask you this question. According to the law, proportional to just being grabbed and or touched, is a knife proportional to that? That's my question to you. The reason I bring up proportionality, because it plays a huge part in all of this. So I want you to think about that. Dispatch drove to the scene. Wednesday. The suspect. I began asking people if they were witnessing anything. I made contact. All right, cool. So now we have another witness statement. I began asking people if there was witnesses to anything. I made contact with Hunter, redacted, and then redacted. Blackmail. They were both breathing heavily and crying due to the nature of events. They were with coaches on the field, and it was pouring down rain. So now we already know the stabbing has already happened, and it's raining. We made the decision to relocate. I'm sorry, according to this witness, but we already know that that's a fact, that it didn't start raining until after the stabbing occurred. We made the decision to relocate to a locker room just to the east to get out of the rain. Once in there, things calmed a little bit. However, they were still hysterical and could not really talk. In there, I learned Hunter was the brother of the victim. So now Hunter, who we know is the brother of Austin. Yeah, well, Hunter is the brother of Austin. Now we got that. I want y'all to remember that name. Hunter is the brother. I attempted to ask them both what had happened. I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but Redacted stated he wanted to speak. I asked him what happened, and he stated they were all sitting on the bleachers under a Memorial High School tent. Now we do know, hey, what's going on, Moxie? We do know that Hunter and Austin go to Memorial, or at least Austin had on a Memorial uniform, and they were under a Memorial tent. If you do not understand what I'm saying, then you could just go back to right. I just closed out a tab that I did not need to close out. God damn it. All right, well, whatever. This is the tent that they were under, and Austin was wearing these colors when it all happened. Oh, wearing these colors that matches the tent. But let me get back to the report. Did I close out the report? No, I did not. Thank God. All right. When another male whom he did not know walked over and sat under the tent. So people are saying, well, they came out of nowhere and they came up under the tent. From what the brother is saying, they were already under the tent. Anthony came over to their tent. Do we have that understanding? Great. Said it before. When another male who he did not know walked over. All right, cool. Redacted then said Austin, the victim, told this male that since he did not go to memorial, he had to leave the tent. Austin and the male went back and forth, and then Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. Redacted has said during this time of arguing, the male was reaching around in his bag. So before the push, while they were arguing, he was already reaching his bag. This is according to the brother, Hunter. It was at this time the male took out a knife and stabbed Austin and then left the scene. This was all redacted. Remember when he talked to me. After this, I then stood with the three athlete witnesses until CID arrived and interviewed them. I was then relieved by an SRO and went back on patrol. This statement. I arrived on scene, observed medical personnel. The medical personnel were actively observed crime scene. Then I met with Officer Webster directly. I took over responsibility of monitoring the witnesses. Ultimately, the witnesses was taken to another area out of the rain. Officer Schultz took over the crime scene log, and I forwarded the information about the bystanders to him. From that point forward, I worked with coordinated response. Yeah. Once I was located upon my arrival, I tried to get an updated location. The subject could not see. I was going to hotels, coordinated, used crime scene tape, and memorial coach approached me and informed me that he was with the student who claimed to see the entire altercation. I told the coach to stick with the student and that we would need to get him to the police station to get a statement. The student quickly informed me that he knew where the suspect threw the knife and pointed me to his location. I located the knife with Sergeant Otis and could see blood on the knife. I quickly used my city-issued phone to take pictures before the rain could wash the blood away. Sergeant Otis located a blue tarp, and we decided that we should cover the knife without touching it in an attempt to preserve any evidence. It was windy and raining. Once we positioned the tarp over the knife, I reached down and grabbed a backpack left in the stands to weigh the tarp down and threw it up by where Sergeant Otis was positioning. It was later discovered that the backpack I threw up on the tarp was a suspect's backpack. It was the only Centennial High School backpack located within all of the Memorial High School backpacks in that area of the stands. After securing the scene with the crime scene tape and attempted to preserve as much evidence as possible, I sent the other officers locating possible witnesses, maintain security scene, maintain scene, photos be uploaded, Colin High School, Tommy, Texas, dislocated school stadium. Call notes advised the Blair had been stabbed unconscious upon arriving. Several officers and knife reported shortly after. Responded to Texas. I was asked. Task was meeting with the ambulance at the hospital. Arrived, located, staff stopped treatment and disconnected cords and tubes. While on the scene, I was landing requested assistant lifting the sheets of the body, take photos. There. Took notes. Officer Higgins, Collins. I gave one voluntary witness statement that he worked on until detectives arrived to speak with him on Tuesday. Was Heritage High School radio. Upon arrival, first made contact. As I walked up, I noticed from the reminder as other students were reported stadiums, medical worker. While with them, I was told to take their cell phones from them and later turn them over to the sergeant. I was asked to make contact. Below is a list of all of students who identified themselves as witnesses to the stabbing of Austin Metcalf. Bus number, high school boys track, high school girls track, Memorial boys track, Fresco, Independence. I don't see Centennial on here. Why is he there? Hold on. Lebanon Trail High School girls track, Liberty High School boys track, Liberty High School girls track. Do me a favor, one of y'all. Can y'all see what school does Centennial belong to? Is that just a team name or is that the name of the school?
Centennial what?
Centennial. Look up Karmelo Anthony Centennial School. What school? What's the name of the school that he went to?
Karmelo Anthony.
Spelled with a K.
Yeah. Oh, the K?
Okay. Yeah.
Karmelo Anthony School.
What high school did he attend?
What?
While he's looking that up, it's not uncommon because I used to do track and football. Yeah, I used to do track and football, and it's not uncommon for track meets to actually include multiple schools. So that may be one of those things.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. All right. Does that make sense? I still want to know, why was he there? Vice Baby is in the chat. What's going on, Vice Baby? For those who do not know, I posted in December the loss of one of my good friends, another content creator on YouTube by the name of Legal Vices. And this is his son in the chat. So make sure everybody that is watching right now, make sure y'all drop down in the chat, say hello to Vice Baby. Appreciate you being here, my G. Thank you. I was also met with by the following coaches who advised. All right, cool. So I respond to the call. Incident. I'm just trying to get to any more witness statements. Okay, so that's the witness statements that we got so far. Vice Ray, what's going on? What's happening, everybody? Playboy Bills, what's going on? All right, cool. So now that I got that all out the way, now that we read through all these witness statements, I want to get back to Tim Pool's video. Let's go.
Apprehended or turned himself in, however the story goes. I mean, different accounts. He.
Oh, and by the way, gentlemen, if y'all want to jump in and pause me or stop me, y'all just got something to offer, just let me know.
Asked if Austin was going to be okay and said it was self-defense. He said he grabbed me and I said self-defense. The family is arguing it was self-defense. It's strange to me that with this story, the right is adamant that this kid just killed another kid and he should go to prison forever. And I'm like, we don't even know what happened. Like, you've got witness testimony that sounds like a fight happened at a school. Then I've heard the argument, yeah, well, he shouldn't have had a knife. He brought a knife to a school, and it's like, okay, what kind of knife was it? Was it a utility knife? Was it a switchblade? Was it a machete? Like, did he have a steak knife? Was he coming back from culinary class where he had fine Japanese blades for cutting cucumbers? I have no idea.
You said it was a folding knife?
Yeah, it was a folding knife, so obviously no more than about 5 inches. But yeah, it was a folding knife, and they said that when they found the knife, that the blade was partially folded or partially retracted.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
You're allowed to carry knives in I'm pretty sure in Texas, especially if it's like a utility blade. You're also not allowed to grab people. So the crazy thing about this story is that people are demanding give, send, go, take down a fundraiser. I'm like, what is this? GoFundMe? No. But I also want to say to Jacob Wells, why is he acting like I can't do it because someone on the right will have? No. If I was CEO, I'd come out and be like, I don't care what you think. Bye. Boycott me. Go away.
There it is. So this is the statement from the give, send, go person about the funds that is being raised for Karmelo Anthony. And also, do y'all remember the name of the company that was raising funds or that supported Kyle Rittenhouse? Let me check y'all memory and make sure, see if y'all remember it. Anybody remember that name of the company? Nobody?
No, I got nothing.
No. Company that was supporting Kyle Rittenhouse. Nobody? Got you. It was Rifle Coffee. Black Rifle Coffee caught a whole bunch of scrutiny from primarily who? Black people. Because why? Black people love protesting shit that has absolutely nothing to do with them, right? Black people love to do this dumb shit where they like to drum up all of these emotional values, and therapists is about, oh, well, we need to protest them because they're against Black people. Karmelo attended Centennial High School in Fresno, Texas. Yeah, so why is Centennial? Well, Centennial's not even on the list to be a part of that track meet. So why is he there? But anyway, let me get back to that. So there was this whole drum up between the funds that is being raised by Karmelo Anthony and the funds that was raised for Kyle Rittenhouse. And of course, because Black people always love to point to dumb shit, Black people says, well, all of those people who was proportional force, excessive force, a shove or a push don't equal a stab to the chest. Exactly. Truth and reality undefeated. I'm getting to that. So, the funds that's being raised. Let me go ahead and put a nail in the coffin on this really quick. Stop saying that racist people are supporting or did support Kyle Rittenhouse, and stop only trying to drum up every other people except for Black people to donate money to Karmelo Anthony. Because when egg hits you in the face, and it does come out, and this is just my assumption, when it comes the verdict comes out that he is more than likely guilty, I want y'all to understand that y'all did this stupid shit. This is what y'all did on social media. But anyway, legal outcomes. Karmelo Anthony's case is still going on with bail being denied. Oh, let me get to that stupid shit. So a lot of people are saying that it's racist that Karmelo Anthony's bail is set at $1 million. What y'all think about it?
Good.
It's a high profile crime.
He should be under the jail by now.
It's a I think for the weight of homicide, when you unalive somebody, I think it's generally high.
Yeah, most states
So
have mandatory minimums. I think that $1 million was just a standard for their location.
Yeah.
mhm. Cool. Now, what was Kyle Rittenhouse bond set at?
I think his was set at like, I think it was over $1 million actually for Kyle.
Kyle Rittenhouse initially, let me make sure before I say this out loud because I hate when people say this stupid shit. Bond set. Oh, see, while dumb people is sitting on, Convergence says, come on, he's still a kid. Well, guess what? Kyle Rittenhouse was a kid too. He was 17 too. Guess how much his bond was set at? To all you
5 mil,
stupid
right?
ass. No, to all you stupid ass black people. And the reason I'm saying all you stupid ass black people because a lot of people sound about stupid. Guess what Kyle Rittenhouse's bond was set at? Kyle Rittenhouse's bond was $2 million.
Sounds about right.
So someone help me. Oh shit. I'm getting a phone call. Okay.
So basically what's going on is the inferiority complex of black people that I always talk about. We always have to use white people as a standard for the shit that we got going on, the stuff that we doing. So when something like this happens, it's like, but the white people, but the white people, but the white people, but the
It's
white
always
people,
the
but that
it's
white boy.
always the white man's fault for everything.
Convergence says, come on, he's still a kid. My comment, I don't mind the bond. My comment was for the put him under the jail. I mean, I'll say it like this. For someone who, you know what, I don't care. For someone who kills someone, do they deserve to have freedom? How much freedom or restriction are we willing to give someone who took a life unnecessarily?
Oh, I was about to say you clean that up a little bit at the end because there's a difference between murder and killing. So I
Yeah.
don't believe everybody who kills deserves that. But when it comes to murder, um, I do believe that yeah, it's just like the thing that I believe when it comes to people who what do they call it maps minor
Yeah.
attracted people.
The
I
peoples
think this,
throw.
Yes.
I think that the same rules need to apply for them. They need to go away.
No, they need to be thrown
There's,
into a
but
wood chipper.
but again, there's a difference between because there's actually a legal difference as well. So um, if you say that somebody just K word kill somebody,
Mhm.
um, that's different than murder.
Gotcha. So the reason I brought up that a reason I wanted to attack that narrative because a lot of people, again, I'm attacking narrative here. A lot of people are saying that, oh, what's wrong that his bond is set at $1 million. Kyle Rittenhouse's bond wasn't that much. Actually, it was. Kyle Rittenhouse's bond was set at $2 million. He was released after this amount was posted during his homicide trial. So is there a racial component when it comes to setting a bond? When is there a racial bias when it comes to setting the component of bond? I want to ask y'all in the chat and y'all gentlemen on the panel. Is there a racist angle?
That depends on the judge that's overlooking the case because the judge is the one who sets the bond. So
So you're saying is there a racial component to the bond or the case in general?
The bond, because I'm attacking this piece by piece.
Gotcha. Elephant. How you eat an elephant?
Mhm.
So yeah, no, I ain't seeing it. I ain't seeing no way. Like I'm tired of, and this is what kills me because when actual racism happens, like you mentioned BLM earlier, people ain't outraged that it was a Caucasian man that actually owns the company, the 501c3. Uh Otherwise known as a non-for-profit organization, but they rake in billions of dollars and have all these assets, real estate assets and whatnot. They
Hey man,
like
stop trying to cut into my pockets on live, bro. Where you
like
go?
yeah, say like that's not racism, but this is for some reason. And what my concern is, right, in
Mhm.
this line of thinking is what does that do for you where you have an organization that has taken like massive amounts of donations um and funding and assistance and rallied so many black people to certain things, and in a lot of cases it was BS. But you know what I'm saying, rallied Black people around an organization that was actually started by a white man. And then, well, not started, but the movement wasn't started, but it's been funded. It's been co-opted. And now this situation here, you're going to Kyle Rittenhouse and saying, what about the white people? What about the white people? What about the white people? What does that do for you at the end of the day? What does that do? What is this kid supposed to be the next OJ?
Because Black people always like to paint a narrative that that they're the victim. You know why they say, "What about the white people? What about the white?" They want fair treatment until it comes to actually getting fair treatment. Then they want to be above.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Truth and reality. I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
I was saying, unfortunately, and this is why I say it's ultimately an inferiority complex, because if somebody else is setting the standard for you instead of you just establishing your own standard, then you're ultimately being led by them. So you're trying to get away from white people by being led by white people.
Correct, Demondo. Also, thank you to Truth and Reality Undefeated with the $5 super chat. He says the Kyle Rittenhouse comparison is weird because the two cases have more differences than things in common. Kyle used a gun, shot two white people, etc. Absolutely correct. You're the first person. You're the first Black person I actually heard that came out openly said, "Oh well, we knew he shoot white people, but during the time they said that all he shot was Black people." Be like Truth and Reality and get you a super chat or a Cash App donation today. We are still looking for a show sponsor of about $50. So if you'd like to be the one to be the show sponsor, make sure you hit the Cash App, which is $sell you light. It is sounded, it's spelled exactly as it sounded. If you can't find it, it's located right at the top of the chat. But anyway, I thought Karmelo was trying to stay dry and part of the meat. Damn. Yeah, well, once you read through the report and you get past people and all of their emotional biases and how they're trying to paint this narrative, then we can actually just stick to the facts. King 365 Dean just tuned in. Salute to the panel. Appreciate you for just tuning in. And thank you, Ghost, for shilling out the Cash App. But now I want to get to the case law in the legal context for Karmelo Anthony. Illinois Self-Defense Law 720 ILCS 5-7-1. A person is justified in using deadly force if they reasonably believe it's necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. Anthony's defense must prove he faced such a threat and that his response was proportionate. The prosecution argues he initiated the conflict, potentially negating self-defense under the initial aggression rule. I believe that's what you pointed to, Death Note.
Yes, sir.
Cool, appreciate it. And also, Sale, they're gonna say you cooning. I don't care if they say I'm cooning. My thing is this: I don't have to be a part of a community that hates itself. And if they're going to call me cooning for not wanting to be a part of a community that hates itself, I'll gladly be labeled as a coon because I want to stick to the facts. I'm not here to drive a narrative based on emotion and misinformation just because people want me to be a part of a go along, get along program. But it's funny that they will call me cooning because I don't agree with their narrative, but they love me any other time when I'm actually up here spinning facts. But now that I'm spitting facts that goes against their narrative, they want to be upset. Just like the same thing that's happening with Doge right now. A lot of people was upset about Doge finding a whole bunch of wasteful money. But now that Doge has found money that was being wastefully spent during Trump's first presidency, a lot of people was firing up live streams. Oh, look, they found stuff on Doge. This is wrong with Black people. But anyway, let me get back to it. People versus Jeffers, 1991. The Illinois case clarified that self-defense requires a reasonable belief in danger, even if mistaken, but provocation by the defendant can undermine the claim. Death Note, do you mind giving a little bit of background into that?
No, it's just most statutes in most cases. Only reason I look at like a lot of these states and stuff like that is because I am concealed carry. I do have an FFL. I do have class 3 items and all that good stuff. Yeah, so if I travel to other states, I need to know the laws. So, for instance, if I didn't have my concealed carry and I wanted to drive through Tennessee, Tennessee has laws saying that the weapon and the ammo can't be in the same compartment of the vehicle, which means one has to be in the trunk and one has to be in the car, in the actual passenger compartment. You have to keep it separate if you do not have a carry permit. So it's one of those things where most states have a duty to retreat. And one of the reasons why, and I know some people have gone as far as saying that this is similar to the Zimmerman thing. What people don't understand is that Zimmerman did not have the argument for self-defense until his head was getting hit against the ground. When he came out with the video and all this stuff about, basically he was getting his butt whooped and somebody reached for your weapon, guess what? You reached for it first. And so everybody paints these people as martyrs, and everybody's a saint, and everybody had a perfect 4.0 GPA and all this other stuff. But when
Cop
you look
George
at the fact,
Floyd.
when you look at the fact, when you look at the facts, what you can see is that it doesn't meet the criteria for self defense, because he did actually like two or three actions that literally negate his whole argument for self defense.
Correct. And that was because of his provocation. As one witness has stated, that he himself has seen Karmelo Anthony. This was the brother's statement. He's seen that during the back and forth that Karmelo went for his back. He deferred to that weapon or to that knife. I'm not going to call it a weapon yet. It only became a weapon after he made the choice to use it as a deterrent to the threat that was coming, or he assumed to be coming at them. But when we talk about proportion, that's where this whole entire thing makes or breaks a case. Now, I do understand that a lot of people are looking at the People versus Jefferson argument, and they're saying that because of his provocation, Austin, that Anthony should have been within his legal right to defend himself. But they're overlooking the fact that witness statement has compiled, and that is congruent to Anthony's statement that he warned him, he told him, and because it's a no duty to retreat or flee state, that he didn't have to leave. But still, that's where the murky area lies, and it's going to take for video or audible evidence to come out that actually shows what actually happened. But people need to stop painting narrative. A lot of people are really just doing so in the means because they want to drum up unnecessary social justice warrior values so they can be able to draw people to their cause, which is stupid to me. But anyway, Anthony's prior interactions with the victim may complicate his defense if deemed provocative. Illinois considers juvenile status in sentencing, but first-degree murder carries a minimum of 20 years for adults. If convicted, Anthony's age may mitigate sentencing, though not necessarily the charge, because he is 17 years old. He's not 18. He's not an adult yet. So we have to take that into consideration. Now let's skip over to Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse, Wisconsin self-defense law, similar to Illinois, Wisconsin permits deadly force to prevent imminent harm. And I need to put a nail in what imminent harm is again. Rittenhouse did not fire any shot until the harm that was threatened to him was imminent. There was no imminent harm to Anthony. There was delays. After he was told to move, he could have just left, but he did not want to. Legally, he didn't have to. But after a argument or after he was pushed and he gave warning, he chose to then act. The harm was not imminent. It was delayed. The law focuses on a defendant's state of mind at the moment of action, not prior choices. Now, again, when you reflect that to Rittenhouse and you reflect that to Anthony, whose state of mind would you say was premeditated and whose was just reactionary? I'll ask you first, Masaru. Masaru? Okay, he's not there. Death note.
Say the question again.
So was Anthony was his reaction based on imminent or was it delayed?
I mean, it was definitely imminent, but I thought you said that. Well, I thought the question was more so, was it premeditated
I'm
or?
sorry, yeah, premeditated. My bad.
So both can be true, right? It can be premeditated rather than instinct, and you still get off with self-defense. Reason being is because, for instance, one of my rules of engagement is, if somebody's getting too close to me in a aggressive style or whatever the case may be, I do motion to my weapon, which in some states will be considered brandishing. But I'd rather do that and hopefully they just stop and on the thought that I have something than for me to escalate it to the next. Because one of the rules that I had in the military and everything else is if you draw it, you plan to use it. So
Correct.
I'm not drawing down on anybody as much as possible. But if you get close enough to me, then especially when I give you ample warning or anything like that, we have a problem. Now I get it in this situation. They were in close proximity, so closing the distance and stuff like that. There's definitely different rules, but Kyle Rittenhouse, there was premeditation there because, you know, he was trying to defend himself and he knew what he was going to do if he got back into a corner. It is what it is. But
Mm-hmm.
there is premeditation there, but both of them can be on instinct and premeditation. Two things can be true at the same time.
Correct. So while Monster is in the bathroom, we're going to skip down to the racial perspectives in America. Jesus Christ, and why I need to cover this. The Anthony and Rittenhouse case illuminate divergent racial dynamics in the American justice system and public perception. Rittenhouse and racial double standards. Despite involving white individuals, Rittenhouse case was racialized due to its context. Protests over a black man's shooting. Critics, including legal scholars like Nancy Gertner, noted that a black teenager openly carrying a rifle and shooting three people would likely face immediate police action or harsher prosecution. Tamir Rice was an example, killed for holding a toy gun, which to me that is that's a bad example to use because we do understand that the mental state of those police officers was completely off the wire when it came to handling Tamir Rice. Tamir Rice, that situation was just bad all the way. So I wouldn't use Tamir Rice as an example for trying to explain what happened with Rittenhouse or even with Anthony. Rittenhouse's ability to walk past police post-shooting and his acquittal fueled perceptions of white privilege supporters, however, framed him as a Second Amendment hero, revealing a polarized divide when race informs narratives, even when not directly involved. Let me ask you a question, Death Note. You're a legal gun carrier, right? You're a legal gun owner, right?
Absolutely.
Do you second guess or do you give thought about should I walk past police holding my gun?
Holding? Yeah. I wouldn't do that in a million years.
Okay. What about just if you just have your gun strapped to you, like if you got your strap on?
Pause. But nah, I mean, I carry my.
Serious pause. My bad.
But nah, I carry my weapon around and about police all the time. I just don't put them in a situation where they'll have to react. So having it out, that's different than me, you know, having it in my holster and you know having a conversation or whatever the case may be. In a traffic stop, I don't have to, but I do go ahead and inform them that you know all that good stuff.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, just take the risk out of the situation. Now, the fact that he was able to walk past him and all this other stuff. Listen, many places, even here in Georgia, there's been plenty of things where Georgia, because we believe in open carry, there's people
Mhm.
who've been walking around with ARs and AKs and everything down the street, bars. I saw a dude with an old ass bar. Anyways, um, they walk down the street and guess what? They get stopped, man. They get stopped like, hey, what's going on? And this and that, da, da, da. The police, I mean, you have it on you. Sometimes they'll remove it depending on how well the police know their laws. Sometimes they'll just remove it for their safety while they're having a conversation. But usually they have a quick conversation. Or not, make sure that you got ID, that you're old enough to carry, and then they move on. If you look old enough to carry, they don't even ask you for ID. They may want you, continue to want you to see what you're going to do,
Mhm.
but it's perfectly legal here.
Correct. So there's a thing called constitutional carry. Does anyone need to be explained what constitutional carry is? Okay, I'm just going to do it just because. Constitutional carry, also known as permitless carry, means a state allows citizens who can legally possess a firearm to carry it both openly and concealed without a permit. This implies that no state license or permit is required to carry a handgun. You can't bring a knife to a fist fight. We know right from wrong. Exactly. That's when we get into the proportionality aspect. When it comes to constitutional carry, I don't know why people try to make this even to a racial argument. Listen, as a black man, constitutionally carried my weapon in front of and not in front of police because I know why I'm carrying my firearm. I know why I'm holding my firearm. Monster, are you back? Okay, cool. All right, but the thing is, I know that if police stop me and ask me questions about my firearm, more than likely they're going to want to either seize my firearm or detain my firearm for a minute while they detain me and ask me questions. I have nothing to hide. I go, "Hey, you want to take the firearm? Here you go, bro. Just make sure you wipe your prints off when you get done. I got all my paperwork and all this, that, and yellow. Or if I don't need them paperwork, I just don't need paperwork. It's constitutional carry. Thing is, there's nothing race related. Now, a lot of people may try to use all of these underdeveloped neighborhoods or urban communities to try to justify that argument. But my thing is this though: is there a heavy police presence in black communities? Yes, there is. There needs to be a heavy police presence in black communities, and you niggas prove it every day because y'all participate in niggatry every goddamn day. But in more so, don't try to make it into a racial angle. How about if you don't like the police presence in your neighborhood, either stop doing shit in your neighborhood or get out the neighborhood? Because everyone looks at a drug dealer, but no one would never call him a drug dealer to his face. Why? I wonder why. Anyway, it's a double standard all the way around. Anthony's case occurring in a predominantly black school avoids explicit racial victim defendant dynamics but underscores systemic issues. Chicago's underfunded schools like Wendell Phillips often lack resources for conflict mediation or mental health support, contributing to violence among black youth. This case reflects how structural racism through educational disparities and community violence shapes outcomes for young black defendants. Unlike Rittenhouse, Anthony hasn't been lionized or vilified nationally, suggesting black on black crime receives less media sensationalism and less tied to a broader political movement, such as they're trying to turn this into a race war unnecessarily. And it's dumb. Karmelo Anthony and Kyle Rittenhouse cases share superficial similarities. Both was youth, both had self-defense claims, both had fatal outcomes, but diverge in context, scale, and societal impact. Anthony's incident, a personal school dispute, excuse me, highlights localized issues like urban violence and educational inequities, while Rittenhouse shootings tied to racial justice protests expose national divides over guns and vigilantism. Legally, both hinge on self-defense, but Rittenhouse's acquittal benefited from clear evidence and a favorable narrative. Now, I'm going to stop reading from my notes and just ask y'all for this open dialogue. Again, the panel is wide open. Anybody is more than willing to come up and ask questions or give their thought or share their opinion. Let me start with you first, Masru. Why is it that you think that a lot of black people are trying to paint this as a racially motivated case, and what is the outcome that you think that they want?
Sorry, I say that again.
Jesus Christ. Why is it that you think black people are trying to paint this as a racially motivated case, and what do you think the outcome is that they want?
I think they're making it motivationally. They're making it motivational because, well, one, the guy is white, and then two, on top of that, they want some justice for this kid, even though I feel it was premeditated that like he planned to do this from the jump. I don't believe he was a victim. So honestly, I just think it's just, black people being black people, rules for me, not for thee. That if a white man does it, they're bad, but if a black person does it, oh, excuse.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just the way I feel. I feel like, this whole thing was premeditated. He shouldn't have been there, and now they're just trying to blow this whole thing out of proportion.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just gonna cause more. It's gonna cause more racial tensions towards between white and black people. I've already heard other white people as well say we need to bring back segregation. That black people and white people will never coexist and they'll never get along. So we need to stay away from each other.
Huh? That doesn't solve any. That doesn't solve anything. What is that doing for America? Like, bringing back segregation would do what? It's only going to make things worse. And as I pointed out in someone else's stream earlier today, because they was all up on Republicans and conservatives are just all racist people and they're right wing and they're the ones that's for separation. It's just like, do you not understand that it was the Democrats who were the slave owners and they were the ones that really fought to keep slaves in servitude? And they're the ones that really pushed for. Okay, cool, no problem. But let's know that
But
you're
the party
uneducated.
switch.
I'm sorry.
But the party switch.
When did the party switch?
Sometime after the Republicans created sometimes after the black folks created the first Republican Party in Texas.
Divulge. What do you mean? Educate more.
Nah, I just think it's funny that people talk about the party switching, yet the same party is doing the same stuff in a different way. Race relations makes tons of money. People are willing to donate, and when you have, as they call, white fragility or white guilt, it's really easy to drum up money. So think about the Kamala Harris campaign. Hey, we're drumming up money because she's a black woman. Like
Mhm.
anything that happened with anybody, George Floyd or anything like that, you see the charlatans come out. If they can make a dime, they'll be there. And on this case, I mean, shoot, I'm surprised Al Sharpton ain't out there already screaming from the rooftops. I think that underlying, he hasn't really come out for a lot of these things because either A, it doesn't garner enough support, or B, he knows what the outcome's going to be. So he's hoping that this will go away. But yeah, this is whole thing. Listen, racial tensions is the most profitable thing in the United States. Most profitable. You can get billions of dollars over the course of 5 years on just racial tensions.
Yeah, it is. Salute Don GQ. What's going on? Appreciate you dropping out the clouds. Thank you about stopping by and supporting the stream. Make sure y'all try to like and share it out. I want to go to Twitter really quick because Twitter is where you'll always find the crazy people, right? Y'all do know that, right? Let's switch over to here and let's pull this up. Nothing personal showing, nothing out the way. Nope. All right, cool. We good. So let's zoom in. Logic dictates that if it wasn't stable democracy, the immigration situation should know that has nothing to do with the Carmelo Anthony situation. Tim Pool side, Jesus Christ, Tim Pool sides with Carmelo Anthony. Simply put, if someone is being physical with you, you have a right to defend yourself. Metcalf should have kept his hands to himself. Why do you think it's okay for ends to dock Anthony's family and threaten them? Well, listen, let me just say it like this. I have no problem with the fuck around and find out understanding, right? But it has to be proportionate. When you're dealing with self-defense, especially in the legal sense, you have to understand that it has to be equal to, not greater than, the threat that is imminent before you. So I'm just going to use Death Note as an example for just a second. Death Note has already said that he's had military training, and you don't know that Death Note is militarily trained. But let's just say, for the sake of evidence, or for the sake of argument, Death Note is 7'2" and he's physically fit, more than the average man. And you're 5'9" and you weigh about 240 pounds, and you're barely physically fit. If Death Note is attacking you with his fist, what is the proportional defense that you can use to stop that 7'2" man?
They better not do nothing because I ain't trying to get smacked with no bats or get stabbed with no knife. They better not do nothing. Just stop him. Stop it.
If it says proportional and you can't proc. Devin, you can hit the link. I don't know what you mean by proportional. You can't proc. Are you saying provocate? What? I'm misunderstood by that. Masaru, what is the proportional defense for defending yourself against not Death Note, provoke? All right, cool. Masaru, what is your proportional defense for defending yourself against Death Note, who's 7'2" and ready to beat your ass? What's the proportional defense?
The blicky. like, like I can't take on a guy that's 7'2". Like what?
Okay, cool. So he's 7'2", barehanded. He's attacking you, and the first thing you're gonna do is shoot him. That's your proportional defense?
Yeah, get the fuck off me. Get the fuck.
Legally, I don't think that would work. That's just me. What's up, Rocky? I don't think that would work. I mean, it probably might have, right? I mean, you 220. Well, no, we already had this. We had George Zimmerman, that case. I'm seeing a lot of people trying to drum that case back up again. But like Death Note
That's
said,
different though.
well, how so?
It's different because it was opposite. It was pretty much Goliath shooting David, and essentially the only reason he did it was because he was getting his butt whooped. He ain't had no hands.
That's true. Where is the post? What is the media saying about this? This is just they keep spinning up all this hate, and they think the backlash isn't going to be aimed towards Carmelo and his family. Y'all scared to take ass with him. Most people are scared to take ass with him because most people legitimately do not know how to fight. Most people don't understand the underlying violence when it comes to dealing with people. My thing is this: when it comes down to the whole Carmelo Anthony situation, that boy. This is just my opinion. I believe that boy brought that he brought that knife to the school with the intentions to hurt someone just in case. Not saying that he had to hurt someone intentionally, but he had it at a just in case. Once the person is no longer a threat, you're supposed to let it be. Exactly. That is absolutely true, Devin. Amanda's I'm sorry, over here on Twitter. Carmelo Anthony is a murderer. This is not a Rosa Parks story. Black supremacists at trying so hard to make their own oppression narrative. Let the roles be reversed, and either way, anyone who is black is the person. Anyone who is the black person is the victim. Damn, it's crazy. Carmelo Anthony is not a glitch in the system. He is a system, the end product of a culture that trades fathers for politics and truths for rage.
Bars. That's a bar.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
So earlier you were reading an article and it said that this this basically is related to, it could be related back to the fact that some schools or whatnot are underprivileged or underserved as far as financially.
Yeah.
Did I catch that? All right.
Yeah.
So until the past 2 years, Chicago actually was like what, one of the top two places in the country that paid into their school system.
Yes.
Specifically, Chicago in Illinois. Illinois was one of the highest states, I think top five, but specifically Chicago was like number one or number two. Don't quote
Hmm.
me. So how can you say that somebody's underserved if they're getting more finances than most schools in the United States who have better academic rates?
Because the black narrative, you know what it is. When when the black community is trying to drum up something, and drum up a narrative, they're trying to propagandize a situation just so they can get some type of emotional support by way of financials. They will say anything and everything, even when it's untrue, because they believe it to be true, because they are too steeped into their own emotions. 1 second. Is that who I think it is? That is who I think it is. Terry, are you okay with being with your shoulders out like that? You don't have to have your camera on if you don't want it to. Okay, just making sure. Hey, Tierney, what's going on?
Good morning. I have a dress on, so sorry.
Okay, just don't let the camera. I don't know if that's a see-through. Just
No,
don't
I'm
let the
married.
camera
I
go too low.
cannot put no see through. No.
Okay, cool. What's going on, Tierney? What you got for us?
Good. Hey, I'm talking about good morning because I just woke up. But no, I'll just listen to the conversation, and
Hmm.
I think it's interesting this story because okay, this is how I feel, right? I have kids, right, and I
Okay.
teach my children don't bully. Okay.
Okay.
I have mixed kids. So I teach my children that you're not what we consider black. And if you go over to black people and you start talking crazy, you might get your ass whooped. It is what it is. You know,
Hmm.
mixed kids can say that I'm black too. My mom might be black. My dad might be black, but we don't see it like that. You know, we see it as you are both. So parents should have taught your kids don't go bullying, or you could get your ass whooped. I think that's anybody. You know,
Hmm.
right now I'm in Colombia. I might look like the people down here, but I'm not. So if I go over to the Colombian people down here and I start bullying, my only expectation is there's a possible ass beating that's going to come behind it.
Hmm.
So when I seen the father do the interview, the father didn't seem like, oh my God, I can't believe my kid is. He didn't seem like that. You know, he seemed like whatever happened, they teach this at home. Whatever happened, whatever the caucus boy and his brother went over there and said, because his brother was present, regardless if people stabbed him. Whatever
Hmm.
the caucus boy and his brother went over there and said, is some talk that goes on at home. So you're teaching your children to bully via conversation. You don't think they're going to put that in action. And when they bully via conversation, your mommy and your daddy should have told you that you could have got your ass whooped. And regardless if he brought a knife or, I mean, look, some people got to bring stuff to school to work for protection. So we can't say he brought a knife because he wanted to kill someone. I mean, that's not a guarantee, you know. He maybe brought it for protection. And in this instance, he felt like he needed to protect himself, and he did. So if you don't want your ass whooped, keep your hands and your vulgar language to yourself, and then everything will be okay.
Got you. So
I got a
when
problem with that.
go ahead, Death Note. I'm trying to set something up because she brought up the father. So go ahead, Death Note.
Yeah. So listen, everybody deals with trauma differently. Everybody deals with certain situations differently, and I know that you said that somebody coming in was remorseful and so on and so forth. I had somebody who I spent day in day out on active duty die in front of me. and I wasn't hysterical or anything. I knew his kids. I was his kids. Godfather. I mean, I knew him. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't hysterical. I did what I had to do, but that doesn't mean that I didn't care. That doesn't mean that, you know what I'm saying, there wasn't something else. I believe with the father, because I'm going to speak to facts. I'm not going to speak to what he probably did or what possibly happens in their house or anything like that. But when he spoke on air, he said that he had finished battling cancer and he felt that he lost everything, and now the only thing he had to live for was his kids. He said that in an interview. And so he lost one of his kids, and he said, right now, I just feel empty. I don't know what to feel. I don't know how to process this. That's what he said. He said it on live air. So everybody processes things differently. Some people will get hysterical, some people will go another route. How he processed because of the things that have happened in his life before, we don't know. We can't assume that he lives such a cushy life that he's never seen it and it breaks him. Or we also can't assume that, some other people, especially like black people who live in the hood, who saw dead bodies and dumpsters and people getting shot in the street. We can't say that when they finally see one, they're just going to be stoic or they're not going to break up. So we don't know how people are going to treat a situation. I think we just need to go on facts.
Right.
Also, since you mentioned, well, also welcome to the stage, Marcus. Appreciate you being up here. You brought
Absolutely.
up the
Thank you.
father's interview. I want to play the father's interview, and this is the full one-on-one interview with him.
My
He
hope.
didn't. I don't think he said it in this one. I think he said it in the one that he was in the house. He was either a house or something. It was a plain wall behind him. So I don't. The one that he actually said where he doesn't feel anything anymore. At least the one that I remember him saying it was he was in a house.
Would it be? Hold on. Was he on like a webcam or was he like just sitting there?
I don't know. I saw it days ago. Like I said, it was just.
If you could find it and give me the. Oh wait, hold on. Are you talking about like this video right here? All right. Was he in the house with the brother? You talking about this video?
No, he was sitting on the couch. I guess it was his living room. He was sitting on the couch, and they were interviewing him just shortly after the whole thing happened. His son wasn't there yet.
Hmm.
If you
Wasn't
could
there.
find it, if you could find the video, drop it to me in the back and I'll play it. But really quick, Tierney, did you want to respond to what Defno said?
What did he say?
I was hoping you was
When
paying attention to the conversation.
when I,
Oh,
when I,
if
when
you,
I said that when I said that people handle these things differently.
I mean, this is true. This is why you guys always tell women to keep your hands off of men, because just because he's a man don't mean he won't knock your ass out. And us as women have to learn that just because he's a man doesn't mean he won't knock your ass out. So I agree. People can respond to things differently. And this guy responded to bullying, and these guys saying, "Get up and move out my seat," and whatever else that they did, he responded the way that he felt like he should have. And plus,
Being a
let me
Yeah,
just say
my
this.
my, my statement was more so about the fact that the father was more stoic, and you said that he seemed like that's something that they teach or preach inside their house and so on and so forth. And that was what I was actually talking to when I said, you never know how people deal with things as far as their
That's an
emotions.
assumption.
And so that's where I jumped in on that. As far as their motive for why he did it and all that good stuff, I wasn't talking to that. I was more so talking about your statement about the father.
But your statement as well was you don't know how people are going to react. So you kind of used that statement against what you were saying. But
Not at all. I'm only talking about one situation. I'm only talking about what you brought up, which was the father and him seeming more stoic and so on and so forth while he was there. I'm not questioning. I'm not even talking about the state of the mind of the individual kids as they were going through it. I'm talking about when you made mention that this is likely something that's learned behavior in their household. I said that we can't make that assumption because we don't know how people actually deal with the traumas and so on
okay,
and so forth.
you guys, not you, this internet world, make that assumption all the time when you say that young boys go to jail because they were raised by their single mothers. You guys make that assumption all the time. Now, what I was
Okay.
going to say is, let's just be honest. Black people do not usually, and I didn't say ever, kill Caucasian people. We don't because we understand the repercussions behind it. So usually we walk away, kumaya. But this is a different era. And this is an era where you step up and you better either step down or put your hands up. And I feel like this case needs to be treated like Kyle Rittenhouse, or whatever the guy freaking last name is, the one that went out there and took his gun out and shot people because during the Black Lives Matter march. This
That's
case,
not what happened.
this case
Yeah,
Wait,
factually, that's incorrect.
wait. Hold on. Wait. Usually, I know, Tyranny. This is not against you, but for people watching the show, I know everybody that's over here watching right now, or majority of y'all have probably seen how things go on in other panels, and like most hosts won't step in; they'll let it happen. Me, I'll step in, let the person finish they thought, even if they wrong or you disagree, let them finish their thought, and then you can rebut, right? So go ahead, Tyranny, finish what you were saying, and then I heard Death Note. No, I heard Masaru first, and then I heard Death Note. Marcus, I don't think you came off mute yet. So let Tyranny finish, and then Masaru, you can go ahead.
Okay, probably something quick, but yeah, we should treat this case how you guys have treated us. Oh my gosh, teach him a lesson. Teach him a lesson. Yeah, you know what? Who cares if he whistled at the white lady, Emmett Till? Who cares if he only, spit on a person? Or who cares? You need to teach him a lesson. So I'm gonna think just like the Caucasians in this, and I feel like he taught him a lesson.
Go ahead, Masaru.
Sorry, give me a sec.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass over to Death Note, and I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Death Note.
Yeah, over here, just I don't think I said it when I first got on. Welcome to the show. But over here, we kind of talk about, well, at least especially in this stream right now. I know that Sel has said it multiple times, but we try to stick to the facts over here. And so, also, nobody in this entire stream, at least as long as I've been watching, said anything about women or any of those other dynamics that you brought in. I get what some people do on other podcasts and things of that nature, but we started this show. Well, he started this show, I'm guessing, to be a bit more factual.
Right.
So all those other matters really don't really play into the point. We're talking about strictly what happened, what didn't happen, and so on and so forth. We've already gone over a little bit of how Kyle Rittenhouse was justified legally, and how he did retreat, and it's not like he was just pulling a gun on people. He had it strapped on him. So there's a few
Right.
points that didn't have a whole bunch of basis there, and I don't want to attack your arguments because we've already gone over many of those things. But I think that over here we're more so sticking on facts. I wanted to talk about the women part and how men say
My
that women should whatever. Yeah,
These
we're
are
not
my
talking about
you
that
can't,
subject.
you can't dilute my facts. These are my facts. I'm using my
Well,
facts.
But your
Tyranny.
facts are
Hold on,
wrong.
wait. Hold on, stop. Because I'm not going to hold y'all accountable for her, and I'm not going to do the same vice versa. So, Tyranny, let him finish first, and then you can jump in. All right.
Got you.
So, Death Note, was you done?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, go ahead, Tyranny, and then Masaru.
I mean, but don't tell me I don't know what we're talking about on this show. This is a general conversation, and like I stated, we're not going to sit here and say, oh, we don't know what goes on in people's household. It doesn't always matter what they're raised, but I've heard the talking points, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that talking point right now. But if I'm teaching my children usually go out and display out in the world what they've learned at home. Simple. So if you're teaching your kids to bully and say, hey, move up out this seat, get up out this seat, expect to get your ass whooped. And if you continue to try to play with me, because I see a lot of Caucasians think they could beat up black people and end up getting their ass whooped. If you continue to try to play with me and try to harm me, I am going to take matters into the hands that I need to. So, Black
And
Lives
then,
Matter.
yeah, but then to rebuttal that, let's not pretend that this kid wasn't pussy and pulled out a knife in a one-on-one confrontation. The guy literally just said, "Hey, you're not from here. You're not part of our crew. Get to step in." And the moment he said that, this kid was like, "Oh, touch me. I dare you to touch me. I dare you, touch me." And
Mhm.
he was already reaching for the bag that had a knife in it. So you already know the kid was pussy because the moment he stabbed him, he took off running. So it doesn't matter at that point.
Was you there?
It's literally in the report
You're speaking as if you're giving a play-by-play, and you were
because that was the play-by-play. That's what it was. That's what it was talked about. It was in the report. That's what
okay.
happened.
For one, black people don't do that. Don't walk up to us and tell us that you don't belong here. Move. We don't play like that, and y'all know that.
Well, he wasn't supposed to be there.
He was sitting down. He was sitting down.
He was also from a rival school. He wasn't supposed to be there.
That doesn't matter if he was from a rival school or not. The track meet was over, and he was sitting down. Right. I mean, was the Caucasian kids a part of the track meet, or was they just there?
They were a part of the thing.
They were actually a part of the track meet, and they were part of the track team.
Let me break in for just a second, because again, like I said, Tierney, I don't know what part of the show that you came into, but like I said, like Defno reiterated, we only deal with the facts that we've been presented with. Like I said, we don't know all the facts, but we do have to attack misinformation and narrative that is being pushed. As a matter of fact, in a statement that was put out that is dealing with all of this, one of the biggest things that they said in that was that it's a lot of misinformation that is hurting this case. And if you don't believe me, trust me, I'm just waiting on for the video to finish loading after all of these goddamn ads.
Get premium, nigga.
No, it's not even. Look. It's not even YouTube. It's this. It's this. Like, I don't even know why I'm looking at. Okay, wait. It's too many titties all over the screen. Okay, I got to wait for the ads to get done. But Dominique Alexander, a spokesperson for Anthony, was forced to deny that Anthony had been bullied by Metcalf before the fatal confrontation at the match. Now, the bullying aspect, we have to tackle that angle, because a lot of misinformation is being out there saying that they knew each other. They did not know each other. The Metcalf father, he stepped up and said that they did not know each other, and the spokesperson stepped up and said that they did not know each other. So we already got that out the way. That removes the bullying aspect on that part about the whole they was familiar with each other. That's number one. Number two, it was indeed a track meet, but there was a team tent that was specifically set up for Memorial, and I can only assume that there was one set up for Centennial. But what we do know is that there was one set up for Memorial, and that Metcalf, or Austin, the Caucasian young man, he had on a black and yellow uniform, which matched the tent that they were sitting up under. Centennial's colors, which I don't know, but he had on a different outfit or a different uniform. So that wasn't his team's tent to be sitting up under. But we also do have from witness statement that when the police came and they asked who this young man was that had stabbed Metcalf, that a team member from Memorial identified Anthony specifically. And that is kind of giving us a one-to-one as to why maybe he was sitting up under that tent, not because of what people are saying on the internet, that because it was raining, because of witness statement that has pretty much congruentized that it didn't start raining until after he was stabbed. So he was more than likely under that tent only because he knew someone from that team. But that's what we have. That is based on the facts that we have been presented with. You asked the question earlier. You said, what was you there? I can understand why you would ask that question, but you have to understand that when you throw that question out, the same question will be brought back to you, right? So,
okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is why I say we have to get rid of the emotion and only stick with the facts, because this conversation, even though it's a good one, it can go a million of different ways. Well, what happened? This? How come this? In the white community, this? In the black community, this? In the country culture, this? In the black culture, this? All this, that, and the other. Get rid of all of that, because that's nothing but fluff. Let's just stick with the facts.
Okay, the facts is.
Hold on. After you, then it's Marcus. After you, then it's Marcus. Go ahead.
I mean, I said what I said. Don't go over there and bully nobody. If he's not sitting in the area he's supposed to, so what? So then
he needs to move
over there and pick. I mean, maybe he was going to. Mm-hmm. Maybe he was going to. I don't know if he was a part of running, but maybe he was going to. And then you think it's okay to come and try to tell me what to do. Again, maybe he was about to move, but these guys took it to another level. They took it to another level. And when the other level was taken to, now people are sitting here trying to say, well, he shouldn't have did what he did. Like I stated, teach your kids, teach your white sons to don't put their hands on nobody, and then everything will be okay. But when you guys try to bring that 1938 mind frame to 2025, you're going to get your ass whooped. I'm not adding any extra thing in any extra story. I asked a question, but as simple as day, the kids should not have came trying to tell this young boy what to do. Simple.
Okay, hang on.
Hold on 1 second. Wait. No, wait. I gotta play this because it did just load. But let me play this really quick.
Situation.
Oh my God.
Okay, let me let me answer,
Go
let me
ahead.
let me let me let me let me do a 360 on your play real quick. I'm gonna give you an alley oop real quick. If you say don't teach your white kids to do this, don't teach your white kids to do that, I'm gonna clap back at you real quick and say don't teach your black kids not to show up with guns, knives, and whatever the fuck else to something that that doesn't need to have weapons there. Period. He
You
shouldn't have had a knife to begin with.
They in Texas.
Okay, wait, pause because I want this to play. Hold on.
The disinformation that is going online is hurting this case, and it has to stop. It has to stop, y'all. As we know it right now, Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony did not know each other. They did not know each other. Let's stop it. They were not at a party together. Let's stop the lies regarding this situation.
Okay, so that's the clip that I wanted to play, referring to why it is that I'm having this stream. And again, thank all of y'all for participating. But we cannot deal in the whataboutisms. We only have to deal in the facts that is being presented. Now, Marcus was next. Go ahead, Marcus.
What's up? How's everybody doing? Appreciate you
All
having me,
good.
so.
No problem, no problem. Also, chat lives matters in the chat. What's going on? Chat lives matter. What's happening, big dog? All right, go ahead,
Yeah.
Mark.
No, and like I said this from the beginning, it's an unfortunate circumstance because both parties lose. Like nobody wins in this at the end. You know, a life was lost, and they're both promising students. From what we've known so far, they both weren't in any type of illegal extracurricular activity outside of school. You know, I do think at the end of the day, from what has been presented so far, like Sel has said, because this is what I've been talking about, what's been presented so far. If Carmelo were to go to prison, it'd only be fair if he served like 15, 20 years. He'll still get out. He'll still be alive. Unfortunately, you can't see the same for Metcalf's family. Do I believe he should have brought that knife to school? No. Whether it's 3.5 inches or whether it's 5 inches or 6 inches, it doesn't matter. I've been part of athletic sports, teams before in the past. I've also helped out and coached. And, it's not the norm to bring weapons. However, this isn't where I live. It's not Texas. Texas, it's more, I guess, normalized depending where you're at. There are statutes and policies that people still have to respect and understand. This is under the frame of the law, too. So, it's a very dangerous precedent for us to give out in some people's panels or some people's streams and episodes, thinking that to normalize this and to think that maybe after this, if it goes in the opposite favor and he doesn't serve time, but he at least walks, it can send us, certain dangerous precedent for kids to do this. Now, it's not the first time kids had to lead each other through in or outside of school. However, you're not helping the cause either at the same time. Self-defense, I understand at some point, but it can also get thrown out in this case easily because equal force is equal force, not equal with deadly force. And it's unfortunate. Again, both victims fall under it. But yeah, again, great show again. So that's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate you. Thank you very much for bringing that. Again, if y'all are liking the show, I know that it is differences of opinion that is going on right now, but it's building for good conversation. We just have to make sure that we are staying away from the whataboutisms and only stick to the facts being presented. Also, make sure that you support the show by hitting the $ sell you like Cash App, or you can join the panel by hitting the StreamYard link that is in the chat and also is posted. Really quick, who came up? Tommy B. Tommy B, you came up next. What's up, Tommy B?
What
What's
up,
up, big
Tommy?
dog? What's happening, doc?
Go ahead.
Number one, it's not normal for you to bring weapons to school. I don't know what school you went to, and I'm not even talking about the hood. Even in the suburbs, kids have knives for stupid reasons, not even for mischievous reasons. Oh, I found a knife. Oh, they sell them at the liquor store. Let me buy one. Oh, my mom got one. I'm gonna sneak it. Like that's not something that if you seen a kid at the school with a knife, it's like, oh my God, he got a knife. Like that's regular stuff. But the part that I kind of get weirded out about with the equal with the equal force is because of the state that it's in Texas. I've lived in Texas. They almost promote the fact
that if you're merely standing on my property, not even being a threat, and I tell you to leave, I can smoke you. Like that's the state that this happens in. So for me, it gets weirded because of the state that it's in and because of the beliefs that I know that they hold in that state. For me, I think the bullying aspect kind of makes sense to me because of how aggressive he was in the situation. It's not normal for you to come up to somebody, whether they were in or wrong or right, and then take that shit into your own hands. As far as like physically touching that kid because he wouldn't move because you wanted him to move. Like in most instances, somebody's not doing that. They'll go get a teacher or security, whatever the fuck. So the fact that he put his hands on him shows me that even this whisper of the bullying effect, it kind of gives it credence to me. I don't even think most adults would even do that, let alone kids. So to me, it just seems like that's the angle. We talked to a cat down in the Dallas area, whatever. So the word around there is I guess dude talked to a chick that went to that school or whatever, and his chick might have had problems with old boy. So I'm not sure how true that is, but that's somebody that lived in the area, and that's what's floating around there.
Right. And I live
Appreciate
in
that.
Texas. Mhm.
Go ahead, Tanny. Go.
I live in Texas. This wasn't no one's property. Okay, the school principal didn't tell someone to go move. This is not Tommy B. This isn't what I was just reading
No,
that.
no, no. You took that the wrong way.
No, I'm
I'm.
reading that link when someone
Oh,
says,
okay. Oh, okay. Got you. Got you.
this wasn't someone's property. But yeah, so being from Texas, growing up in Texas, still currently living in Texas, Caucasian boys try that a lot. And I mean, down here, it's I'm gonna show you, boy. That's the attitude. That's the mentality. So I don't know where I don't know where you guys are from, but down here, the Caucasian boys try that I'm gonna show you, boy, attitude. So then we gotta say, okay, show me what you gonna do. Now my question is, where did the Tootie Bug? You can pull up. I don't have a problem with you pulling up. Just a conversation. Um, my question is, where did the Caucasian boy's brother come from? Because they said that the boy was stabbed and then he died in his brother's arms. So where did the Caucasian brother come from? Did he have nothing to do with it? Was he
I can
just
answer that.
go
Go
ahead?
ahead,
I can
definitely.
answer that. Yeah, so he was sitting in front of this whole situation. So when everything happened, he looked back to see his brother. His brother was sitting behind him. I don't know if it's one bleacher, two bleachers, five bleachers. I don't know. All I know is that based off of the statements that came out, he was there at the game supporting as well, and he was sitting behind. I mean, sorry, he was sitting in front of his brother. His brother was behind him, and the whole altercation happened behind him. And he jumped up when his brother called out and all that good stuff, and went to hold him. Whatever.
So as a sibling, you're saying, which I feel like the brother was going to lie. You feel that the sibling just sat back and was just watching until the case got even worse. You don't
That's
think
an
the
that's an
sibling?
I got you. That's an opinion. What about the fact? The fact is that did indeed hold his brother did indeed hold him until he expired. I'm using the word expired. Because I just realized I forgot that I was streaming on other platforms. I had to be careful of the language that I use. But and also there is no mention of his brother being involved in the altercation other than the fact that he grabbed his brother after he was stabbed. So I get the angle, and this is the reason why I'm stopping you. I get the angle of, yeah, if that was my brother and I see my brother involved in an altercation, oh, you best believe I'm standing 10 toes down, either right next to him, behind him, or in front of him. But in this case, particularly, from what we understand from witness statement and from the account of Anthony himself, is that there was a verbal altercation where it came to Austin telling him that he needed to move. And I don't know if the person behind you is okay with being on camera, but if she okay with being on camera, then that's okay.
No,
But
no, we're in Colombia. She doing some stuff. I was just making me.
okay, I just want, because people be watching cameras. They're like, "Oh, look at her booty." It's just like, man, come
No, we're
on,
not looking
man.
at her booty. She's married.
Yeah, yeah. But the thing is, when we just stick to the facts, right? the brother was in attendance, but he didn't have nothing to do with this. At least that's the evidence that we have been produced so far. Now, as far as what happened, Austin approached Anthony. Austin is the Caucasian kid, and Anthony is the black kid. Austin approached Anthony, who was sitting up under the tent, which he wasn't supposed to be there because it's not his tent. But we understand that why maybe he was there. Who has the squeaky going on? Anywho, once he asked him to move, this is from witness statement. I need everybody to understand this. Once he was asked to move, he grabbed the bag. Not he told him to touch him and see what happened and then grab the bag. No, from witness statement, they have corroborated that he grabbed the bag off the initial verbal from
Request.
Austin. Yeah, request. Thank you. Off the initial request from Austin to move, and he then grabbed the bag. So he deferred to the bag first, and he put his hand in the bag. He said, "Touch me and see what happened." Then he says, "Punch me, see what happened." And then Austin allegedly grabbed Anthony, and then that's when he upped the knife and he stabbed him. So now that we have the facts out there, once again, Tierney went off camera. I don't know if she was available, but
She was laughing or something.
yeah, she dealing with some personal stuff. So Christopher J is on the panel. What's going on, Christopher J? What's happening, dog?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Nothing much. What you got for me?
What's up, Chris?
What's up, y'all? I hate that this involves children because it's a different rules and different set of rules, especially since it was on school ground. Now, some people say they was at a track meet. That's still school grounds by way of the school district,
Mm-hmm.
meaning they do some shit on that particular property, they can still be penalized regardless whether they're at that school or another school or another school. You're still going to get the same amount of smoke. It doesn't matter. So this is why I hate the situation happen, how it happened, more importantly, but also where it happened. In the state of Texas. What's up, Tierney? You want to go?
I was just gonna say, what's up, what's up, what's up? But Miss Tootie even said herself that if it was her brother, he would have been right there. That's normal. It's normal. So I hear what we're saying because I'm sorry, 36 years old. I don't believe everything that people say in court. But if the brother sat back and didn't do nothing, that means he knew his brother was wrong. That means he knew his brother was tripping. But I don't see people sitting back, especially if my brother or sister about to get into an altercation, and I'm not joining them or making sure they're okay or anything like that. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's a good point. If they in the right,
Yeah, but that's again another opinion, ain't it?
it's an opinion, but I think it's a good point. Like
Oh,
if you're doing
So
something that seems to be in the right, usually you're not gonna sit around. But if you start in trouble, then I might be like, oh, you on bullshit and sit around. But
I need
like
to
you said,
make
it's an
sure that
opinion.
we. I need to make sure that
Or
we set the. I need to make sure that we set a precedence for the conversation. So, are we stepping away from only dealing in facts, or we're now just going to throw shit at the wall until we get something, or
Well,
are we just going to stick?
I'm gonna be honest with you. So you like the facts is based off of the
Yeah.
news essentially and the police, which
No, I've only
we
gone
in
by no,
America.
no. I don't care. And this is what I said over on Freezy's show. I don't
Mm,
care about what a article who was written by someone who may have a biased agenda. I don't care
mm,
about that. I only go by the police report, even
yeah,
if in the witness statement they may have been wrong. The thing is that is the only report that I'm going by because
yeah.
that's from people who was actually
But
at the
they
scene.
But they even have two police reports that kind of, I'm not gonna say contradict, but they had one of them where one officer left shit out that
Uh-huh.
the other officer added. So again, that's probably going to be the closest to accurate we can get.
Yes.
But even with that, that shit can get fuzzy. But I get where you come from.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I'm having whoever has background music playing, please mute up. The reason why
my
I'm
bad, cut
doing
you off.
this stream, okay, the reason why I'm doing this stream in particular is because what's happening online is people are painting narratives, which is causing more harm to this case than it is to actually good. And what's
Gotcha.
happening is
Yeah.
people are making this entire case into something that it does not need to be. They are trying to base it particularly on race and how it is that and thank you Tierney for for doing that, even though you probably didn't mean to do it intentionally. But people are trying to liken this case to the Kyle Rittenhouse case and saying that, oh, because he got a
It's totally
$1 million
different.
bond, Kyle Rittenhouse didn't get a $1 million bond. It's just like, okay, but if you look at the case and you look at the facts, Kyle Rittenhouse bond was $2 million. His bond was $1 million.
Yeah,
Oh well, what about we got to get it? This is what I said. We got to get away from the whatabouts. We have to just stick to
yeah,
what's
yeah,
presented before us. So right now, I'm treating everyone that is watching and everyone that is on the panel just as a juror. Only live within the facts. We can go about the what about. I'm gonna just tell you right now. If this was my brother and you stabbed my brother, I'm going to
Oh,
make
I'm
sure my
sliding on
brother's
you.
okay. Yeah, I'm glad, right? But that didn't happen here, right? That's why we have to get away from the emotional responses of whataboutisms. We only can stick to what's happening in the now or what we know. Because when the video comes out, that's going to shut up everything. But again, people
well,
will want to paint a narrative and propagandize even that situation to try to make more of what it's not.
even that part though, still, like if it was my brother, if you got 10 people on the panel, all 10 gonna say, I'm gonna do this, but you literally have a situation where it didn't happen, means
Mhm.
motherfuckers is lying. Motherfuckers don't know what the fuck they gonna do in that situation. Listen, when
Mhm.
Kaepernick took that knee, I saw so many white folks say, if you sit down during the national anthem, I'm gonna do this, this, and this. I
Mhm.
purposely did that shit at high school, college, and professional games, and ain't a motherfucker blink an eye at me. So everybody can say what they should have, could have, would have done, but it's different when you right there in the action.
Right.
Not to mention your brother is dying. So are you going to go after him or are you going to try to save your brother?
You're
People
gonna check
seem
on
to
your
forget
brother.
that part.
You can check on your brother. Yeah, my brother's last moment, my brother's possible last moments of life is more valuable than me chasing down that fool. But guarantee you,
Exactly.
if my brother dies, or whether my brother dies or not, I'm going to make sure he's okay. If he's okay, I'm coming after you. If he's not okay, I'm definitely coming after you. But anyway,
Yeah, at that
well,
point, like it doesn't
Hey,
matter
real
if my
quick.
brother, if my brother is dying in my arms and then he expires in my arms and I see you run away, motherfucker, I'm gonna find you.
yeah,
You think shit's
So,
sweet?
And you
Nah.
don't got a weapon?
here's the facts of the situation. This is why homeboy is screwed. Um, what you call it posted this on his community post. The Frisco Independent School District student code of conduct: possession of prohibited items, including a pocket knife or any other small knife. He's screwed.
okay. So thank you, appreciate you for bringing me that. Can you send me that link so I can pull that up on screen so everybody can see that?
Fantastic. Put that on his community
Yep,
wall.
that's
Fantastic. Put it.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's on
what I
his
read.
community wall.
Okay, I'm gonna go get that from Fantastic Community. Really quick, hold on one second. I want to say thank you for Tootie Bug for supporting the show by way of Cash App. Shout out to Tootie Bug if y'all are enjoying the content. I'm trying to do my best, as to be a host to keep the conversation moving. But I appreciate you, Tootie Bug, for supporting the show. Anybody else that would like to support the show, you can hit the Cash App. It is posted at the top, or you get the super chat. Go ahead, Tierney, while I pull this from Mr. Fantastic's wall.
Okay, so you guys are talking about facts. I mean, this is why a jury even exists. We know that you
Here we
guys,
go.
that people's definition of you get on that stand and say, Judge, this is the facts. A, B, C led to D. Okay, great. So case is over, right? Right? Everything you just said was facts. So what's the reason on going forth with the case? You guys are acting like common
What's the
sense
reason for what? Say that one more
doesn't
time.
have
I
to be,
missed it.
huh?
What's the reason for what? I missed that part. You was cutting out.
I was stating, I'm sorry. So I was stating, you go to court and you say, Judge, this is what happens. A, B, C, and D. So the judge says, okay, case is over. No, you have to go through common sense as well. Even when you go to you pass the light, a red light or whatever, the judge isn't just going to take your word. The judge is going to input common sense, okay? Because people lie, and I already know that the brother is going to lie. I already
His
know that.
brother fucking died in his arms. The fuck you
Stop
mean?
cutting her off, Jesus.
I mean, it's either way because I'm talking about the brother that lived. They're going to know that the brother didn't just sit back and just watch his brother get stabbed, and then that's when he ran down the bleachers and held him. Come on, common sense has to be put into play. But I'm going to predict this. I'm going to predict this. The black kid is going to lose because in Trump's America, no black man or black woman is going to win a case over killing a Caucasian. Simple. And that's part of white privilege. And you guys know that. But I think if we get to a point where we start letting y'all know, stop putting your hand on us or repercussions will happen, maybe your parents will stop saying the N word in the house and making you guys feel that you are greater than us. We need to start doing something to let you Caucasians know that we're sick of your shit. Don't put your hands on me. Don't try to bully me, or I will take action into my hand. But the black guy's going to lose. He's going to
Uh,
lose.
really
So,
quick before we go any further, I did see it on Fantastic's wall, but because of YouTube's and
oh,
because of YouTube and because of their inability to be able to show the full page, I did go ahead and pull the actual student handbook, which shows the student content really quick. Shout out to Almanac $2. She says, "Girl, shut all the way up. You sound stupid.
you sound
Appreciate you."
There we
you're
go.
in the chat and you're not even up here. Nobody in the chat can call me stupid. You're not even up here. Also, let
I
me say
will. You're
this, brother.
stupid.
Okay, says your mom. So
Okay.
let me say this also. Frisco,
God.
Bitch, I can't even take you seriously at this point, honestly,
why'd you call me bitch? Why'd you call me a bitch? Why'd you call me a bitch?
because you're acting like one. To be
No,
honest,
I'm not acting
Oh,
like a
Jesus
bitch.
help me.
So
I'm
can we move
acting
on
like
with the conversation? So
I'm
can
trying.
we?
I'm trying to move on, but
no.
Raw just pulled up, and I got to say hey to my baby first before we go
Scramble
anywhere
like an
else.
egg
Hey,
before you get
baby,
folded like an omelet, nigga.
That brother's floating
baby.
in the air. How could his hands do this?
Oh, someone get him out the air.
I ain't do it. I swear to God, I
I
ain't do it.
knew that was coming. I knew that's why she came up here. Somebody must have hit her cash app. Baby, everything okay?
Yes, but listen, first and foremost, we can have conversations without disrespecting each other. We don't have to disagree.
Thank you.
Exactly. That's
And
exactly where I was. Oh, go ahead, baby.
What's
and
up, bro?
we also know that the boy, when he had the knife and he stabbed the boy, the other boy had grabbed him up by the shirt. So unless he already had the knife in his hand, he had intent to do something. So I don't know.
And also, when the police approached her, he said, "Yeah, I did it." I was like,
Exactly.
"Oh,
And I
this is
and I'll be
okay."
right back, y'all.
All right, thank you, baby. But yes, we don't have to be disrespectful just because we disagree, right? Disagree should not equal disrespect, nor should desperation equal out to disrespect either. So let's not be disrespectful. We actually having a good conversation, and appreciate you, Tootie Bug. I see that you're streaming on your platform, bringing more awareness to it. That's great. The thing is, we don't have to be disrespectful. So let's stop with the disrespectfulness. Now, let me go on to where I was going. Frisco Independent School District
God
Student Code of
damn.
Conduct
Okay, my
20.
bad.
Hit my cash app.
Do it.
Student Code of Conduct. We're going to go to page 11. That's where we are actually going down to. So, property offenses. Students shall not damage or vandalize property owned by others for felony crime mischief. We don't need to read none of this. That is not what we are interested in. What we are interested in is this possession of prohibited items. Students shall not possess or use all of the following: fireworks of any kind, smoke or stink bombs, or any other pyrotechnic device, a razor, box, cutter, chain, or any other object used in a way that threatens or inflicts bodily injury to another person. A look-alike weapon that is intended to be used as a weapon or could reasonably perceived as a weapon, which includes an air gun, BB gun, ammunition, a hand instrument designed to cut or stab another by being thrown, a firearm silencer or suppressor, a location restricted knife. This is why I'm glad that this is right here. Location restricted knife. Now, really quick, Mr. Fantastic posted this on his wall, but I also needed to do this as well. Really quick before y'all say anything. Location restricted knife.
Yeah, that's under 5.5 inches. Or if
Thank
it's
you.
over 5.5 inches, it's location restricted.
Correct, but
Yeah.
I need everyone to see that because remember we're
Okay.
only
Yeah.
dealing in the facts. So when you read a location restricted knife, we have to look up in Texas what is considered a location restricted knife. Is defined as a knife with a blade over 5.5 inches long. These knives cannot be carried into certain locations, including schools, airports, certain bars, and/or government buildings. To Christopher J's point, this school stadium or school function where this happened at is a part of the school because it's school property. So, is he allowed to have this knife Technically, yes, he is allowed to have this knife if it is under the measurements of 5.5 inches long. So now that I need everyone for that's watching right now, put a one in the chat if you understand that if this knife, as you said, keep reading. Okay, I'll keep reading. A location restricted knife, a club, firearm, stun gun, knuckles, oh.
That's what I
That
read.
changes things. A pocket knife or any other small knife. Okay, small knife. Okay, my apologies. Thank you, Devin, for pointing that out.
What school
So,
did the boy go? The black kid go to? What school did he go?
Centennial High School, I believe that's the name of it. Yeah,
Frisco?
Centennial.
Is that part of Frisco?
Yeah,
Yes,
Frisco,
in
Texas.
Frisco, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, he was not supposed to have this knife at all. So yes, he is screwed. He wasn't supposed to have this knife at all.
He's gonna lose anyway. It doesn't matter if he didn't have the knife or
Well,
not.
okay. Now,
Phil,
wait,
Phil,
hold on,
quick question.
hold on, wait. Tierney, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
I understand your position. Who has the squeaky?
No, that's my
Um,
paper. Sorry.
Okay. So, really quick, this is just for tyranny. I understand your position, but let me just ask you based upon the facts that this man had a knife, whether it was long, small, whatever, he was not supposed to have it. Based on the facts, should he be guilty and should there be public duress as to why it is that he's guilty?
He's going to be guilty.
No,
I mean,
not
even if I say, okay, he should be guilty because he had a knife.
thank
Look,
you.
I grew up in a
And
city.
wait. In that because we dealing with how did Omni put it? You don't eat an elephant as a whole, you eat it in pieces. So we deal
Okay.
with it piece by piece. One, he should not have that knife. That's number one. Number two, he used this illegal knife on school grounds to either defend or attack someone because we don't have the video footage. We only have witness statements, right? Based on that, and that there is a dead body. Should he be found guilty? Not based on what you feel or what we think, just should he be found guilty for those two facts alone?
I don't know. I don't know. Sure,
Okay, go ahead.
he could be reprimanded for having the knife, but could you highlight what Royce said? Because like Royce, this is what I'm saying. Y'all say we're not going to play race. That's not what we live in. Let's not act like we don't live in a racial world. And Frisco is the land of the plantation. Bro, like he said, George Zimmerman wasn't supposed to chase behind Trayvon and still got off. Kyle wasn't supposed to shoot and kill people, but he still got off. That's what I'm saying. Regardless of whatever facts that you guys try to bring into this, it is about how you look. And it doesn't matter. It is illegal for blacks to kill anything, but it's perfectly fine for Caucasians to kill who they want because it's going to be justified. That's just what I that's just the truth. So
Really quick, HQ reacts with $5. Oh, and by the way, Tierney, are you monetized on your side?
I don't get no money, but I guess I am.
Okay, if you do get a super chat, let me know. I'll pull it up on screen. Or if you get any support, just let me know and you can shout it out. But HQ React says with $5, she says this will be pled down to manslaughter. The three legs of first degree are not there. Plus, they can't get him on intent, and that has to be there. And I get that HQ Reacts, but also HQ, I want to point out something to you. He was not supposed to have a knife there at all.
So that's my question. Does
And
he
the
have a
intent
possession?
and
Hold
the
on, hold on,
intent
hold
was
on.
there. Oh, God.
Is there a possession charge?
Is there a possession? From what I understand right now, they only charged him. Well, the charge as stems is only first degree murder. Well, okay, you
Because
know
that's
what?
kind
Because
of
I
weird to
wait,
me.
hold on, wait, because I
Okay.
know that this show is not going to be monetized because even though I don't want emotions to be involved, emotions are going to be brought into it. So make sure y'all supporting the show as much as possible because we're gonna lose our sense of it might become hostile. So make sure y'all support the show because I don't think this show is going to remain entertaining.
That's a very
But
that's a very smooth way of putting
yeah,
it.
yeah, make sure y'all supporting the show. Make sure y'all hitting the cash up in the super chat. I know this show is going to go into the yellow or to the red, but go ahead. My bad. Go. What's your question?
It
Tommy.
already
No,
has.
I was just wondering because normally if you get picked up for something like that, that's going to be if that's a charge that they can throw on there. That's usually the charge they put on there is possession of a however they would word it down there. I'm not sure how they would word it, but
Um,
I was gonna say,
go
depending on
ahead.
who the district attorney is, they're only going to charge though with something that they know they can actually win.
So
So
that's what I'm
that
saying. So if the
so
knife is illegal, that's the easy charge to win. You get what I'm
what what
saying?
what? No, no, I agree with that. But
Yeah.
if there's bigger charges, they'll let the little ones go. So the
Uh,
big charge,
And if you think of
the big charge on
Tyranny,
well,
check the back chat.
the big charge on this is somebody is deceased.
no,
That's the
I
biggest.
agree with you. But what
That's
I'm saying is,
mhm.
usually the little charges that get dismissed is something that you have to make a fight for. If the knife is illegal and we know he possessed it, that's an open and shut guaranteed victory right
Right.
there. So for me, for them not to even present the charge, kind of makes me go back and forth with. I mean, he read it. I've read it a couple of times. I've read it where he was cool to have it, and not. I'm not sure, but it just for me that's why I asked him like, was he charged with the possession? Because that right there alone would end the whole conversation of whether he can have it or not.
So I get what you're saying, and on a normal basis, I agree that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
Now I might be desensitized to all this because me doing what I do for a living, I see all these charges get racked up, and I see the
yeah.
district attorney sit there and be like, "I'll take that charge. I'll take that charge." But the drug paraphernalia, you can throw that away. Although this
No,
person
but
had
that's what I'm saying, Chris. It was never even presented for them to throw out. That's what I'm looking at.
that part we don't know. I would say
Yeah,
this: that part we don't know, and also this doesn't mean more charges can be added later.
absolutely,
Also,
absolutely.
also, really quick, I want to give a shout out to Christopher J for sticking to his cash app, and
What up?
also thank you to Malcolm D for supporting the channel as well. He says to keep up the hard work, Cellulite Podcast. Appreciate it. Make sure y'all get y'all support in today, and also if you are watching on Tyranny's side, support her too. She don't have to be here, but she is here, and she's giving us a difference of opinion, and it's not really too bad. I haven't really yelled at her yet, but she hasn't said anything too crazy like she
He
said in
said,
the
"Yeah,
past. Yeah, well, me and Tierney has went at it in the past before, but I have nothing against her. I don't mind a difference
yeah."
of
Tyranny
opinion.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I love. I mean, look, I'm pretty, I grew up in Texas, so my opinion is different. Tootie, there's no point of kicking me off the panel and saying and hearing a few anyways. But I mean, I feel like conversations are great when you can get multiple different opinions. But I mean, just truthfully and honestly, I mean, this situation is it's just we just know it's not going to go in our favor. Nothing ever does. And I'm not
But
saying let's favor murder. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying let's favor murder. But like Royce in the chat said, let's make it equal. If this guy is going to get in trouble for what he did, let's go back to the history books and put all of these people back in jail for doing the exact same thing, pulling out guns, chasing after young boys, shooting them and stuff to take to their own home.
You know that
That,
ain't gonna happen.
yeah, Will.
whenever y'all not
I
talking,
hear
mute
what
up
Terry.
because I couldn't hear. Whenever y'all not talking, mute up because I couldn't hear what she just said on the end. I know she said go back in the history books, but I couldn't hear what she said because it was like some wind or something going on in the back. But I got a pretty good idea. So Christopher J was talking. Go ahead, Christopher J. Mind you, we are streaming on multiple platforms, so it's multiple people listening. So just make sure that we're not over talking. But go ahead, Christopher J. And then I read the super chat.
No, what I was gonna say was to attorneys point. Yeah, that's double. They're not gonna do double jeopardy. Although I agree with what you said. The George, and also these are false equivalency. The George Zimmerman situation. Yeah, I agree. Trayvon should. He should have been thrown under the jail. We can all agree with that. But the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. There were so many legal
hmm
loopholes and scapegoats with that situation. The who was it? The attorney the attorney for the against Kyle Rittenhouse,
Prosecution.
they suck, garbage, ass. I mean, trash, all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So so there were so many loopholes that he got off with that. In the case of this one, you can use because shout out to Arno. He said there might be a legal scapegoat where he can bring up some type of form of self defense or whatever the case may be,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know how much that's going to help him. I'm glad that he told the truth, so he'll be credible for not being a liar. You can't turn him into a liar on the stand, but the defense will have to prove that because of his size,
Mm-hmm.
because he's bullied, because he doesn't feel protected, something like that will have to be used in order to get him off, or pause, or just lessen the sentencing.
Really quick. So I want to. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tierney. You about to say something?
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I say
Okay.
something right quick, Sil?
Yeah. Go ahead, Tommy.
So I really wish people would stop using OJ. OJ is a multi fucking millionaire that got away with some shit that we see regular white folks get away with every day. And the fact that the only case you can come up with like that is OJ literally leads to what the fuck we're talking about. Because that's the only case you can find that you think that he did it and he got away with it, and it was the opposite race or whatever. So please stop bringing up somebody that's a multi-millionaire that hired lawyers that made 4 and 5 times what the prosecutors made and got away with it.
Really quick. Someone on the TikTok side said Ray Lewis. What about Ray Lewis? I don't know. I don't know.
Ray Lewis got got off from
Oh
double
yeah, yeah,
homicide.
yeah. I remember. I remember.
So Ray Lewis was never the person that did it, and Ray Lewis didn't kill 2 white folks.
Okay. Really quick, Tierney, did you have a shout out you had to give out?
Yes, I want to shout out to my favorite Caucasian boy, Mr. Josh Watson. Love you for the $10 cash out. Thank you. I love it when the other race of people don't say, "Oh, she's speaking opposite and she's black, so I hate her." They can relate to honesty. They can relate. So I love. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Watson.
Let me offer something right quick, and this is to anybody on the panel, right? With the facts that have been so far laid out, right? And Tierney, this is going against your perspective, so don't take offense to it. But the thing is, why I'm doing this show in particular, I have no problem with what Tierney's doing, but I'm calling out the fact that this is something that is happening all over society right now because we want to interject race into something that it does not have to be a part of. Even when it came back to the George Zimmerman, is George Zimmerman, right? Even when it came back to the Zimmerman case, um, I'm not one to say that he was wrong for, or I'm not one to say that he was right for following. What is the young boy's name again?
Trayvon.
Trayvon Martin. I'm not one to say that he was right for following Trayvon Martin because that's something that he just did on his own, right? As a matter of fact, I even had a difference of opinion when it came to someone else or someone on their show. But the thing is, hey, Wilkes, it was on Wilkes' show that he was doing. So the thing is, when it came down to the Trayvon Martin case, that all everything leading up until him bashing Zimmerman's head on the ground is what opened up the grounds for self-defense, right? In this particular case, would I argue that self defense can possibly be used when it comes to this case, as far as Austin and Anthony? It could possibly be used, but you have to first deal with the things that is introduced first. He was not supposed to have that knife. And also, when we talk about proportionality, is especially when it comes to the case law, and they can't remember the exact case law it was, but Texas has already found and ruled that a touch or a push is not equal to leading to a death sentence or using a weapon for deadly force. But really quick, let me catch HQ. She says, without out, she says they charge him with first, so he would be held before trial. No judge would give bond. Most might give bond with the lesser of manslaughter. Appreciate you for supporting and that comment. But yes, the thing is though, that's where we are. That's what we have to deal with. And with the things that he's being faced with, it's not about he's going to lose just because he's going to lose. No, he's going to lose because he broke the law. And that's what we need to deal with. It's because he broke the law.
Okay, can I? So I think that a lot of black
Hold on, wait,
folks.
really quick. Hold on, really, really
Sorry.
quick. Zimmerman, am I pro Zimmerman? Shout Lives Matter. Am I pro Zimmerman? No, I'm pro law. So even when I'm not gonna give a personal relation,
Okay.
I'll just give a few things. If I did something that if I broke the law and I got caught, I can't argue that I should be innocent because I'm black. And I also can't argue that if a white person broke the law, that they should be innocent because they're white. I also cannot argue that a black person or a white person should be guilty just because they're black or white. Now, I can argue this though, because I know quite a few lawyers who I've covered and who I've had conversations with on this panel. I mean, not on this panel, but on my show and on their show. That when it comes down to the legal justice system in America, it's perfect because it's imperfect. Because I would rather 10. how do they say it? 10 innocent men walk away free than one innocent person to remain in jail. So no, I'm not pro Zimmerman, but what I am saying is that Zimmerman, because of the fact that Trayvon was bashing his head against the concrete, according to the law, that opened up self-defense. I'm not pro Zimmerman. If anything, I wish Zimmerman would have left Trayvon the hell alone. That way we wouldn't have to be sitting up here and relating or referencing back to that case. The thing is, in this particular case, his bond is 1 million. Yeah, his bond is 1 million, and Kyle Rittenhouse's bond was 2 million. So that removes that racial part right there.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tierney.
So I was gonna say, um, Carmelo. That's the black guy, right? I don't.
Carmelo Anthony is the young black kid, and
Carmelo with the gray.
Austin Metcalf
Austin.
is
Okay.
the Caucasian kid. Yeah,
So Carmelo used that knife in self-defense. The knife was not pulled out at first. He was minding his own business, regardless of where he was sitting. Rosa Parks, regardless of where he was sitting, he was minding his own business. Then the boy came over there and started messing with him. Now, Carmelo wouldn't have went to jail because if the boy would have never talked to him, because no one would ever seen the knife. It wouldn't have even known that he had the knife. So the fact that a lot, we're saying, oh, well, it's because he has the knife, it was illegal. I think it was only illegal because he got his ass whooped. Like I said, I'm not pro murder, but I'm listening to history repeat itself. And black people don't want to talk about race. We don't. We really want things to be equal. We do. But because we know it won't, we try to justify it. We try to justify this racist system. Well, I think because, no, it's unfair. So if you guys, not you, I'm saying the world, if the world is going to go off of unfair equals Caucasian, but the book will be thrown at you because you don't look like us, then why can't we do the same? I just want things to be equal. Yes, hit the cash out because you guys like the conversation. You know you do. Okay, but that's all that's just really it. I don't want things to be unfair. A lot of us don't. We don't even want to think, damn, I'm a black man, I know I'm gonna lose. If you get you the right lawyer, they're going to tell you, all right, Carmelo, I'm going to let you know your chances of winning is probably going to be slim to none. And it has nothing to do with really you bringing a knife. Kids bring things to school all the time that they shouldn't be bringing to school. Even when you pull out your phone and start watching porno in the restroom, boys. Okay? Come on now. Y'all do things all the time that you shouldn't be doing. It's simply because we know that we don't look like y'all, that we are going to get reprimanded and the book thrown at us harder. And the Caucasian race, they know that. So you're like, if you're still up when I come back, then I'll be back up.
most definitely. Yeah, we'll be here.
Michelle, can I reply to this comment? This is so ignorant.
Which comment first? Direct me to the comment so I can pull it up.
Tutty Bug. Being inside of another team's tent
Uh,
is not doing nothing. How the fuck is me being inside of another? First of all, you don't own that tent. The school does. It's not your personal property. That's number one. Number two, I've been to sporting events where I had a homie from the other school invite me over to their side. I don't give a fuck whether you like it or not. You don't own the school. You don't own the school's property. You don't own none of that shit. So to sit there and say that's not doing nothing is fucking nuts. And that's why this shit gets racial, because people make idiotic comments like that. And it's like, guarantee you that comment doesn't get made if the shit's flipped the other way. That's why people go this way, because you hear that dumb shit.
Really quick, Wolfpack had a question, but it was for Tyranny, so I'll wait till she gets back. Michael H. Was this question for the panel, for her, for me, someone specific in the chat? But he says, question, was it justified? The other kid came over. It's stupid kid stuff that teenage boys do. I'll answer that question once I know who you sent it to. Really quick, the lady that was talking, if race isn't a factor, then the law applies to anyone regardless of race. This is true. And race should not be a factor, but what society does, and specifically what I've witnessed within the black community, is we always try to make it a race thing. Society, don't get me wrong, they always make it a race thing, but in the black community, we beat our chest and we sound the drum for defense by any means. That was for Tierney. Okay, I'll make sure to start and I'll bring it back up when she comes back. All right, Christopher J, I appreciate you say be right back. So let me start this and then I'll ask her when she comes back. One second, y'all. One second. Where is that question? Tyranny from Michael H. Where's Michael's comment? Did you delete it? Michael, did you delete your comment? There it is. All right, cool. Also, shout out to HQ React with another $5 for supporting the show. Thank you, HQ React. Greatly appreciate you. All right, cool. Let me answer that question though. Where is it?
Yeah, I just respectfully, Sel, I gotta
Go
say
ahead.
this, Cap, because you gotta understand, we're in a country where we've been our face has been played in repeatedly. We
Mm-hmm.
saw a man get beat on camera on the freeway, and they let every last one of those officers go. We saw that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like the way that you put that, because it gives it makes it seem like we're creating this narrative out of nowhere. You get what I'm saying? Like our faces have been played in so many times. What they did to Tamir Rice, they like, and to hear people back that up, what they did to what was it, Philando Castile in Minnesota, when you literally have an officer say, "Oh, I was driving by and I noticed the size of his nose. That's what made me suspicious of him."
Mm-hmm.
Like we're like, when you say that, it comes across as if we're just pulling this shit out of our ass. This shit is a history, and we have a long history, and we can show you that history. It's
Mm-hmm.
public knowledge.
That's
So again, and I think the big part about it is, to be honest with you, is the empathy. I think is where we kind of the lack of empathy. I think is where we kind of we get tired of this, right?
gotcha.
Even like they had the whole thing about Black Lives. They talked all this shit about Black Lives Matter. A lot of people don't know there was a white guy in Fresno, California,
Mm-hmm.
unarmed. They got smoked by the police. You know
Mm-hmm.
who went out there and marched for him? It wasn't White Lives Matter. It
Mm-hmm.
was Black Lives Matter.
Okay.
But that doesn't get blasted all over the TV and shit.
Of
So
course it
all I'm
doesn't.
saying is, so what I'm saying is, when you put it like that, I kind of get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like if you say that to kind of give the history of why we go there with it, and not just like, oh, something happens and the first thing we do is run to the race car. No, there's a reason for that.
Okay. And you know what? I'll tackle this piece by piece. When it comes to how the race card is always being pulled, the race car always. Okay, there she goes. She got her avatar. Baby, you good? Booba?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
If I pop up here,
So
I already know
yeah,
what it is.
the reason
What's
that I
up, bro?
call out why it is that people all look, black people in particular,
Hey.
always go to the race card, because they make things about race that has absolutely nothing to do with it, and also those cases are indeed separate. But I get what you're saying though, right? When it comes to the empathy aspect, so my question is, am I supposed to have empathy for the drug dealer who's selling drugs in the neighborhood that's killing people when he
You
gets
can have
caught?
you
When he gets caught by police, am I supposed to go down there and say, free my nigga Jay,
no,
even though
you don't
he's a
have to.
drug
No,
dealer?
no.
Right.
You. I'm
But
I'm not talking
but
about
Black
empathy for
Lives
you.
but right, but here's the thing. But Black Lives Matter would say that, oh, he got a drug charge for
Mhm.
30 years for selling drugs, and that's
Mhm.
wrong. My thing is, if a criminal is a criminal, how much empathy are we supposed to have for a criminal? Because now that leads into darker territory where conversations can really get wicked.
Okay, because this is where, again, so we'll push that hard line for them, right?
Hmm.
The Sackler family. See, when we sell drugs in the hood, we sell them to drug fiends. The Sackler family turned hardworking Americans into dope fiends. They tricked them into thinking that they were getting medicine and fed them heroin, which started the opioid crisis. Not a single second in jail. Not a half a second in jail. And sold more dope than any dude that you had ever met in your life.
Okay, so your point.
So my point is, we'll have all that visceral for Buddy right there that's selling to somebody who's already a knock. But again, we won't double back and have that same visceral for the Sackler family, who literally haven't done a second in jail and have done 50 times more damage
Did they get
than what
caught?
Buddy over there selling five. Yes.
Okay, cool. So they got caught, right? And
Yes.
because now one thing, Waha's in the chat. She said, Waha says, great point, Tommy. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. But here's the thing, and this is something that we always know, right? And I hate that this is an ugly truth, but most lawyers and attorneys will tell you, shout out to lead attorney, Nate the lawyer, uncivil law, Ricada law, and all those other good law, legal eagle, all those good people. They will tell you straight up that when it comes down to the legal issue, it's not about what is the truth or what is the lie. It's about what you can prove in court. So I'm not one that's disassociated from that. I understand that there is some type of discrimination, but everything can't be discrimination. But if I had to sit there and I had to be a juror on the what you call them, the secular family, for selling the fentanyl or selling the drugs or the heroin or whatever it is, then if they was put on trial and I was part of that jury, I would say, hell yeah, guilty as charged. But
No.
unfortunately,
This is my point, Sal. They never
mhm,
made it to a trial
right. So they never,
because they had the connections and the complexion for the protection.
it has
So
nothing to do
and
with
that's my
complexion. It has to do with connection. We see that and that
It
and that.
doesn't even have anything to do with
you
connection.
who the Sackler family,
What it has to do with is
Raw
intent.
B. They went to the White House.
Hold on. Wait, 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 wait. We about to wait, wait,
Whoa.
wait, wait. Hold
Did you
on.
see
Wait,
it?
wait. Hold on, Tommy. Remember, we're
Go
on
ahead.
other platforms. So it's other
Okay.
people listening. We can't just over talk. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Go. Good.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
All right.
let's finish our points. Then we could jump in and give our rebuttal. And if there's a mix up, then either me or Raw will handle the mix up. But
I
the
got you.
thing is, what I was saying is that when they get caught, if it was me on that trial, I
Uh,
would say that you deserve to go to jail. Nah, they didn't make it to the white. I mean, they did whatever and all this, that, and the other. Cool, fine. They got away with it. Cool. There's no such thing as perfect justice. It's all mute up really quick, Tommy, because your background. Yeah, but the thing is, justice is imperfect, but we can only do better when we actually start making the correct decisions when it comes to application of the law. If a drug dealer gets caught, then yes, I will say that he's guilty. He needs to go to jail. But do I then say we need to double back and go after the Sackler family? Well, if they already got off, well, how you want me to charge them for double jeopardy? That doesn't make sense. Um, Tommy, you can come off mute, or Raw, you can go
yeah.
ahead, baby. Oh, go ahead.
Can I
They
go
were
after
never
them,
charged.
Cell? Both of them?
Go ahead.
So after Tommy is Raw, then you can go ahead, Marcus.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, they were never charged because they was tapped in, and I'm talking about all the way up to the White House. But Ross said intent. Their intent was to make more money, and they literally basically swindled the FD. I mean, y'all can see the documentary because we going somewhere else. But if you watch the documentary, it literally explains it all. It's nuts how they did that.
So, opioids as a category of medication are natural, semi-synthetic, and synthetic drugs, including prescription medications used to treat pain, and illegal drugs like heroin. Now, there are plenty of drugs that are Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 that are prescribed to people, right? They all include narcotics, including cocaine and some mo. It's not about the medication itself, right? This is why they haven't been charged or prosecuted. They're not out here selling baggies of heroin. They're selling a medication. How the user chooses to take that medication will be indicative of their addiction to the drugs. And their prescribers not regulating the amount that they're prescribing is the actual issue. So when we're talking about that family, that's why they've not been locked up. Like, if that's the case, then BC, the people that created BC powder, should be locked up as well because BC powders originally included cocaine. Coca Cola, the soft drink that most people drink every single day, originally had cocaine in it, if we're going to be honest. So then everybody needs to go to jail for everything forever, right? Because that's how cocaine actually became a Schedule 1 narcotic. Now, in regards to the criminal justice system, the reason that most criminals get time is predicated upon their attorney. See, me, I've been charged for high felony charges. And you know what? I walked away completely innocent, or rather not guilty, because my lawyer was a great lawyer. So, what we're really talking about is ineffective counsel. Is the counsel that you have able to adequately defend you? Have you talked too much to the police when you've been arrested? And when we talk about officer involved crimes and shootings, the standard or modus operandi for the crimes that they commit are scaled differently because of the profession that they work in and how they are intervening on what is perceived as a crime. Do they have a proper perception of the crime at hand? So when we're talking about these things, it's not about race, it's about knowledge of the law and how to use the system. But I'm be
So
quiet though, y'all got it.
Marcus was
I would
next. Go ahead, Marcus.
let me respond to Rob 1 sec.
No, they
Chef.
can go ahead. So go ahead.
Go ahead.
I would implore you to get informed on the Sackler family situation because you are way off. They literally had intent. They literally manipulated the law. They literally used language that was illegal. They literally took the FDA dude for a weekend. Again, I don't want to go down that path. I would implore you to look at the thing. It was nuts. It wasn't as simple as they made medicine and then people got hooked. It's just nowhere near that simple.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Marcus.
I forgot my point. I have to blame Tommy's light skinness. Tommy, because he's light skinned like me. That's why I'm
Well,
pissed off
stop
right now.
bringing race into it.
I'm sorry. I apologize. That's the big problem nowadays.
It is. But now, do you have some semblance of what you was about to say? I think you was going to make a point when we was talking about empathy, drug dealers, complexion, consideration, equal opportunity. Go ahead.
Well, it's because of my history and what I've been through and what I've seen on both sides of the border. There's faults on both lines, of course. I don't think it's because one person of a certain race color gets off easily. I think it's because of greed and corruption and certain bylaws or certain things they pass over as far as bills, of course. So I think that's where it kind of gets a little fuzzy as well. But yeah, that's just it, because I don't want to strave off from the main
Is
topic what
somebody
we came
talking or is
for.
my thing off?
So
yeah, he's talking. You probably just got
Oh, okay. I
your
can't hear him
volume
for
up.
some reason.
no, you're
No,
good.
I'm gonna
You're
back
good.
out and come in because I can't hear him.
Okay.
Tommy's just hating. He's just hating on me. That's cool.
Damn,
But nah, but other than that, man, yeah, it's just unfortunate. Back to the main subject though, with the whole Austin and the whole thing. I'm not letting any drug dealers pass on either. I just think it's a demand issue as far as the supply issue as well. So I'm just leave it there. I don't want to go too back into that.
most definitely. All right, one second
Wait,
before we go
get
forward.
this, and I'm gonna hop off for the walk. I'm sad. If we want to talk about families and right, them particularly creating a product that would be addictive, we're gonna talk about McDonald's. We're gonna talk about the dairy industry. We're gonna talk about the sugar industry. Because see, that's more deadly than the opioid epidemic. And because of what they have force fed you with the dairy industry and the sugar industry, you have people that are now addicted to cholesterol medications, diabetic medications, heart medications, overweight, addicted to food, spending too much money. They told you that low calorie, low fat food was good for you when in fact it has more sugar than sugary products. I know you guys saw those documentaries on sugar, right? So again, I get exactly what you're saying about the Sackler family, and I really dislike it when people tell me I need to do more research on a thing. But however you feel about a situation is however you feel about a situation. We're looking at the system as a whole. So if they arrest and penalize the Sackler family, they have to penalize a lot of big families for their level of creating addiction. Even the media moguls that have you addicted to media, even the people that created social media platforms like the one you're on right now. The way the algorithm is set up to make you addicted. But I'll be back, girl. Bye.
Thank you, baby. Really quick, let
So
me shift. Hold on, let me shift myself right quick. Do a little bit of marketing right quick. We are currently at 30 members for the channel. Can I get 10 members for the show? Like if someone would just gift 2 5 sets or just 10 or like a 110 set or like if 10 people just join the membership, be greatly appreciated. And also if you want to support the show, you can hit the super chat or hit the cash app. Is greatly appreciated. Shout out to who just did that super chat. Shout out to Deborah with the $5. She says raw, always bringing the raw truth. Appreciate it. Now let me go ahead and respond because I see Tommy then left. He'll probably be right back. Let me go ahead and respond to this right quick. Roy says, the fact that y'all are acting like race doesn't play a part in cases where it's a black and white person involved is just asinine. No, the fact that niggas try to make things out of shit that they don't have to be about is asinine, right? I'm not disagreeing with you that race doesn't play a part when it comes to people who have an agenda. I'm not saying that race doesn't play a part when it comes to things that when people when they want to propagandize something, right? I'm also not disagreeing with the fact that race is a part of the systemic issue that a lot of people are dealing with, because you have to remember it's not just black people that is suffering up under people who has agendas and intent that has a bias or racist. It's also white people too, right? You have Mexicans right now. They're going through a whole bunch of shit. All of the illegal aliens, they're going through shit, right? So everyone has a bias. What happens is when people choose to take action because of bias based on someone else's skin color or build, then that's where the racist implement comes into tact. Now, when that is dealing with the law, will I disagree with you? No. But in this particular case, one boy told another boy to move. That boy didn't like being told what to do. So a physical altercation broke out and he stabbed him. This has nothing to do with black and white. This has everything to do with the fact that this young man came onto school grounds with an illegal possession, which is that knife, and he used that knife to delete another young man. Now, remove the gender and remove the race, and let's just call it a white girl and a black girl, or a white girl and a Persian girl, or a Palestinian girl and a Mexican girl. Either way you want to spin it, when it's involving black people, and this is what I say, niggas in the kingdom of niggadry always want to make it about race when it does not have to be. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying history tells us that they tend to use that bias in the system often. I don't disagree with you. But in this particular case, when we are removing ourselves from the emotional aspect of it and we're only sticking with the facts, I want someone, or not want, I'm more so open to anyone who has disagreements with what it is that the law states, that the school code of conduct states that he was not supposed to have that knife. So him being black has nothing to do with that. You're not supposed to have that knife. I don't care if you're white, black, green, brown, blue, yellow, whatever. You're not supposed to have that knife. And if you get caught with that knife, you are subject to the consequences of having that knife. You're not supposed to have that knife on school grounds. You're subject to the consequences. You're not supposed to have that knife because of the possibility that you might use that knife to either threaten or cause great bodily harm equal to death on school grounds, which he did. There is no racial component in that. So my question to all of society is, why the hell are y'all making it about race when this boy clearly broke the law? I'm saying that Austin would still be alive had that boy not brought that damn knife onto that damn school ground. More than likely, it probably would have just been a physical altercation. Probably somebody would have got beat down, or it probably would have been a school fight. Then I have a different component that I can introduce to you. But when people is out here saying that black people are proportionally being treated differently in this particular situation because he is black and he has $1 million bond, that's bullshit. That has nothing to do with the facts of the case. We all understand. And for everybody that's watching, put a 1 in the chat. We all understand that he had a knife. We understand that, correct? For y'all on the panel, we understand that he had a knife, right?
Correct.
Okay. We also understand that according to the student code of conduct, he's not supposed to have that knife on school grounds. We understand that, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
We also understand that there is a dead body as a result of him using that knife on school grounds. Also correct, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Mind you, I didn't say any race or gender. Oh, I did say gender. I said he. I didn't say any component of race. I just said he's not supposed to have that damn knife on the school grounds in which he used that knife to kill someone. What is there need to be said about the justice system? That boy needs to be found guilty. Not needs to be. He should be found guilty. And that's the end of the story. This has nothing to do with what happened to Tamir Rice, what happened to Trayvon Martin, what happened to any of those gentlemen who we have seen have been wrongfully deleted and or killed or mistreated by the system or its constituents. In this particular case, as of 2025 today, on the 12th of April, this is April, right? Yeah, 12th of April.
Yes.
As of what we see today, based on these facts, how can anyone say that this is a issue dealing with race? But if you lean on what the mainstream media, what social media is propagandizing when it comes to toxic masculinity, I can't believe somebody said that shit to me the other day. I almost jumped out of my goddamn soul. I can't believe someone said that. Oh, well, this is a classic case of toxic masculinity. Well, is this also a classic case of single parent household? From my understanding, both boys have both parents in the home. Which talking point are we going to apply to this case? But of course, go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish, man. I cut you off. My apologies.
No, go do your big one. Go ahead, do your thing.
No, I just, unfortunately, because we knew this was going to happen, they're going to treat this like it's like the George Floyd thing again, and it's not. It's like I said, it's a fortunate circumstance. Both kids had a bright future. One kid chose to do something with a certain action that is already under the grounds of premeditation. When you reach into the bag, you brought the knife to school. The fact that you were already warned before, and then you said, correct me if I'm wrong, Sel. He said, "F around and try me and find out," or something like that. In that regard.
First, he said, "Touch me and something gonna happen." Then he said, "Punch me and something gonna happen."
Okay, so there you go. So the equal force needs to stand ground here with equal force. A push for a push, or if you push me pretty hard, I might just punch you. That's it. But it doesn't need to go more than that higher. People are still trying to make the fight or argument of, well, you can't just tell him, or then there is no actual evidence saying that he was jumped or not. Again, we keep saying what we keep talking about in a lot of these panels for this case is because of the fact that we're just dealing with the information that's out there now. We're not trying, and again, my mind can be changed if there's more evidence that's going to clear more of what Karmelo stands. It could change, or it could further go down the point of what happened until, unfortunately, the victim, Austin Metcalf, and his family. Again, both parents came out on interviews saying, do not make this about race. Do not make this about race. And what happens, people on the internet or people that are triggered or emotionally invested or somehow want to project their issues into this case and make it about them. They're not making it about Austin Metcalf or Karmelo. They want to make it about themselves and what their issues, what they're going on with their lives. So we just need to be more careful, more responsible, and more thoughtful, a lot more selflessness, not selfishness in this kind of matter. But hey, unfortunately, kind of things like this is going to cause more divide because the people on the outside want to cause more divide.
Correct. Royce said, oh wait, Jay, I didn't even see you in the chat. My bad. Jay says, I'm tired of black folks constantly coping for the wrong cases and can't seem to be objective or compartmentalize, only conflate and deflect. I cannot disagree with you on that, Jay. I cannot. Because as a black man in the black community, guess what? It happens a lot. That's what we do. We love to do that dumb shit. Why? Because we're trying to drum up.
My bad, that was
I'm gonna beat your ass.
I was like, what?
My bad.
I thought he was watching Small Soldiers for a bit.
I was rush hour me. I'm gonna send it to you.
It was perfect. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. All one. But yeah, but that's the thing though. But yeah, I can't disagree with Jay's comment because that's true. And to piggyback off what Marcus said, we see it all the time. Look at YouTube panels. Look at TikTok panels. Look at video. Look at the shorts that's being put out. Look at the asinine anecdotal experiences that people are trying to use in blanketed situations and turn it into some type of terminology. So where now they're not trying to create a movement to just go against people for no absolute reason. And then the whole George Floyd thing, that thing was a fucking bust. But we're not talking about George Floyd. But now Royce just brought up George Floyd. If this was like the George Floyd thing, then Royce, I need you to retype that. Would be demonizing the white kid and looking into his past for incidents that he deserved to be deleted or that he shouldn't be defended. Listen, this is why I say whenever something crucial happens within the world, that mainstream media needs to be stayed away from. Anybody that will give you a biased, one-sided opinion, they cannot be trusted. because they
Correct.
can't look down the middle and see it for what it actually is. We all know that the justice system is nothing but a big, gigantic gray area. That I know is true. But what people do is they try to propagandize bullshit so they can try to get a movement behind them. Look at what happened with Black Lives Matter. They built their backs off of George Floyd. And what did we find out that Black Lives Matter did? They took the money, refurbished it, and recycled it back up to themselves, came up with all these unnecessary ass things just for it to fall back on its face. And now you have someone in a government office saying that someone was trying to lynch them just for it to be yet another lie. Here, I'll attack this angle. When, at what point in time do we say that enough of Black Lives Matter's bullshit? Oh, you saying that Black lives don't matter? No, what I'm saying is that the organization Black Lives Matter is bullshit. What I'm saying is that the narrative that is built upon niggatry, that is based in bullshit, is bullshit. And it's okay to say that publicly. Oh, well, you won't say that about white people. What I'll tell you is that white people can be full of shit too. And even the shit that they drum up is full of bullshit. How about instead of seeing it one sided, see it straight down the middle and call it for what it is? But people don't like that because they will have to engage their emotions. And when they realize that their emotions are not valued when it comes to the truth or what can actually be seen, then people get in their little fifis and then now they want to attack you and call you a coon and say that you're not a part of the Black community. Why? I feel that if you're a drug dealer in the Black community, your ass should be in jail if you get caught.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't get caught, you do your big one.
And that's why I don't engage with these conversations with certain people, because little to no logic is added. It's all emotions, especially pertaining to stuff like this. To your point, they want to say you're a coon or whatever the case may be. I said, you got somebody destroying your neighborhood right now. What you done about it? Nothing. You the biggest coon. You the biggest sellout because you're allowing your community to die literally on your watch, and you do absolutely nothing about it. That's why I don't talk to certain people when it comes to certain conversations like this. Because like I said earlier, I hate the fact this involves children, but unfortunately, this boy knows his fate. That's why he didn't lie to the police when they asked what happened. He said, "Nope, I did it." He know he's not supposed to have a knife at school, and I'm just gonna take a shot at that out of the dark that he knows there's consequences for taking someone's life. So it is what it is. Those people who are trying to justify, say, well, white people think they can do this. White people think they can do that. This has nothing to do with race at all. Because switch the skin, switch the pigmentation. Would you keep the same energy? I think we all know the answer. That's why I don't talk to certain people about this conversation.
Because if Anthony was white, Metcalf was black, could you imagine? Could you imagine all of the motherfucking tirades in the social justice warrior group troops that would be piling out of the woodworks? Look, a black kid got stabbed. This is wrong. Monster, you got booted for being disrespectful. We didn't have to be disrespectful in that moment. Especially coming off of the series that I'm running, Monster, when we're talking about masculinity. We don't have to be disrespectful just because we disagree with someone. I can see if she called you out your name or some shit like that, but you didn't have to call her a bitch. And that's not me protecting her. That's just facts. I've had disagreements where I've called Tierney out of her name because she called me out of her name, but she still came back. But in that particular moment, that's why you got booted. If you don't like it, take it up with Raw. Yeah, and trust me, you don't want that.
Yeah, I was like, what you said that for? That boy
You don't want that.
Bro, write his name in the death note while you at it.
I mean, yo, and just to piggyback off what Sel was saying about organizations that have ripped off and have had agendas just to make money in capitalism. Same thing with like Just Say No to Drugs, right? They made a lot of money off making Kiki Camarena the agent who was tortured and captured and deleted over there. Made money off of them and still incentivized on capitalism of pharmaceuticals. It's the same thing with BLM. BLM, what did they do? When they got the money, what did they buy? Mansions and cars and helicopters and stuff like that. So, made all this money for that. So all the people that invested all that stuff into those organizations, look what it gave back to you. Nothing.
Didn't give you nothing. I mean, what's that? What's that? What's the lawyer's name or the black dude that Ben Crump? What? Every time that motherfucker show up, you should know it should be a scandal behind it, right? Just know it's a scandal behind it. I'm surprised he didn't show up for this shit.
Yet.
Go ahead.
I said he hasn't showed up yet, so who knows? To be determined.
Well, he hasn't shown up yet because he doesn't feel like he can make money off of this situation. It's not a too big enough high profile case. You see what I'm saying? But the thing is,
Right.
because Charity kept bringing up the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, we seen what happened in the courtroom. I watched that whole entire trial from beginning to end. When she was questioning the old boy from what's that? They be coming on TV. Extra? No, not extra. The other TMZ, when he was up there, she was like, "Oh, are you just doing this because you want your 15 minutes or 5 minutes of frame?" He was like, "I could say the same about you." And I was like, "Ooh," because that's what's happening. People are just trying to build they're trying to become infamous off of the name of a black kid who stabbed a white kid, and we sit up here saying he should be let free. Oh, if he not set free, then Black America should tear this fucker up. For what? Have you not seen the results of fucking the George Floyd shit? My homegirl, her sister, no, I just almost put that out there. My homegirl, she was there when the George Floyd protest was happening. There go Tommy B. He back now. CCD says, and people still think Kyle took out black people. Of course, people think Kyle took out black people. They said that was the first thing. And when everything popped out, the first thing they said was Kyle Rittenhouse down there shooting black people. It was tons. It was all over TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, everywhere. He was down there shooting black people. Come to find out he didn't shoot not one. So why the hell is Black Lives Matter down there protesting about white people getting killed? Take your time. I'll wait.
Not only that, one of them that he shot was one of those. I'll just say that.
Yeah, he was one of them PDF files. Yeah. So as much as black people love to defend innocent people in situations where they're considered guilty, how come Black Lives Matter didn't show up and defend Kyle Rittenhouse? I just want to know.
The same reason why the NRA don't be defending black people. Like we can go blow
No,
for
no,
blow
no,
with
no.
it.
The NRA defends those who follow the law. Because guess what? As a card
Sell.
carrier, as a card carrier, and as a gun carrier, I can tell you right now, as long as I do everything within the scope of the law, when it comes to me shooting my gun or shooting my rifle, as long as I'm within the law, I'm straight. If I do anything outside of the scope of that law, then I'm fucked. What's
So
the
you know where I
problem?
could kill you on that?
Go ahead.
They didn't say a fucking word for Philando Castillo, and he broke not one fucking law.
Of course he didn't. But guess what? We all knew that Philando's Castile murder was wrong.
No. What I'm telling you is the NRA didn't say a fucking thing, and he
You're right.
was carrying his shit legally. Had a concealed weapon license and all.
Okay. So public statements make us feel better.
I
Is
didn't
it
say
going to
public
bring?
Okay,
Okay,
you
but that's what I'm
listen.
asking you. Does
Quick
It doesn't mean
public
that it
interjection.
make
statement
no, but it does make an effect, is what I'm
affect
saying.
on
Or else,
what? Will it bring back Philando Castile?
come on,
And
dog, don't do
and a
that.
quick
Because you know
interjection.
what?
And a quick.
Hold
Oh,
on.
wait, Tommy, real quick.
Give me 1 second,
Quick.
Chris.
It's a quick interjection about the
They'll
NRA.
make that public shit for the fucking white folks, and we've seen it before. I can pull them up if you want me to.
Go ahead, Chris J.
No. We seen that, and also they did after the fact. However, it just came and went. It's like a quick announcement, probably on the website, or some official note. Quick announcement, then it went away. But we all know Philando Castile was wrongfully killed. Was this in Minnesota, by the way? Philando Castile.
Yeah, it was in Minnesota. It was right before. I
So
want to say
much.
it was right before George Floyd.
Ain't that a bitch?
It was before George
NRA
Floyd,
did make a statement.
and
Yeah, I
and
want
it
to say.
has something to do with who's the EMS lady that died.
I can't remember her name.
Yeah, Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor. That in combination with what was going on around that time, that caused them to clean house in the police department. The police chief got fired. So many other people lost their jobs. So it was a triple
Oh
phase.
no. Breonna Taylor was in what was that? Not St. Louis, Louisville.
Louisville, sorry.
Yeah,
Wrong
yeah.
location. I'm sorry.
No,
Louisville,
Philando
not that.
Castile. No,
Louisville, they
you talking
clean
about
house.
Philando
Louisville, they clean
Castile
house.
and George. I mean, not George.
I know you're
With the
talking about.
big
It's in
nose.
Georgia. I know you're talking
Yeah,
about. Damn.
but
Okay,
yeah,
so really quick. Really quick, the NRA issued a statement acknowledging Philando Castile's death as troubling and stated they would have more to say once facts were known. Initial statement, the NRA stated that the shooting was troubling and needed thorough investigation, according to a Facebook statement. They also affirmed their support for the right of all law-abiding citizens to carry firearms regardless of race. What more do you want them to say? Do
And
you
what
want
was the
to say
further
that
statement? Because they said themselves they was
Ahmaud
gonna make a
Arbery is
further
the other
statement.
name.
Ahmaud Arbery? Thank you.
Oh
What
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
what was that? Oh, after the acquittal, despite the
Mm.
initial statement, the NRA did not issue any further statements after
Oh,
officer. Oh, okay. So cool. So what could they add on top of we support those who are all within the right of law-abiding citizen of Americans, law-abiding Americans to carry firearms regardless of race, and that it was troubling and needed thorough investigation. What could they have said after the case was over? What would you have wanted them to say in
it's not
support of
what
black people?
it's not what they could say. It's what they could do as well. You know they
What
have
could they
lobbies, right?
do?
They have lobbies, right? What do lobbies do?
What could they do? You saying bits and pieces. Just give me the whole thing. Come on, man. I'm
No, I'm
starving
telling
here.
you, they have lobbyists.
Okay, so what could they do? You're saying they have lobbyists,
I
but
don't
you're not
know.
making a full statement.
They could go into Minnesota. They can make shit like what I'm saying. Okay, hold on. What I'm saying is they can make shit crack. Because I can ask you the exact same thing. What is Black Lives Matter supposed to do for Kyle Rittenhouse?
Not a goddamn thing. That's
Okay, so
here's the thing though, Tommy. I didn't say that to be right. I said that to point out the stupid in it.
got you,
It's
got you.
dumb. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is the whole point of the show, pointing out the stupid shit for what it is. For
got you.
what? Why are we, as black people, wanting everyone else to step up for us? But if we're going to step up, it needs to be for the right shit, and we need to make sure that we're doing it the right way.
I
I'm
don't think
not
we
going
want
to
everyone
hold on,
else.
wait. I'm
Oh, my
not
bad,
going
my
to
bad.
sit. I'm not going to sit here and say that all black lives are innocent lives when it's a nigga selling drugs on the damn corner. I'm not going to say that, oh, I don't have a problem with a man standing on the corner selling drugs, and then once my daughter or once my son get a hold of these drugs that this nigga has sold and my daughter's dead, you think I'm not going to go after that nigga? What you mean? We got to stop standing up for the wrong shit and defending the wrong shit. We got to start standing up for the right shit, and we got to start defending the right shit. It doesn't make sense for me to sit here and say that, oh, the NRA is wrong for not saying anything about Philando Castile. Was he killed? Was he killed wrongly? Yes, he was killed wrongly. Should policing be better? Yes, it should. I can tell you right now. In some states, they only have to do what, 8 hours of training for a whole year. Most people who are of that community would tell you that that's not enough, except the ones that don't want to do it. De-escalation training needs to be heavier. Now that we made those statements, what does it change? Will black people stop committing crimes? No. Will white people stop committing crimes? No. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit back and defend someone who's openly acting in criminal acts. I'm not going to sit here and say that they should be innocent just because they black. That's bullshit. Go ahead.
No, I just think the problem that we kind of have is it comes across as we're held to like this super higher standard at times, and that's what gets annoying as fuck. It's oh, I understand they do it, but why would we stoop to their level? Oh, I understand they do it, but we gotta understand the position we're in, or oh, I understand, but why do we have to stoop to their level? And I think that's the part that just gets tiresome as fuck. It's like we got to be the ones to turn the other cheek. We got to be the ones to be the bigger person. We got to be the ones to do this, and this. That shit just get irritating after a while. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I don't disagree with you on that. It's just that when we can when we have a situation like this, I just want the stupid shit to stop. I really do. I want the
I
stupid
would love
that's
for it to not enter anything, to be honest with you, bro. But in the
me
country that
as
we're
well.
in, it's
Yeah.
hard
No,
because.
it's not. It's
And
easy.
hold on, let me tell you why it's hard, Sel.
Go ahead.
And I can almost predict this. Damn near says this exact situation will happen on the flip, and everybody that's saying this shit about the black kid right now will somehow have an opposite opinion about it. And I say that because I've literally watched this shit. I've had friends where I'm looking at going,
Mhm.
wait, huh? I've had people try to explain to me how Tamir Rice could be mistaken for a fucking adult. I've never seen an 11-year-old in life that could be mistaken as a fucking adult. But this is the type of shit that we're hearing people try to excuse or maneuver to excuse some of the shit that happens, and that shit gets tiresome and fucking irritating, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, dog. Like I get so sick of somehow we look older, bigger, aggressive. We had a nigga on the freeway and the motherfucker's in a helicopter. You're in a helicopter. Talking about that guy looks scary. How the fuck would you? You're in a helicopter, my guy. Like, it's nuts.
So I would ask this question to those people who lie and serve up propaganda and drum up narratives. They should be held accountable, correct?
I would say yeah, but to be honest with you, again,
Absolutely.
but no, listen to what I'm saying. But that would be holding us to a higher standard because that's literally what the fuck America have done since it's been born.
Great. But can we not
That's why
call out
we
the
had to.
bullshit? Can we not call
Yeah,
out the
absolutely.
bullshit when we see
No,
it?
absolutely, 100%. I never have a problem. Like when people have their opinions about Tariq, you won't hear me fighting back. Even though I agree with some of the shit Tariq say, I know there's some of the shit he do be race baity.
Who,
100%. You
Tariq
won't hear me
Nasai?
fight back. Tariq Nasheed.
I will never listen to that
Even
motherfucker.
look, I'm gonna
Fuck
give you
him.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example, and this is personal. My cousin got killed by the police 2 years ago. You have not one time heard me come on any of these platforms say those police was wrong, fuck those police, yada yada yada. The video came out, and I love my cousin to death, but he had a pistol on him. He turned around, they told him to drop it, he pointed at him. So I'm not one of these irrational people that go, well, they could have shot him in the leg. You get what I'm saying? So I'm with you on that. Yes, and I do know some people would see that exact same video that I saw and would try to, oh no, but if it was the da. Nah. Unfortunately, he made his bed. I think it was other circumstances that was attached to it. That's not the police's fault. It's his. But what I'm saying is he kind of made his bed. So, that's what it was. So I'm not one of these irrational people, but at the same time, like, bro, this shit gets exhausting, bro, to see some of the and I'm not gonna lie to you, it leans heavily towards these conservative motherfuckers that have zero fucking empathy when shit happens to motherfuckers. Bro, I remember when the shit happened to Trayvon Martin, I literally remember comment after comment going, why would he wear a hoodie in the rain? Why would he wear a hoodie in the rain? You know what I did, Sal? The next time it rained out here, I just went around, I just looked. And guess who the fuck I saw in hoodies in the rain?
White people.
Fucking white people.
But here's the thing, though. So my question is this: as a conservative black man myself, right? I understand that I may not always lean and or agree with those who are not conservative, right? But my thing is this: just because I'm a conservative black man, would I sit here and say that in the situation with your cousin that he deserved to die? No, he didn't deserve to die. But I can tell you this much: I literally just went through a training simulation where I had to find a school shooter during a school shooting. And when I tell you that if you was not paying attention in this simulation, then yeah, anybody would have got, right? But here's the thing: watch this. In any situation, everybody has a plan. We all have protocols. We all have SOPs, ROEs, and all this, that, and the other. But no one know how to handle shit until it actually happened. I know Christopher J can't talk about his situation, but I can just tell you right now, when situations arise, you can either deal with it or not deal with it. And you have two consequences behind it. Either you're going to live or you're going to die. And the thing
Correct.
is, in the situation with your cousin, I'm sorry that he got deleted. But here, I got a situation that was all over the news a couple of years ago. Does anybody remember the situation with that guy who got killed on the freeway in Detroit by police after he let the top down off of I believe it was a Mustang? He
Oh
had
yeah.
that was my sister-in-law.
Oh, okay.
That was my ex-wife's sister. And let me tell you about this Negro. This Negro and his wife, they got into it because they were separated and she had came into, I would just say, a large sum of money, right? After she came into a large sum of money while they're separated, this Negro wanted some of the money. So guess what he did? Now remember, I want y'all to remember this. No, I'm going to go that angle. I'm going to just say this. The only way he found out where she was, he went to her house. And you know how you take a cigarette lighter and you strike it and it got a flame on it and you just hold it there so that the metal can get hot?
Yeah.
This nigga took the damn cigarette lighter and got it red hot. I'm talking about red golden hot. And he pressed it to their 9-year-old son's shoulder. And he tortured that baby to find out where she was. After he found out where she was, he went and got the damn AR and he drove to the hotel where she was at. When she was leaving the hotel, this nigga, and I need you to understand something, a bullet from the AR-15 at close range will not explode your head. But I need you to understand something. This nigga shot her head off her shoulders. Hold on for a second. I never told you about that story. It was all over the news. I was almost on Anton Daniels for this shit because he was covering it, and I said, "Yeah, that's my sister-in-law." He was like, "Seriously?" My ex-wife, she called me at work crying. She was like, I said, "What's wrong with you?" Jamisha. I said, "What the fuck happened to Jamisha?" So let me finish the story. This nigga shot her head off, which means that he had to shoot her in the head multiple times. And he shot the dude that she was with, which was her, I believe it was her ex or her baby daddy, something like that. Anywho, after he shoots her head off, he goes and picks up the kids from the school, goes withdraw all the money out of her bank account, give the money to the kids, and then he goes and he driving up the freeway and they caught his ass. I think it was like 2-3 hours later or something like that. When they caught up to this Negro, he dropped the damn top off the damn car and he had the AR sitting right there and he had extra clips. What was the police supposed to do? I'm not one that is sit here and say because of what happened to your cousin and because of what happened to my ex-sister-in-law and her ex-husband, I'm not one to sit here and say back to blue. But goddamn, if you pull a gun on me, best believe I would rather you live, but I also value my life. There's this thing within the community that says I'm going home. And guess what? If you losing your life is a part of me going home, I'm going home. So this has
Yeah, I agree
nothing to do.
100%.
Yeah, this has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with race. And then even in this situation, I have no problem if it was self-defense. I have no problem with Carmelo Anthony defending himself because you know what? I'm going home. But I also have to be held accountable for me bringing a knife onto school grounds when I'm not supposed to have one. Fuck race relations, fuck racial tensions. This has absolutely nothing to what all of the so-called injustices that has happened to us. When I tell you stories like that, and trust me, that is not even the most gruesome story I can tell you when it comes from my anecdotal experiences. I look at that situation, I say the person who was most affected by this and that whole entire tragedy that happened was her son getting tortured by his own father because of his jealousy, because of his because of his distaste. That is the shit that irritates the fuck out of me. So in this situation with Carmelo and with Austin, I hate that Austin lost his life, but I'm also glad that we can look within the law and we can look at the statutes and say, Anthony, I know you felt like you was defending yourself, which is great, but you got to be held accountable for one, this body, for two, bringing that knife onto school grounds. And that's the solid story. I don't care what no content creator say. I don't care what no mainstream media point says. I don't care about none of that. All I look at is the facts. It's all I care about. I'm not here to say, oh, well, I'm here to be a part of the Black community because we've been done so wrong. Have we been done wrong? Yes, we have been done wrong. But that does not mean I'm going to promote the kingdom of niggardry just because I want us to get empathy. First, we have to get better. This is why I do the show Masculine Power Hour. Because how can I sit up here and blame everyone else for treating us the way that we show them we want to be treated? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't.
Hold on for 1 second. Let me catch Deborah's super chat really quick and just remember what you were saying. Deborah with $5 says, "Never ever live a life of revenge. I promise you that your life will be filled with misery and failure. Let it go." Appreciate you. Go ahead.
So I think the problem that I have with the Carmelo situation, right, is like when you talk about the legalities of carrying a knife and stuff, right? Um, Black and white, you're right, right? Like I told, I forgot who show I was. Oh, Hamp show, right? Because they tried to make this thing about like, if you carrying a knife, you either one or two things. You either looking for trouble or you think it's going to be trouble. And I told him that's not necessarily true. When I was young, I was about 12 or 13. My older brother had hid his 380 in our bookcase in my room. I found it. I was walking around 12 or 13 with a 380, right? But I didn't have any intentions. I was a dumb kid walking around with the motherfucker. You feel me? Now, that's illegal, correct? Put me in a
Yeah.
situation where I have to defend myself. Would anybody give a fuck whether that shit was illegal or not? You get what I'm saying? And I
And
think that's the part that I struggle with, because
yeah.
where you are correct, it'll be like this, right? Let me give you a better situation. If I'm a felon, right,
Hmm.
and I have a pistol on me, right, and of course, if you're a felon, you're not supposed to have a pistol on you. Go.
If you're
My
a felon,
bad.
you're not supposed to have a pistol on
Somebody
you, and
get
you got
out
a
the
pistol.
way.
Hey,
In the state of
mute up,
in the
mute up, mute up, mute
No,
up, mute
my
up, mute up.
damn, yeah, my daughter just damn near ran in front of
Boy,
a fucking
stop
car.
yelling. Oh, she ran out in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
Um.
bro. Hey, listen, I'll cuss my
So
kid out. Don't feel bad. Get your
ran and then
motherfucking ass
stopped.
out the goddamn street.
But no, so and I end up in a situation where I have to defend myself. I think 9 times out of 10, where now I will say the police may still care about the fact that I was a felon with that, but I think overall that would be a kind of like a I don't want to say non-factor, but a minimum factor in the situation if I had to defend myself. You get what I'm saying? So
Definitely.
the part that is kind of irking me is the part of people trying to paint this kid like he's this troublemaker thug, yada yada yada, because he was carrying a knife. Like, first of all, it's Texas. Guarantee you, I mean, it's Texas. That's all I gotta say.
Uh-huh.
So I think that's the part that kind of gives me trouble with her. But as far as what you're saying, as far as the law and stuff, I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's kind of black and white. It is what it is.
I have no problem with your statement other than this part. I don't care if it's Texas. What is the law? What does the school code of conduct say? The school code of conduct says you cannot have a knife. Can we address that part first? Tom, are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah,
Yeah. What does the school code of conduct say? You cannot have knife. You cannot have a knife. Can we
yeah,
understand that part?
yeah. My
Okay,
school could have conduct said I couldn't sag my pants.
got you. So the thing is, whether it's more, and this is, and I'm glad that you bring that up.
Mm.
Black people love to always talk about the morality of a thing. What does the law say? And you know what? Here's the other thing. If you don't like the law, change it. Go vote. Go get it changed. Now, I per se, if you a felony, if you a felon, you're not supposed to have a gun. But will I look at you different if you defend yourself with a gun in a situation where you need to defend yourself? No. But you still got to be held accountable for being a felon. Just like me personally, I don't see why you have to have a license to drive a car, but I understand the sense behind it. So when you get pulled over and you don't have insurance, guess what? I don't have a problem with you driving your car, but you got to answer for there's no insurance. Same thing goes with if I don't have a problem with you defending yourself with a knife. I'm not going to sit here and call you a thug for having a knife on school grounds where you're not supposed to. I'm getting a little feedback. Oh shit. Let me
Now you
drop
sound
off.
cool over here.
No, 2D Bug said I'm getting a little feedback.
Oh, okay.
Uh, am I feedbacking? Oh, you know what? I'll just go out and come back in. Be right back.
You sounded good there. You didn't.
Yeah, my pet is kind of crazy, Moxie. She
Bruh.
said my pet. Damn.
I know. Yeah, man. But I'm just go back to what we were talking about. It's an unfortunate circumstance, and it's like no side really wins at the end of the day on this kind of case. It really doesn't. So both
All right.
kids had promising futures and stuff like that. So hopefully, Oh, so you back? You back?
Yeah, I'm back. Here, let me play this for y'all right quick. Right here.
Linda Lewis, police say Jamisha
That is my sister-in-law, Jamisha Kelly.
Kelly was one of two people shot by her ex-boyfriend 2 weeks ago today.
7 Action News reporter
Number one, not her ex-boyfriend, it's her ex-husband. This is, and see, you know what? I was on Freezy's the other night, and Logic was up there, and he was like, "Oh, he just read from the article. This is why I don't follow mainstream media for shit like this, when they don't have all of the details. This is why I say before we give an emotional response, we have to get the facts." I've already never trusted mainstream media, but when this shit happened, because this is personal to me. But when this shit happened, I knew until I see the report, official report, I don't care.
Darren Cunningham joining us live now with the message loved ones are sharing. Darren.
Yes, good evening. Jamisha Kelly's aunt reached out to me wanting to share.
By the way, Jamisha Kelly's aunt, which I know as Auntie Judy. Auntie Judy's going to be up here talking.
What kind of person she was.
What up?
I was gonna say too, Phil. A lot of us know, coming from the places that we know, and this is why we question police reports, is them shits don't always be accurate. And if you come from certain situations and you've been in certain situations, you would know motherfuckers ass, subtract, leave out all the time in them shits.
Hey, Tommy, can I be honest with you? I used to work for the government. Trust me when I tell you, I know how to lie on a report. But you know why I like reports? Because they can be held up in court. You can take a court document and says, okay, Tommy B, you said on August 1st at 2:53 in the afternoon, you said A did B. When we watched the video, A did not did B. A actually did C. Mr. Tommy B, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, well, now we can hold you to accountability, not because of what some biased propagandized article said on the damn internet because the person had a bias against Tommy B or had a bias for Tommy B. You can be held accountable for that because of freedom of speech. A lot of people just say shit just because they're trying to drum up some shit. I'm only quiet right now because Raw's on the call. But when it comes down to me looking at police reports, let me look at the police report and then I can say later down the line, oh, you know what? By the way, I got to change up something. I was wrong because this is what I put out in the atmosphere when I was just reading a police report. Not, oh, this is what I said about this person who wrote an article. I don't care what them people say about an article. Fuck them people. Let me look at the police report. And if the police officer's lying, then guess what? That nigga lying, he need to be held accountable. Just that simple.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that for you. I'm just saying that more for the audience because I think the majority of Americans don't literally understand that a police report doesn't mean that's accurately what happened. A lot of people think, oh, the police report said it, that's what happened. It's like, nah, bro, I've been in situations where like I seen the whole thing go down and the police report was way the fuck off.
Way the fuck off. Let's continue.
She also let me know that a gathering is supposed to take place here at Chandler Park this evening, and she says that loved ones are supposed to wear pink and black, which were Kelly's favorite colors.
She was an awesome, awesome mother.
Judy Kelly speaks fondly of her niece, Jamisha Kelly, displayed on these specially designed poster boards for her vigil.
She loved her children dearly. She loved her family dearly.
A mother of 8 children, gone too soon.
It's just a blessing that we had her as long as we did.
The 41-year-old and her boyfriend were gunned down outside of a Southfield hotel on May 8th. Southfield police say her ex, Kyle Bozeman III, the father of her 2 youngest children, pulled the trigger.
We were all just devastated.
That afternoon, police shot and killed Bozeman when they say he reached for his assault rifle. Kelly says Bozeman...
There's a car right there. If y'all can see my mouse on the screen, this black car right there, that was the
Karmelo.
car. Yeah, that's what he was in.
And her niece had been together for at least a decade. And the breakup occurred nearly 2 months prior to Bozeman's cowardly actions.
Sometimes breakups can be hard, but I don't never think it should come down to somebody being murdered.
Now, she says her family is motivated to raise awareness about domestic violence. According to Michigan State Police, in 2021, over 70,000...
But yeah, so I just gave y'all a small little bit of insight to what I dealt with on a personal level, right? And when Anton was covering this shit, what, a year or 2 years or however long ago that was, when Anton Daniels was covering this, I was in the chat like, yeah, bro, that was my family. You see what I'm saying? Just like the situation with those 2 babies that was in that garage that died, that they alleged froze to death. Those is my little cousins.
Oh,
so,
okay, I know. Okay.
I don't put too much shit out there, but you know, sometimes I do.
Yeah, I got you.
The thing is though, like I look at things straight down the middle. I don't look at things from a black perspective or from a non-black perspective. But what the black community will say is, "Oh well, you cooning or you're not a part of black community." Why would the hell would I want to be a part of something that can only see one sided? But that's
But see, look, like I think this is like in the comments, this is what we talking about, bro. Like this is where the divide comes in, and this is why like the race thing comes in. Like Titty Bug, I lived in Texas. I lived in Texas. They have fucking sundown towns all through the South. It's literally known. So to even insinuate that it ain't racist in Texas is absolutely nuts. If that's what you truly believe, I don't know if she's joking or not, but there's people out there that really have that opinion. And it's like if you can literally live somewhere like out that way and literally come to that opinion, it's like what world are you even living in? So when some of these things happen and people bring up some of these subjects, I think that's where like a lot of the disconnect comes in at, because some people live in this world where like everything is everything. Like I had a very good friend, right? That older white guy, like 56, 57 or whatever. Me and him talked every day. I used to work for him. He had me he lived in a city called Lodi, California. Literally like one of the most racist cities over here. Like got a super reputation for it. He's from the city. So he invited me to Denny's. We was about to go shooting with him and his family. I come into Denny's and I just come sit at the table. I'm not even tripping. He looks at me and go, "Bro, did you not just see them like stare you all the way to the table?" And I'm like, "No, what you mean?" They literally just stared you all the way to your seat. I'm like, "Yeah, I don't really be tripping off shit like that too much." And he's like, "I've literally never seen that happen before in my life." And like it's trippy to me because I have to remember like you're not living in a world where this type of shit would kind of even affect you or something. So you can live in a world where um these are issues that you don't never have to face or whatever. So like when some of these things come up, I think some people don't even understand like that as far as we have come in some places, it ain't necessarily because like I'm in California and I tell people this all the time. When I went to the military, my mom's in the moved to the suburbs. When I got out the military, I moved out there. Spray painted the N word with the ER on the side of my mama's car. Uh, called my little brother's homegirl that they was walking with down the street an N word lover. Uh, cops harassed us. Um, um, my dad in his 50s had him on the ground taking pictures of his tattoos like he's a gang member. My dad ain't never been to jail, don't have no kind of criminal record. And this is 2007, 2008. This ain't 1960 something. I'm sorry, no, 2008, 2009. You know what I'm saying? So it's yeah, it's and every state has sundown towns. That is hilarious. Okay. I'm a truck driver, but okay.
I mean, and everywhere that I've ever been in life, it's always been oh, don't go over there. They don't like black people. Oh, don't do this. They don't like that. Man, listen, I'm gonna go wherever the fuck I want to go.
Yeah, but it's
And
definitely levels. Like when I went to
yeah,
Louisiana and I seen a grouping of people that had some Confederate flags, and I wanted to make a U-turn and kind of, you know, be
I'm,
my dumb California self about it. And the person I was with that was from the South told me, nah, don't turn this motherfucking car around.
I'm
Like
not.
it's
Guess
different.
guess what my dumb black ass would do. My dumb black ass would be like, "Oh, Confederate flags, nice," and just keep on fucking driving. I don't care what people listen. If you want to come after me just because of color of my skin, just know I'm packing and I ain't going down without a fight. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just that simple. Like you got to. I don't live my life in fear, right? The thing
Yeah.
is, I can't allow myself to live my life in fear because then I'll be missing out on all the great things in life that the life has to offer. Why would I subject myself to isolating myself from a piece of land just because? this Confederate flag and white people say that I
Okay.
shouldn't be there. I mean, it's
So
stupid. It's stupid, but don't get me wrong. I'm stupid. So
let me attack this dumb comeback that y'all love to do.
go ahead.
I'm white. You think I'm accepted in the hood? There's plenty of fucking white people in the hood. So please stop being dumb. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah,
Anybody that's a
white
visitor to the
people.
hood, like,
White,
I hate that shit, bro. Like, that's how clueless some of these people are, bro.
Christopher
white
J was
people.
about to make a comment. Go ahead,
No,
Chris.
I'll say white people are just as broke, if not broker, than black people, and they outnumber us. So yeah, to your point, yeah, there's white people in the hood too. White people got their own ghetto. We call it the narrative called it trailer parks. I seen them myself, but yeah,
But no, Christopher,
that's
I'm talking about
that's
in
the conversation.
hours.
Hmm?
I'm talking about in hours.
Of course,
You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you
Tommy,
talking?
when you say ours, you mean the hood or like
Yeah,
what do
yeah,
you mean your
like I'm saying, like
the hood?
the
hood,
majority
hood.
black hood
There's white
is what
people
I'm
in the
saying.
hood.
Because I know it's trailer parks. Like one of my best friends in the
Yeah, we
military,
see them all the
white
time.
dude
White
from
people,
Oklahoma.
they're there
Yeah,
because they ain't got no choice but to be there. So
yeah.
get comfortable.
But to sit there and
Don't
go,
do nothing
hey,
stupid, and we'll see what happens.
hey, I'm white. Do you think I'm accepted in Bankhead? Like, all right, dog, shut up. You sound dumb as fuck. We literally talk about each other about not fucking up white people in the hood. Like, what do you? That's what, bro. Clueless shit. What's the first thing they say? Oh my god, why do we do this to ourselves and we don't do it to nobody else? But now all of a sudden you can't come. Like, what are you talking about?
Y'all got it. I'm just getting something to eat. Y'all got the conversation.
Yeah, I've been through Bakersfield a bunch of times. It usually is those small towns though, like CCD said, like Oildale or something like that. They even got one outside of San Diego that's pretty bad or something like that. But um,
So
it
you talking
wasn't.
about Logan Heights?
What do I know about Bankhead? Bankhead ain't no different than any other hood. What are you talking about?
You talking about Logan
My
Heights,
mama
Tommy
live in
B?
Atlanta, huh?
Are
Nah,
you talking
nah.
about
CCD was talking about Bakersfield.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. I've been there. I've
yeah,
been
middle
there.
California. It's middle of fucking nowhere.
It's
Ain't no shit
nowhere,
like
bro. It's
that.
like nothing but agriculture over there.
I dated a chick that was out there. But
Mm.
yeah, this misnomer that, oh, if I go to the hood and I'm white, just all of a sudden they just gonna take me out. Like, fuck out of here, bro. What are we talking about?
I'm called bias.
That shit sounds nuts.
It's called bias. People have a bias. People have a bias because
Mind you, you'd
because
have
of
more
fear of
trouble
what
if
they've
you
been
from an
told.
opposite hood. You'd have more trouble if you from an opposite hood than if you was a different race. Literally. Like, what are you talking about? That shit is hilarious.
She said, "My husband doesn't want me on here to drink too, but thank you for supporting the show. Still love you." I'm listen. Just remember, that's Tommy B. That's not me. I didn't say anything. I didn't do nothing. Tommy B, you trying to get me thrown off the internet, man? Why you
Uh,
attacking my white constituents? What's wrong with you, man?
I don't know, but I guess I did my job. Got that idiot out of here. You think
He's
I
a
can go to
supporter.
Bankhead? The fuck
He's
are
a
you talking? What's
supporter of
gonna
the
happen if
show.
you go to Bankhead?
He's a supporter of the show. Why you gotta do that? Though?
Oh, my bad.
See, no, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying because I've already been slated for saying that just because someone shows you money does give you money does not mean that they have to give you a lead. Me personally, Tootie Bug know that she's more than welcome to hit this link anytime she wants to. I don't have a problem with a disagreement, but just
I
don't
think
be
she said
disrespectful.
earlier her husband didn't want her to get on the panel
When Sandy was up here.
Tyranny was up there. Yeah.
Hmm. Because sometimes I just let y'all. Sometimes I just let y'all rock to just watch for dumb shit to happen, and then when I sit back and point it out, then people are like, "Oh, well, come on, Will, that's just going too far." I've asked y'all to leave emotion out of it, but y'all keep doing this shit.
Nah, Akron Slim. She called me Drake because of the profile picture. Because I got the Hey Drake.
Because you like Drake.
Huh?
That's because you like Drake.
He's my favorite.
Exactly. But most of you
Listen,
Kendrick, most of you Kendrick. Most of you Kendrick lovers love Drake. Y'all just don't want to admit it.
Hey, look, I'll put it like this, Phil. When the happenings of that Hidden Hills house come out, we gonna
Mm-hmm.
have a nice conversation.
Oh, we definitely gonna have a nice conversation. You know why?
The
'Cause I'm gonna
the
tell you
the
like
uh,
this.
the YOLO house.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Kendrick better get his shit together. It ain't looking too good for him in the summer. That last record that Drake just put out just put Kendrick on his back.
What record?
That last one.
Nokia?
Yeah.
Oh, the one that he's paying influencers to make dances to make it hot? Get out of here, Phil. You got your mind.
Did
And
you
that's
wait, hold on.
documented too.
I knew this was going that.
Of course. You listen. It's
And Tootie
always
Boo,
light
you have
skin.
seen me on here. It's Tommy B. I've seen you in the chat before. I've been on Sales Channel before. You definitely seen me there before.
It's always light skin. Hey, you better hope Angry Man don't hear you because he will come up here and tell you straight up that you're wrong.
You think
That's
I
all.
give a fuck what Angry Man say? I'm being slow, Angry Man.
Why you gotta disrespect the OG man? Don't do that. Don't do that.
First of all, nigga, don't ever call that nigga my OG. I'm
I
from
don't say
somewhere.
yours. I don't say yours. I said mine.
That ain't even your OG.
This
You
dude
from
Tommy
Detroit.
said, "I'm from somewhere."
You
So
from
wait,
Detroit.
what the fuck that mean?
Because OG actually means something. See, people on this internet keep using terms and shit the way that they want to. OG
Hmm.
actually means something.
It means something to you, and it also
No,
means
no,
something
no,
to
no,
me.
no. It means
Oh,
something to the people that created the word. The people that are using the word aren't even from that life or even
hmm.
agree with that life.
So let me ask you a question.
Go
So
ahead.
if you didn't create the word, you shouldn't use the word.
I'm
I
not saying
want
if
you.
you create, you
No,
should
hold on,
use
wait,
it.
wait.
No, hold on. Listen, listen to what I'm
I want
telling
you
you.
to be, wait, wait, hold on. I want you to be mindful of your answer. If
No,
you
listen to
do,
what I'm going to tell you. If
mm-hmm,
you don't agree, because this is what happens a lot of times on this internet,
mm-hmm,
people hate the people,
mm-hmm,
don't like the lifestyle,
mm-hmm,
they mock it, and
mm-hmm,
he's one of them.
mm-hmm.
But love everything about what they do, like the way that they dress, like the way that they walk, like the way that they talk, like every the
You're doing
like.
everything except answer my question, sir. I just want to point that out. You're not answering my question.
I answered your question.
No, you didn't. I said, so if you did not originate the word, you should not use the word, correct?
No, you should use the word, but use it appropriately. Like we don't say the and it means at. The means the.
So what does nigga mean?
If you want to go all the way back,
Yeah, sure, let's
because I
go.
did a paper on it. From what I understand, it meant
Sure.
what was it? Royalty. Um, it was some other shit. I wish I still had that paper I wrote on it.
Oh,
But it
okay,
ain't.
cool.
But basically, it was misinterpreted by some people from the Caucasus Mountains, and they turned it
Oh,
into a negative.
gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So my thing is we should not be using any language that we don't have no true interpretation or what the actual definition of it is now, right?
No, we know that's where you
No,
messing up.
no,
People
no, no,
know
wait.
the actual
Let me
interpretation of it.
let me paint my narrative so you can
Go
understand
ahead.
exactly where I'm going. All right, cool. So should black people be using English language as the original language when it's not our original language?
What do you? We were forced to use this language, Sir.
No, no,
We
no.
ain't had no choice.
That's not my point. That's not my point.
It
I'm
doesn't
saying
matter
this.
if it's your point or not. We were forced to. It's not like we
No,
had a choice. We didn't come
no.
over here and go, you know what? We're gonna switch from our native tongue to this tongue.
Mm-mm. My point is we are using the English language incorrectly. We use ebonics. We use slang. We use everything that is not ours, right? So if the English language, just like I am using the word, I'm using the term OG wrong. I say
Mm.
that most people are using the English language incorrectly. So I will stop using the term OG when black people stop using English as a form of communication.
Well, okay, English was forced upon us, and we refreaked it into our own interpretation of the same way that Mexicans have refreaked Spanish into their interpretation in it. If you take a Mexican to Spain,
Hmm.
that Spanish ain't the same. The same way if you take an American white person to England, that
Hmm.
English ain't the same. The same way if you take a black person to a white neighborhood, the English ain't the same.
Just like I
So
took
we
the
freaked
term
it.
OG, just like I took the term OG and used it the way that I wanted to.
What Ross say? I ain't here.
See how that works?
I
No,
ain't,
no,
I ain't hear what Ross said.
she's on a business call.
Oh, okay.
He's on a
I
business
thought
call.
you said in the back. Okay.
No. So
No,
my thing is, stop trying to gatekeep words that you don't have
no.
ownership
We're
of.
not gatekeeping it though. What we're saying
Yeah,
is,
you just said
it's not.
you
It's not
hate
the
it.
ownership.
You
It.
just said that you didn't like the way that I was using the term OG.
No, honestly, it's not that I like it, and that's not the term.
Okay, so what is the correct term,
So if I
and
get on
why
here and
is there a
say,
problem that I'm using the wrong term?
"Sell, that's my squid," you be looking at it like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I will
No,
ask
that's
you
my
what it means.
squid.
Yeah, I will ask you what it means. And because I'm stupid, right, I will turn it into whatever it is that I want it to mean. I'm not going to let you gatekeep what it is that I do and or don't say. You can say whatever the hell you want, and I can say whatever the hell I want.
It's
What's
not.
the problem with
It's
that?
not even necessarily gatekeeping. My thing is
Go
where
ahead.
that word originates from.
Got
The
you.
people that use those terms,
Uh huh.
people have a feeling about them, but
Great.
they love their language.
Great. And I love my language, and I also love my stupidity and my arrogance. So guess what? Regardless of how people may feel about me using the term OG, to me that's showing respect for those who have came before me and know more than I know, even if it comes to a particular subject. Me, that's just showing that I have respect for them. Now, if people don't like the term that I'm
Wait,
using, wait, if people don't like the term that I'm using, then they themselves need to look within themselves and hold themselves accountable for participating in language that is not their own. If we're going to talk about origination, see how stupid makes stupid things.
so I
Take your time.
well, I'm not gonna say you because I don't know your particular feeling about. No, I've heard you speak.
Go
So I
ahead.
don't like the niggas that do these illegal things
Okay.
that quote unquote harm our community, yada yada yada. But to show
Mhm.
respect, I'm gonna call somebody that exact term to show them respect.
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
This, I never said I had to be right, and I've already openly
No,
stated that
you're
I'm
right. Yeah,
stupid.
yeah.
This is what I mean, right? But this is what the black community does. Unless you stand with Carmelo, you ain't black. Unless you using these terms correctly, then you wrong. You don't like the black community, yet you use our terms. Well, then don't introduce me to the term.
No, that term ain't got nothing to do with the black community.
Oh,
That
what they
has
got
something
to
to do
do?
with a specific section of the black community that
I
people
know it
like to
does,
speak
but
against.
I know it does, and I hate the kingdom of niggatry too. But that don't mean that I won't use his terms. I use his terms all the fuck I want to. And if they don't like it, kick rocks. Oh well, they'll be okay. Again, where did I ever say that I'm above them? All I said was that I'm stupid. They the ones that want me to use the terminology in the way that they want me to use it. That's not how this shit works. Just like I can't tell them niggas not to sell drugs, sag their parents, and touch their kids. They can't tell me what the fuck to do.
This nigga said, touch their kids.
Do niggas? Okay, cool. How many niggas and how many bitches have been jailed for touching their children within
I
that
have no
community?
idea. We only got that issue around where I'm from.
Well, I can tell me where you from, and I go look up the sex offender registry, and I guarantee you, it's a ton of them motherfuckers on it.
Oakland, California. You know where I'm
Okay,
from.
cool. Bet. Now I'm gonna get back to my computer. When I look this up and I see a whole bunch of these motherfuckers on there, I don't want you to say nothing. Don't get in your feelings.
I didn't know. I said specific type of people.
Mm-hmm. These specific type of people's on that list.
I'm pretty sure there are some, but it ain't a majority
I'm pretty sure there are.
to put that jacket on them. I don't think, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so let me ask you this question because this is something that I always have to do.
Hmm.
When you're speaking about this section of the community, are you
Hmm.
talking about the majority of the minority or the whole?
That's a super minority.
Okay, so the super minority that you're speaking up for, where are they so we can talk to them?
Shit outside.
Okay, so they're not here though, so we can have conversations with them.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So with that being said, because me just using my stupid brain, then you would have to be concluded as a representative of that section of the community, right?
I represent myself.
No, no.
Way
No,
to, way
sir.
to stay on code, Tommy. Way to stay on code.
You
Exactly.
feel me?
You see how fast he switched up? You see how fast he switched up?
Look, I ain't been one
Mm-hmm.
of them niggas that sit there try to say, "I'm from here. I can do that." Nah, nigga, I stand on my
Mm-mm.
last name, nigga.
Okay, well,
That's
I'm
it.
black, and my last name is not for everybody to know, but but trust and believe me, stupid is and stupid does. I'll tell you honestly and straight. Here you go. Did you put what in there? No, I just heated it up. Put cheese in it. You like it?
But no, I already cooked him though, so I wouldn't be worried if he heard me say that or not.
Hmm? It's been over a week. What's up? You wanna go get something to eat? Yeah, but it's that. Okay, sure. No problem. No problem. I go get some. What you want to eat? From Subway? Sure. All right, cool. Let me know what you know if you from Subway. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now you just gave me a headache. Put my cash up because you just made me show everybody just how stupid I am. All right, y'all. We about to
He
shut
said,
this show down.
"I'm
Mm-hmm.
about to say as many dummies on YouTube, nigga. You is far from that. Get the fuck
Oh no, well, I'm stupid. I'm stupid as hell. Let Marcus
Then
tell you.
what
Marcus
the
know.
fuck do we
Marcus know
call
I'm
these
stupid.
niggas? Because some of
Mm-hmm.
these niggas.
Marcus know I'm stupid. Marcus ain't I stupid?
You're a very intelligent person, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
Marcus hit
staying
my
on
cash
code.
up. There.
I'm
Marcus hit
staying
my
on
cash up.
code. Hey, I'm
Just
staying on code. Like Tommy, I'm taking the page out of Tommy's book. Let me stay on code, dog.
Christopher J.
You
Am I
feel me?
stupid?
Yeah, you ain't about to get me lying.
Oh, to tell the truth, am I stupid?
You got the patience to sit through 26 documents, chicken scratch, and read all of it. You better than me.
Man.
So wait, if I'm stupid, that means you dumb as hell, right?
Of
I was
course.
like, this nigga said I'm about to read all of this?
Yeah, why not?
Shit. Hey.
I appreciate it, especially
Yeah,
the
exactly.
debunking.
Hey, he's my personal audiobook.
Fuck you. Fuck you. All right, that's how we gonna solve this problem. We gonna do this. You know, personal fucking audio book. God damn it, I've been up here. I've been up
Hey,
here for 4 hours.
We
and I get some
appreciate
commentary
the
with it.
JFK debunking. We really do.
Mm-hmm.
MLK, we
Mm-hmm.
kind of knew, but JFK,
We knew JK too. We just didn't know the details.
Well, a lot of people don't understand the concept of what's happening with JFK. JFK was killed by a certain group of people, which a lot of people think that it's not safe to say on the internet, but I don't care. The small hat Jews killed JFK. We all know that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm stupid
I
enough
knew it
to
was
read
either
it.
them or the mob.
Well, I like to read things. Well, this is what happens when you read, right? Reading is fundamental. And I like to read shit because I like to be educated on shit. No matter how stupid that I tell you that I am, most people don't read. Most people will tell
For
you that they're
sure.
smart. Most people will tell you that they're smart just because they sound good or they can come up with a catchy tune or a catchphrase. Dope donate or dope discussion deserve dope donations does not mean that you're the smartest nigga in the room, and that's not a shot at Izzy. But my thing is just that I could come up with something just as easily stupid. I literally came up with the whole entire concept of the Delta Dick Defense Force, and all of these niggas on YouTube literally fit it. But I don't see nobody hitting my cash app for coming up with that shit. I was supposed to be in it, but I guess I can talk for a little bit more.
The
But
the
yeah,
the Delta what?
the Delta Dick Defense Force.
Oh my God.
hmm Tell me that it don't fit. Listen,
You can't take Detroit niggas nowhere, boy.
this is what the Delta Dick Defense Force is. The Delta Dick Defense Force is all scoped into the whole thing of niggas is going to defend niggas by any means necessary. Because what they want is they want women to feel sorry for them and they want to lower them on the phallic member of another man. That's the Delta Dick Defense Force. When niggas would jump out the woodworks and defend Diddy, and we all know that Diddy was in there tearing Meek Mill ass up. That's Delta Dick Defense Force. Niggas would be like, so what? He killed 12 people and he served crack to all of the little kids in the neighborhood. That's still my man's. That's the Delta Dick Defense Force.
Hey, was Will Smith in that too? I heard Will Smith was in on that. Is that true?
Yes, he
You
is.
know what?
Mhm.
The whole P Diddy stuff.
I don't know if he on the Diddy thing. I think he got his own little situation going on. I don't even think he
Oh
needed
no!
Diddy.
Did you see Will Smith on Drink Champ recently?
Uh-uh. Well, I've
Oh
seen some
man.
clips, but I ain't watched the whole thing.
Um. Oh, you know what? Go check that out. But also, did you
I
see
will.
Terrence Howard response to how everybody's
Yeah.
yeah, Terrence Howard was like, listen, if I come see you, just know I'm coming with guns. Like, ooh.
Terrence Howard said that nigga tried to fuck. I was like,
Mhm.
what the fuck?
Hey, Christopher J, really quick. Cody Rhodes told the funniest story ever. He was telling a story how they had the worst match in existence in WWE history, and he said that the guy missed a spot, and he was supposed to kick out when the referee was counting him out, and he counted three, and everybody like stood up like what the fuck, and he ran to the back in gorilla position, and Vince McMahon was looking at him. You could tell he was mad as hell. He was looking like what the fuck is you? You can tell Vince McMahon getting ready to explode, and old dude was like, that referee was trying to fuck on me. And it's like you can't even respond to that. Like,
What?
yeah, I gotta
Yeah,
send you the
I
that.
still got to watch that documentary because there's a lot of that stuff that's going on with Vince McMahon stuff. So I wanted to check that out. See if that I guess
Oh yeah.
that WWE
Vince
shit was
McMahon was
crazy.
a wild boy.
Oh yeah,
He was a
we covered
wild
it.
boy.
We covered it.
Yeah, we sure did. Where was
All
y'all
right.
at when we covered it on Wrestling Wednesdays? Thanks for letting us know that y'all don't
Nah, I
support the
think I
show.
was on break when the Vince
Bro, don't
McMahon
even
thing
do
happened.
that. Don't do that.
Crystal J, you see how we just exposed that? These niggas don't even
Yeah.
watch us.
Hey, listen, I'll be having to take my YouTube breaks.
YouTube break. All right.
Oh, okay. YouTube break, but you'll be on the panel for 11 hours arguing with niggas. Gotcha.
Oh,
You?
nah, Will, you got the wrong nigga.
You ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing to do on Wednesday night. So go ahead and get caught up on your WrestleMania predictions because that's what we're doing on Wednesday. We're doing
Bro, I started watching WWE. No
predictions.
events.
No
Nah,
offense.
you know when I stopped watching? Remember when Mae Young had that and when she had the baby and it was a hand? I was done.
Uh,
I said, okay, y'all
You
niggas
stop
going
with
too
that was
far.
during the golden age of wrestling. What are you talking about?
Bro, she pushed out a hand. I couldn't do it
Yeah.
no more. I said they done ran out of ideas. This shit is crazy.
No, that was when creative was doing a good thing. It's the birth of the black hand. You don't get it?
I look, maybe I was too young, but hell fuck no, I didn't get it. I was
Mm.
like, this bitch just pushed a
He
hand out.
said, "F the."
Man, y'all missed it. Look, you
Because
should have
remember,
watched.
we was waiting for the baby. We was like, oh, she about to have a baby. And she pushed out a hand. And it
Was
wasn't
that
cousin it. I mean, not cousin. It wasn't thing.
no? Was it Pillman or was it Kidman?
It was a May Young and I believe it was Mankind had a baby,
No,
I
it was
believe.
Mark
Mark
Henry. That was
Henry.
Oh,
Mark
Mark
Henry.
Henry. Yeah, Mark Henry. You're right. Yeah, Mark Henry.
Yeah.
I
No,
was
no, no. I'm
so
talking about
confused.
who pulled the gun out on Stone Cold.
Oh,
Was that Pillman or was that Kidman?
shit, I can't remember.
One of
Uh,
them pulled the gun out. That was good for TV, man. Wrestling has always been an entertaining thing, and it's been kind of dry like these past few forevers, but it kind of
Yeah.
worked its way
The
back up.
Rock trying to bring it back. And then Cody Rhodes has been kind of doing his thing a little bit. My
No, no,
homeboy
no.
watches, so I watch it kind
Brian
of through him a
Pillman.
little bit.
Brian Pillman, yeah, that was him that pulled the gun. Yeah, when John
Oh
Cena just
yeah.
turned heel, man.
Yeah. I heard about that shit.
It's
That
not
shit
gonna be
went
the same
crazy.
though. It hasn't been the same to be honest since I watched when like
Um,
I like when Booker T was in that shit, but before he turned into the King, I
Well,
like
see, yeah,
that stuff.
see, it's
I would say this is the best storyline in the last 20 years because Triple H took
That
it.
much? That far?
Yeah, because you got to think about when all the points are hitting, the billionaire is going to continue to do what he wants to do because he's like, if I do this, we win.
what's the chances we talk about wrestling and my partner that watch wrestling fucking call? Ain't that some shit? I'm gonna let
Mhm.
Bruh.
y'all in a minute though.
Man, y'all
All right,
better
Tom.
get into the Wrestling Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
I'm about to go get something to eat. I appreciate y'all stopping by and hanging with me and us getting through this conversation. I know Tyranny. Oops, getting an echo real bad. I know Tyranny was doing her thing, but why is there an echo so damn bad? What the hell is going on? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
I don't know what the fuck is going on with that shit. I appreciate everybody for stopping on by. Well, I am about to go ahead and give y'all back the rest of y'all Saturday. I might be on later. I don't know. I probably need to do another episode of the Masculine Power Hour because I'm actually having fun doing those. It's actually really forthcoming. I see that a lot of people is liking the content as well. What y'all got
All
up
right,
later?
so man. No, I was just gonna hang out with the family. That's it. And my sister's in town before she goes back to Minnesota. Then my lady, so
Hey Marcus, let me
we're
hold
about to
20,
hang out
dog.
a
Hit
little
my
bit.
cash app. Let me hold 20. Hit my cash
I
app.
got you.
Appreciate you, big
I
dog.
got you. Uh,
Appreciate
and
you.
well, shout out to the Toms. Make sure everybody go support them too because of what happened to them in their home. And then
Yeah.
also, anybody else that is just going through some tough times and rough times right now. This trial is going to be interesting when it goes to trial too. We'll see what happens then. Appreciate you, Sel. Everybody, just like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and support Sell You Light Podcast and anybody else who came up through.
Most definitely. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, Marcus. I'll highlight you later. Crystal J, I'll see you later, big dog.
All right, peace, man.
All right, dude. So I have just put the link in the chat. Make sure y'all go over to the Angry Man and show up and show out. When y'all get over there, put it one in the chat and say, what up, though? Shout out from the lights. I appreciate each and every last one of y'all for stopping by. Y'all have a good day. I'll holler at y'all later. Dude.